Okay, we are live. Good Monday afternoon or morning to all of you watching right now. It's really good to see all of you, and I love when you watch us do our thing.
It's true.
Christian DeAndrea, Emerson Lazzi with you. TP, punching the ones and twos. Producer Madison here with us today. First of 6 Sims on the slate. How are you, partner?
I'm doing well. I'm looking forward to today's 5 inches of snow in Wisconsin when it was 60 degrees out a couple days back. So, dealing with that weather whiplash, but I'm sure it's nothing compared to you having been in Florida and then back up to New England in the past 48 hours or whatever.
Dude, the wind chill is 0 degrees here today. And it was a little tease a few days ago. It was 70 degrees here. Yesterday I'm leaving for work at Nesson and it's sideways snow. I said, what the hell is going on here, man?
Yeah, man. Fake spring. We got it, both of us. Got both of us on that one. Terrible. Anyway, let's talk about the matchup. Let's start the week on a high note, because this is a pretty good game. I mean, 2 high-scoring Madden teams, a lot of good offensive players in this one, a lot of stars. Not a lot of good punt plays in this one. So it's going to be a wide range of lineups, you got to imagine this one. There are 15 different guys giving you double-digit points, even if one of them doesn't even play. Ryan Fitzpatrick, we love you. Anyway, who do you have in your lineup today, Emerson Lazzi?
All right, big guy. I got you right here. So I go, hey, Albert Wilson in the captain spot. You know how we do. Jared Goff, Tua, Kupp, Parker, Malcolm Brown. Yep.
Ooh, I wanted to get Tua in there, and eventually I was it would have to be Tua in a really low-level punt play. And like I said, the guys who normally are kind of cheap, like Malcolm Brown, like Josh Reynolds, kind of leveled up a little bit today. And I get why Reynolds is more expensive than usual. Last time he saw this Dolphins defense, he sprang for 119 and a touchdown, 25-plus points in the flex. So I avoided Reynolds today. We'll see if he comes back to bite me. Captain Cooper Kupp, got Bobby Trees in there, Devontae Parker, Mike Gesicki, your guy, Fat Albert Wilson, and Higbee, I'm not playing Reynolds despite his giant blow-up the last time he faced these two teams showed off. But Higbee is a guy who didn't even touch the scorebook the last time he saw the Dolphins defense. So hopefully we'll have a reversal of fortune there. All
right, Bucky B.
I see you.
Bucky B over on YouTube said Captain Gesicki. That's who he's rolling with.
Dude, Gesicki is one of those guys that I love and hate all at the same time. And just like in the real world, he could absolutely lift your fantasy team or destroy it. There are a bunch of guys who had he'd have a day where he'd have 1.3 points in your flex. And then other days where he'd spring for 30 points, just an absolute wide vacillation in outcomes from him. So hopefully if you got him in the captain spot, this is the day he balls out. Because, hey, it's a good time for tight ends, you'd think, right? Both these teams have great cornerbacks, but their linebackers not ideal in coverage. So theoretically, they should be able to get some work done here.
Well, my dude, Malcolm Brown, he really was my punt play. And the fact that he's $5,000, I still consider that to be crazy overpriced for this dude who's only averaging 6.5 fantasy points per game. I was oh, son of a gun. He's not going to do diddly do for me. 1 point, 4, 4, 2, 4, 5. Those were the last handful of games here. As Goff, okay, hey, 3rd and 8. 3rd and 8, let's go. Out of the woods. They are not just yet. 27 yards.
Yeah, how excited. Woods is going to get a lot more passes like this year because you got Matthew Stafford in his quarterback position instead of Goff. Now, a big reason why Sean McVay didn't like Goff and was iffy on him even before he really broke his thumb and gave it extra corners was because he wasn't making those throws downfield. He wasn't fitting the ball into tight windows. Wasn't airing the ball out for 20-plus yards like we see there again that time. It is the tight end, Higbee, getting on the board. First catch against the Dolphins in Simland ever, at least in Madden 21. It would be very interesting to see what the value of guys like Kupp and Woods, what happens to it with a more of a gunslinger in Matthew Stafford, a guy who has thrown a lot more deep passes, but in part because he's always been playing from behind because he was the Detroit Lion for more than a decade. I hate that play. I hate it. Why do they run?
Everybody does. It's the worst.
It goes nowhere. Never works.
It's the absolute worst. You know who is not the worst? Our DK Sim fam. North of 10,500 entries in the free showdown. Thank you so much for taking the time to fill out a lineup and continuing to hang out with us here on the Dream Stream. Those of us, the entire DraftKings family, we love you guys. Malcolm Brown just nowhere to go as the Rams are in the red zone.
Yeah, I mean, good news if you're a Brown rosterer. He has gotten pretty much all the touches out of the backfield over Darrell Henderson early, but has not done anything with him as this drive threatens to stall out, although we saw Goff come up big on 3rd and long earlier.
Yep. First time playing Fortnite. I see you, dude. Hold on one sec. I'll address your comment in just a moment. 3rd and 11. Nope. Not happening.
But
we'll come up short.
If you got Darrell Henderson, because he does get the PPR point, does pick up 9 yards there. And if you got Sam Sloman, much better in Simland than in real life, and he's not that good in Simland, but he should be able to boot this 24-yarder through no problem.
Easy peasy, dude. Das Marbles. Oh my God, you run it with Brown and you come up short.
Oh, what a terrible, terrible play. What an awful decision.
Oh, no, baby. What is you doing?
Well, hey, you know what? We might be doing the safety dance here, so thank goodness for that.
Okay.
It was a good one to know. I mean, you got Aaron Donald up front. You have a rookie quarterback without a great awareness rating. This could be 2 points for the Rams. I like the idea to go for it regardless, even if the execution was garbage.
LMFAO, 2nd and 10 from the 6. Christian wants to be doing the safety dance, but they got a little more breathing room there as Matt Breida gets about 3-5 yards there on his first carry. So 3rd and 5 coming up here. First offensive series for the Dolphins, who stopped the Rams on 4th and 2. What's going on, everyone, over on Twitch? Twitch.tv/DraftKings. First time playing Fortnite. Emerson looks like he's been lost in the wilderness for weeks this morning. I feel like I have been lost in the wilderness for weeks. We had a rough night with the puppy. It has been an emotional morning. And my wife is in the office today, so I am not annoying her from working from home.
You are single dadding 2 puppies.
It is, but I got to remember, I have to think of the brighter days ahead, which is why we decided to get puppy number 2. You got to overcome the adversity. I've never been a quitter, and I refuse to quit now. Absolutely not, even when she's chewing on my toes.
Without getting into too much detail, how ruined are your hardwood floors right now on a scale of 1 to 10?
They're not that bad. Now, the rugs are a different story, which is why we have decided to get ahead of some of the disasters we see coming soon and down the road by rolling them up. Makes sense. The hardwood floors are much easier to clean up.
And
you know what?
I see a sparkling white couch behind you. Do you have any about that purchase?
Yeah, you know what? It wasn't on me. My roommate saw the couch. She absolutely loved it. Tua
pick.
Tua tossing the pick.
Oh.
And the Rams return it to the 10. Oh, man.
Troy Hill scooping it up and basically absolving Sean McVay of his terrible decision there at the end of that first drive as Jared Goff.
Oh, dude. Some really terrible quarterback play early on in this game,
14 yards on a sack. Just awful. All right, 2nd and goal coming up from outside the red zone now. Outstanding.
Tua legit, Tua quit right now. Less than ideal start for both quarterbacks, really for both offenses. The Rams, again, if you're just tuning in, had the opening kickoff, marched downfield. They go for it on 4th and 2. I believe it was inside the 10, Christian. They try to run it with Malcolm Brown. They get stopped. Tua and the Dolphins answer back here with an interception. And now we'll see if the Rams can actually put some points on the board this time. Why do they keep running it outside with Malcolm Brown?
There must be some kind of gentleman's bet between two very rich men for a dollar over whether or not Malcolm Brown can get 20 carries in the sim game, because that's all we are seeing right now from Sean McVay.
So Emerson Latzia, Christian DeAndrea here with you today on the first of 6 sims, guys. Falcons at the Bucks will be coming up at 2 o'clock with Glash and Rossi as Goff on 3rd and goal from the 20. He's going to do it, and he fumbles the football.
That guy touchdown. That guy touchdown.
Let's go.
That guy touchdown.
Let's go.
That guy touchdown. That guy touchdown. Yes. Oh, it happened. Oh, my God.
This is the day the Lord has made. Scoop and score by the Dolphins D. And 7-0 Miami has the lead.
I am so happy right now. That was just such a catastrophe for the Rams, and I'm so happy it worked out that way. Oh my God.
This is so bad that it's like epic. Like, I love this game. I love this sim. The old me would have sat here and moaned and groaned about it. I would have said, God, put me on a Weather Wednesday instead of this. No way, bro. I'm here for this. I don't want a single offensive point scored in this game. I want a 35-28 final, and I want it all to be defensive or special team touchdowns. Let's go.
I want every touchdown scored to be scored by a guy weighing more than 300 pounds. Christian Wilkins, 315. Prayers answered. What a terrible drive for Jared Goff there. Like, if you're a Lions fan and you saw that had to hurt you to your soul. Like, they started that drive with 1st and goal, and somehow it ended with Jared Goff being sacked 25 yards away. Like, even if he hadn't fumbled, they wouldn't have gotten a field goal out of that. There's no way. Like,
yeah,
someone would have come out and missed the 53-yarder. Stunning.
So yeah, this is what you have to look forward to, Lions fans. He's gonna be your quarterback now in Detroit. And I read a headline. I didn't read the article because that's just too much time.
Yeah.
It says Lions not satisfied with Jared Goff as 2021 NFL draft approaches. So, like, you being kind of the guru that you are, I mean, it's an important question when he's your quarterback, Jared Goff. Who is going to be backing him up?
Well, this is a situation where you're the Lions. You have a top 7 pick, and you got to think that one of the top 4 quarterbacks is probably going to fall to you, pending some draft shenanigans. Obviously, guys are going to trade up. You know, the Dolphins are going to put their pick up at the highest bidder. Same with the Bengals. They don't necessarily need new quarterbacks right now unless Miami gets a little bit glitchy on Tua, and I don't think they will be. I think Tua is going to be the future down there. There's a very good chance that, yeah, you can keep Goff around. You can't move on from him, really, because he has that pretty dense contract that the Rams had to give up multiple day 1 picks just to get rid of to bring Matthew Stafford in. So he's going to stick around for at least a little while, but he's a good caretaker. You can bring him in, start someone off behind him, get a guy like Trey Lance out of North Dakota, bring him along slowly.
Bro, I heard he had a great pro day the other day.
He did, dude.
I heard he was just, and of course, like, you're not really throwing against defenses. Like, we can all sit here.
Exactly.
So, like, I was super hot and bothered watching Trevor Lawrence's pro day, and I'm like, all right, maybe I should, like, take a cold shower or something.
Calm down, bring day. The good thing is, like, with Trevor Lawrence, you've seen him carve up ACC defense.
Yeah.
You've seen him carve up Alabama. I think with Trey Lance you haven't really seen that. The only game he played in 2020 wasn't that good, and it was basically an FCS exhibition. The only game the Bison played that fall. And they're back now and a little bit glitchy. It's weird. Everything's weird. No one really knows what's going on in FCS. Who's good? Who's bad? Rhode Island went out and beat Villanova, which we can talk about later, of course. I know the chat's real hot to get on Rhody Rams football talk, but no, the Lions, I think they're going to assess what they can do. I don't think they trade up. I don't think they're in that position quite yet. I think they're willing to stand pat, figure out what's going to happen, and if quarterback, a top 4 QB falls to them at number 7, I think they're going to go ahead and snap up whoever's left out of basically Justin Fields and Trey Lance.
Okay.
If you are in the chat and you're like, oh, the stats aren't updated, don't worry. we hear you. We feel you. Patrick from the ops team is punching things in right now. And don't worry, even if we're not the fastest, we'll always be the most right. That is the DraftKings guarantee. I believe my guarantee. I don't know if it's an actual slogan or not. It should be.
Okay, so poking over to YouTube, checking out what's cooking in the chat. Yeah, team we got today, Christian DeAndre, Emerson Latzia. We got Thomas on the ones and twos. We got producer Madison doing her thing. And then, Patrick on the ops team. And so, Robbie Noble, I see you, dude. Absolute pleasure. Excuse the beeping behind me because our clothes have been washed. Jose Garcia, I see you, dude. Steven. Mark Mantelli, what's up, dude? Erwin. Subscribe at PosterOut at Substack.com. I love that, dude.
Great user.
That's a great tribute account. Fantastic.
Perfect.
Do you have anything cooking on there right now? Anything you want to tease?
3 minutes ago, it just went out. The headline, Drew Brees is gone, but the Saints aren't changing a damn thing. Of course, unless they're really going to make Jameis Winston a priority. So, we got a breakdown on the weirdness coming out of the Saints camp and how Taysom Hill can get a contract worth a theoretical $140 million with 4 voidable years. Just outstanding cap gymnastics from Mickey Loomis down there. So
it really is. So it's like you see that on paper, and I kind of feel bad for him. He's looking at it, he's like, oh my God, I'm going to be the richest man alive. And they're like, actually, we can basically fire you at any time and not have to pay you any of that.
Yeah. It's just wonderful to see because in theory, Taysom Hill is getting paid like a top 5 quarterback if you just look at the contract value alone. But in reality, it's going to be voided and restructured no matter what happens. He can play like one of the best quarterbacks in the league next year. They're not almost certainly going to chop up that contract either way. But the thing is, with a guy like Taysom Hill, Hill was a very easy transition because Hill was willing to throw those check down passes Drew Brees really excelled at. Taysom Hill was willing to be low risk. And Jameis Winston, nothing about him has ever been low risk in his life. So that is going to be very interesting to see. They are talking up a big game about bringing Jameis back. But they only gave him, Drew Brees had more broken ribs last season than Jameis Winston had passes thrown. So what the Saints are saying and what they've done don't necessarily line up, but there's a good reason for that. It's a big transition to go from Drew Brees to Jameis Winston. Maybe Taysom Hill is just a pit stop on that road. Winston's only 27, and maybe there's a little bit of gamesmanship there too, because, hey, if you keep Jameis Winston around, he's not going to a rival. He's not going to another team, and they know the level of talent he has. Whether you think he's capable of being a franchise quarterback or not, someone out there is going to want him. So if the Saints can get him back cheap, they probably will. And,
I've seen a report they're working from the NFL Network that New Orleans, and they're already working on a deal with Jameis there, and he will likely be the starter in 2021 as it was 3rd and 9, and Jared Goff getting hit as he throws the football out of the back of the end zone. So Sloman comes in, and the Rams are finally on the board. We have a 7-3 ball game here. No offensive points, so we got either special teams or defense delivering the goods up to this point in the game.
Snowman, who got the TD for Miami? Buddy, let me tell you who got that touchdown for the Miami Dolphins. It was 315-pound defensive tackle Christian Wilkins on a 60-plus yard fumble recovery. It was glorious, and I'm so sorry you missed it. Take a minute, go back and rewind the stream. Just absolutely beautiful. Absolutely.
So with Winston, who is a free agent, and I think the window opens on Wednesday, free agency. This is like the legal tampering, right? Which is BS. Which is BS because that's going to start, and it's like, is there an official time that starts today? And then
I think it was technically noon.
Okay.
Yeah. So
remember in the past, it's like this thing would start, and then teams would announce like 9 minutes later these massive contracts that obviously take a lot of time to work on. So the NFL does not enforce these tampering rules, but Winston, a free agent, and it would be difficult to find a better spot for him than staying in New Orleans. Like, for one, the Saints, regular Super Bowl contenders, right? familiar with the system from his time as a backup. You got Michael Thomas at wide receiver. You got Alvin Kamara at running back. And just get the ball in the hands of his playmakers and let them win games. The problem is protecting the football is a critical part of the Saints offensive system and really any offensive system. But he also led the league in 30 interceptions in 2019. I know he was a Pro Bowler as a rookie there. Has never played outside the NFC South.
Yeah, the league's only 30-30 guy ever. Just absolutely glorious. One place that might jump into consideration, just because we're hearing now that the Bears aren't going to bring Mitchell Trubisky back, and obviously this would just spin the wheel of quarterback frustration for Bears fans and keep that long tradition of passing mediocrity alive in Chicago. But maybe Chicago would be willing to kick the tires on a guy like Winston. Especially if he's willing to come cheap, because they don't have a ton of cap space, especially after franchise tagging Allen Robinson. But with Robinson, Cole Kmet, Darnell Mooney, Anthony Miller, you have some guys that can go out and chase down those Winston bombs. Kind of like one of the reasons I think Winston would work out in New Orleans, work out a little bit better, is that a guy like Michael Thomas has led the league in contested catches over the past 2 years. You're going to have a lot of those with a guy like Jameson's relatively inaccurate throws. So you need a guy who can go out and get it, go out and track those down. Few players in the league are better than that than Allen Robinson. Darnell Mooney does a great job coming back to the ball. So I think the Bears are another team that could be a moderate fit for him, just because the need is there. He throws the deep ball. He could be the kind of boom or bust guy they need, but ultimately I think the Saints might be the best fit. I know a lot of people were talking about the Patriots as a possible destination. I don't think them signing Cam Newton necessarily rules that out, but I think the Cam Newton news means they're more likely to go out, spend money on wideouts and tight ends, and then use the draft to backfill their need at quarterback.
Second and 7 here. A terrible throw there by Jared Goff. So 3rd and 7 coming up. 3 minutes to play here in the first half. First time playing Fortnite. I see you, dude. Who are on the calls the rest of the day? Are you only on one sim? Again, Emerson, yes, I am. And Christian, while you may think he's only on one sim, you're just going to have to wait another 9 hours for his talents to return to the Dream Stream. You're going to be on the 10 o'clock game with Tom. Broncos at the Patriots. Here we go. Hey, yes,
wow.
Yes,
there's that Reynolds play. Oh, worth the expense. Like, more expensive than he's ever been, I think, for this game. But right there, dropping a 14-point play in our laps, and unfortunately ruining the streak of fat guy touchdowns in this game at one.
So Josh Reynolds, born a Ramblin' man. To the hizzy, baby. Sloman's going to add the extra point. It's going to be 10-7. Dolphins have all 3 timeouts and 2:49 to work with. Problem is they haven't really shown that they're very competent on offense. So going back to the schedule real quick. So Falcons, Bucks, Glash and Rossi. 4 o'clock will be Texans at the Bears, Glash and ZT. And then we're going to do the NBA pre-lock party with Chirag and Julian between the 4 o'clock and 6 o'clock sim. So probably around like 5:15 to 6 o'clock. 49ers at the Seahawks, Kenny and Jeff. Kaufman and Tom will be at 8 o'clock, Jags and the Browns. And then once again, you and Tommy Popsicles, Broncos at the Patriots.
Yeah, man. First ever sim with Tommy Freeze Pops. First ever Rhode Island dirtbag commentary matchup between the two of us. So yeah, we're gonna have a lot of opinions on things like pizza strips and Bell's lemonade and the allure of Twin River now.
Hey, question for you, and this is a good one, and you're a good dude to ask this. Richard P. Christian, who do you think is going to be the better fit in Carolina, Fitzmagic or Old Mitch?
I mean, good question. I like Teddy down there quite a bit, just because I think he's a good game manager, and I know he's not the answer necessarily, but I think what he showed in the first 5 weeks of the season, if they can keep that going, can continue building in Matt Rule's system, I think he can make the Panthers better. But if we're excluding him and we're trying to go to another stopgap solution, assuming the Panthers are another team that's going to draft a young quarterback, I mean, they're in a little bit worse situation than the Bears are this year. The Lions are rather. They picked right after Detroit does. But given the strength of that receiving core, and you got two bona fide Pro Bowl caliber guys, Robbie Anderson and DJ Moore, I like the Fitzmagic fit a little bit better. He can deliver those deep throws. He's willing to take those chances. He trusts his wideouts to go and make plays. So I like Fitzmagic better than Mitch, but I'm Team Teddy still. Even though he didn't finish off the season on a hot streak and he turned into a little bit more of a game manager than you want in this version of the NFL, I still think you can win around him. But if you want to press those receivers to the maximum of their potential, bring in Fitzmagic.
Yeah, I've seen Fitzmagic be mentioned as an option for the Bears as well, and Andy Dalton, those two emerging as alternative quarterback options for Chicago, which you've seen some Russell Wilson rumors pop up over the weekend there. They're just ready to throw the entire farm, the whole house, the whole kitchen sink, everything at the Seahawks to try to lure this guy to Chicago, trying to get Seattle to bite the bullet and ship off the All-Pro to Chi-Town, baby, the Windy City.
Dude, I mean, if you're the Bears, yeah, why wouldn't you go all in on that? You know how bad your quarterback play has been for so long. And you're kind of reaching a breaking point with that defense where it's still probably going to be a top 10 unit, but it's not the same kind of defense that will prop up a quarterback like Mitch, like Rex Grossman en route to a divisional title. And I know that might be blasphemy to impugn the good name of Sexy Rexy to a Florida man like yourself, Emerson.
Yeah. Hey, Super Bowl guy. Rex Grossman.
Yeah, he's a big reason why the Colts won a Super Bowl, and that makes me forever. CEH, I know you're out there. I know you're listening. I still cannot get down with the city of Indianapolis. I do not miss it.
Jason Swanwick on YouTube. My first time playing this on DK. First off, Jason, welcome to the party. We love you, dude. This is the DK Sim fam. You are on the Dream Stream. You are one of us now. You cannot leave. People are super kind, super cool, and we talk about anything and everything. So if there's something you want to talk about football related, or if there's something going on in your life and you'd like some life advice from two of the smartest announcers on the Dream Stream, hammer away. Questions about cereal, hot dogs, food, dogs, men with long hair, men with hairy bodies. Go ahead. Fire away, young man. We are here for you.
I do. So we're feeling better about like going out to restaurants up here, you know, masked up and distanced and everything. But we got this awesome mac and cheese place out in a place called Black Earth, Wisconsin. Tiny little town, but great mac and cheese restaurant. They got like 20 different kinds. Dude, like hit out like chili dog mac. I have like bacon cheeseburger mac. Donna did like a little sriracha chicken mac, and like it's outstanding. Like I got to post. I took a picture of the menu. I got to post it on Twitter just because it's the richness of these mac and cheese. And they come in a bread bowl, Emerson. It's like literally a giant pile of carbs, and there's no way. Like I eat a lot. Like I got my metabolism up, and like I couldn't even get through half of it. Like I got a full bread bowl waiting in my fridge just to get torn into later today. I'm very excited. Like mac and cheese, those things, like even when it's bad, it's good. And this was good mac and cheese, so next level.
Dude, I was like just thinking how blessed we are. As Mike Gesicki down the middle, and there you go. I remember some of you mentioning earlier, hey, decided to captain the big beefy tight end for the Dolphins. Not too shabby. Pretty good call on your part.
Not bad at all. As we get a little bit of action here after a low-key first quarter. Got a pair of touchdown drives to round off the first half.
Yeah. So a few more points, a little bit more work there for Patrick from the ops team. And the bread bowl. We're lucky to be living on a planet in a world where there is a bread bowl. I said to myself, okay, who invented the bread bowl? Because you deserve like a Nobel Peace Prize. And the first writing of the Italian bread bowls was in 1427.
Wow.
An Irish noble attempting to impress a British duke. The duke was so impressed with the bread bowl that he gave the Irishman money to open a bread bowl shop in what is today known as Dublin.
Wow. So by that count, the bread bowl came before the sandwich.
Well, that I do not know, and I'm quite sure that is a debate that will roll on. That's like the chicken and the egg debacle.
Right. Because when you think about it, a bread bowl really just is a type of sandwich.
With a soup filling, yeah.
Right, yeah. I guess it depends on what kind of soup you're putting in there. If you're putting like a thinner soup in there, then it would be untenable. But if you have something like thick, like a bisque, you could theoretically, I mean, you'd have to tilt it up. And it would be more like eating a giant jelly donut, which I don't want to.
You know what?
But is a jelly donut a sandwich?
It's a dessert sandwich. It's tough. Doesn't it kind of need to be a little open?
Yeah.
To be an open face.
Eclair feels more like a sandwich meat. It's a little bit. It's more like a Italian roll.
Yeah.
Same premise as jelly donut.
Now I think you're right though about the bread bowl coming before the sandwich, because the sandwich, as we know it, was popularized in England in 1762 by John Montagu, the 4th Earl of Sandwich. Legend has it, and most food historians agree, that Montagu had a substantial gambling problem that led him to spend hours on end at the card table. And during a particularly long binge, he asked the house cook to bring him something he could eat without getting up from his seat. And the sandwich was born. He enjoyed his meat and bread so much that he ate it constantly. And as the concoction grew popular in London society circles, it also took on the Earl's name. So that's how it got the name sandwich. That is unbelievable. I did not expect to come into today and learn about the bread bowl and the sandwich. Meanwhile, Goff testing the atmosphere, and that's incomplete. So that's the end of the first half.
Nearly capped off an exciting finish. The second quarter, man, actually lived up to our expectations after a real slow kind of garbage start from both teams. We got the defensive touchdown. We got to see Mike Gesicki. We saw Josh Reynolds score from like 77 yards out. So this one starting to pick up a bit here as we kick off the work week with a delightful 14-10 halftime score.
Yeah.
We got that guy touchdown. We got a breakaway touchdown. We got a tight end. Things are turning up Millhouse on this one.
So here we go. Let's rip through some stats for the peeps at home. 10 of 16, 212 yards and a touchdown for Jared Goff. So he's 88 away from the B word. 11 of 15, 96 yards, touchdown, and an interception for Tua. We'll say this. You don't see it on there, but Goff with the fumble, that was a scoop and score for the Dolphins defense. The rushing department, this is exactly why I immediately regretted the Malcolm Brown rostering decision, and all of you with me, we can be miserable together. Yeah, 6 carries, 5 yards. Breida, 4 for 7. Henderson, 2 for 8. Tua has scrambled 1 for 8. And then there was that terrible play you hated with Cooper Kupp, little end around for 0 yards.
Terrible. 28 total rushing yards in this game so far. Just absolute garbage. But the good news is business picking up through the air at least, especially if you're one of the many who got Josh Reynolds, who's already in the bonus at 3 for 102 and a touchdown. Outstanding first half for him. He continues to absolutely play Brian Flores and the Dolphins defense.
Yeah, and I'm just noticing now, because I thought it said 88, that it wasn't Gesicki on the touchdown. So he has 3 catches for 19 yards.
Oh, my
That was Adam Shaheen. So it's like the 80. He had his arms crossed. So, of course, I'm just trying to make an excuse for sounding and looking like an idiot.
Why would we think it would be the former Ashland University standout? The former Chicago Bear, one of the many tight ends they've signed over the past 3 years and who have given them next to nothing, although Cole Kmet could be good. Anyway, Adam Shaheen.
So that's on me. My bad on that, peeps.
Oh, no, I was with you there. I should have put – I'm a D2 football connoisseur, and I should have been right there on Adam Shaheen, who 2,400 in the flex, 2.7% owned, and this is his first touchdown since he actually did 5 Sims ago. He scored against the New England Patriots at 1K. So Shaheen turning up one play.
Big rivalry game there. Absolutely. Jeremy Smith, sandwich was born out of degenerate gambling. There is hope for me after all. Man, I love a good sandwich. A sandwich is literally one of those things I could eat every day. It's universal. It's one of the universal meals, as is a cereal.
Yeah, absolutely wonderful. I don't think I've had a day without a sandwich in adulthood. Although, I mean, maybe we're stretching the definition of sandwich. Again, is a jelly donut sandwich? Let us know. Let us know in the chat. And CEH, I spent 2 years in Indianapolis. Living right around 30th and Meridian, and then I moved up to the Fishers border around 80th in an apartment complex up there.
Oh yeah.
And Indianapolis is great when there are events like the Indy 500 is wonderful. I love Big Ten tournament week.
NCAA tournament, right? Isn't that's all around Indianapolis this week? Next couple weeks.
Indianapolis is that it's just so generic. It takes the shape, the form of whatever event you're hosting there, and fills it perfectly. So it's great for the combine. It's great for the 500. There's no and it's gotten better. I will absolutely see it's gotten better since I was there in 2010. But it just didn't really have a lot of local flavor for me. There's nothing I go back to Indianapolis I need to have. I go back to Nashville. Sorry, I'm going to get some chicken. I'm going to go here. I'm going to go there. I'm going to go, I got places I want to go. I'll go to Pittsburgh, go back home to Pittsburgh. I'm going to get Primanti Brothers. I'm going to get some Iron City. Go home to Rhode Island, pizza strips, hot wieners. I'm going to get the works down there, stuffed quail hogs. Go back to Indianapolis. It's all right, cool. That's about it.
DFS Queenie says Emerson's going to start eating his cereal in a bread bowl. Hell yeah.
Ooh.
LDX 97. What's going on, Emerson? And Christian, I will be here tonight repping the Rhode Island Dirtbags from Pawtucket tonight.
Yeah,
let's go, dude.
Sim. Yes.
That's right, y'all. Y'all come back for Madden After Dark tonight. Christian, a rare appearance on Madden After Dark. Am I correct?
I do one a month or so. I'm usually kicking off your mornings with you, but pretty excited.
The mayor in the house now, Greg Coffin over on YouTube. What's up, dude? Jamal, Andrew L, Juan Flores, Lucky Collie. Everyone's kind of popping up, waking up. Rossi's fat cat. Man, who was it who just mentioned tuna sandwich with, Miracle Whip and dill pickle? That's Steven. Okay. I'm not a huge tuna sandwich guy like my wife is. So it's sometimes, we go out to eat for lunch, just grab the tuna sandwich, and it's why do you do that? And then there's always, and tell me this, you ever had someone at work, there's a special place in hell for people at work who microwave fish as Tua takes the sack. I don't understand why people do it.
That is an actual joke on The Good Place. It's one of the tests they use to tell if you're going to the good place or bad place. Have you ever microwaved fish in a communal microwave? Yeah, just absolutely awful. But one of the things, tuna, for me is I would never get it when I'm out somewhere because it's just so easy to make at home, and I don't eat it unless I need to cut some weight. It's good lean protein. You can jazz it up with low calorie stuff. I'll throw hot giardiniera in there, a little bit of relish, throw it on a little bit of lettuce with some Italian dressing. And I can plow through bowls of that because it's awesome and fills you up and it's low calorie. But normal day, I'm not going anywhere near tuna. If I'm gonna go in that realm, I would much rather have chicken salad than a tuna salad or an egg salad. Chicken salad is the next level and then like I feel like tuna salad, egg salad, you're poor imitators.
I think you gotta have walnuts in the chicken salad. You know, a little chicken salad sandwich.
I disagree. Well, the crunch just I don't like I don't want crunch in my chicken salad unless we're.
Oh, I love it, dude. And I think you got to have some grapes in there. I'm a big grape guy when it comes to the chicken salad. Throw it in there.
You and me are enemies.
No, we are not. No, we are not. I will say this: north of 500 people hanging out with us on YouTube. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you guys are watching around the planet. However you're watching, we love the fact that you are here. It means a lot to us. We've been doing this thing for almost a year. I believe on like March 28th, it'll be our year mark. It is mind-boggling to think about that. Christian's been a part of this family from the get-go as well. Thomas and producer Madison and Patrick. So we're all in this show together, man.
All right, is that Gesicki or
that's Gesicki. I can confirm that now. That's an 88. Whew. Ernest, what's up, dude? Hey, 1 like away from 100. Oh, we just got it. Nice. We hit the century mark, baby. Always a great way to start the week.
Excellent. And someone keeps asking in the chat, and I'm sorry that we haven't been getting you. We haven't even talked about the NCAA tournament, and
yeah.
To me, it's dead.
Here's the thing.
Bulldogs got upset by Mount St. Mary's. Yeah. I got no issue except the Wisconsin Badgers, who are a train wreck right now. But sorry, go ahead. I had to get that frustration off my chest.
No, it's fine. I just wanted to make sure. Because you know how we can't talk like actual like betting and stuff. I think we can talk about the tournament generically. Yeah. Just want to make sure like. I haven't heard official rules yet or anything. Okay.
Just asking us about our Sweet 16 sleeper picks, which. Again, not betting. We're just picking who we like. And
yeah,
I think we can get away with that.
Yeah, that's fine. So here we are. Okay, yeah. Producer Madison now dropping in all the fun facts. It's a laundry list of things we can do.
Yeah, obviously limited in what we can discuss. We can drop some generic team, university names out there.
Yeah. So that's between like Sims and that's a good point. We're gonna have a big show tomorrow morning. Big show tomorrow morning here on the Dream Stream. I'll be hosting that with all of our hoop heads, like Julian Edlow, and a bunch of these guys who are all over college basketball. Because I joked yesterday, this is the time of year where I kind of like pretend like so many other people we know what we're talking about when it comes to the tournament. Just because I can't follow college basketball like the entire year, but I definitely dial in during tournament time. I'll have the questions. You're going to want to listen to what these guys and gals have to say.
Yeah, for sure. It used to be when I was covering Vandy sports full time, and Vandy was not a flaming train wreck of a basketball program. Although Jerry Stackhouse has us trending up, and Scottie Pippen Jr. looks like the real deal, but. Yeah, I used to be a lot more into it, so I admittedly have not been following as hard as I normally would. And I'm looking at my bracket picks, which I kind of made kind of haphazardly. And my Sweet 16 picks, I'm going a little West Coast on them. If you want upset guys, I kind of like Utah State just because the Utah State is a we got a toe tapper there, and this time
hold on, it's Gesicki. It's Gesicki.
Definitely Mike Gesicki this time. Dolphins take a 2-score lead as it's big man touchdowns all around, 2 tight ends and a defensive tackle getting in on the scoring for this Miami roster. But yeah, for me, Utah State and San Diego State are the lower seeds I have sneaking in. Although, because I know your background, Emerson, I'm going to throw St. Bonaventure out there too. I know you have a special place in your heart for that school from the western part of New York.
Yeah. I really like that team. I really do. I'm not going to lie. I did like 2 minutes of research this morning. I said to myself, okay, could be one of those teams where I'm just toying around with my bracket and say, yeah, I've got a dog in the fight there. I'm married to a former Division I cheerleader at St. Bonaventure.
Right.
Okay. You know what? It's crazy too. Like in the past when Meg and I worked together and we would do these brackets, like in the office pools, fun little brackets. She, not a sports fan, no knowledge whatsoever, is like, oh my God, that mascot is like super cute. And I really love the color of this team. And she like won our pool multiple times. I said, okay, it's just one of those things. You never really know what to expect. It's upset city. I expect this tournament to be kind of crazy just because it would totally go with the flow of the entire college basketball year and the sports year as a whole.
Yeah, dude, I want chaos.
Me too, dude. I want straight chaos. I want every bracket busted.
Yeah. Dude, I want Final Four team Colgate. Can we make that a thing? Can we speak that into existence? Can we make the gate the new Loyola Chicago? Poor Loyola Chicago.
Bro, and by the way, they're no longer like in the Cinderella category because that team's just good now.
It is, and they still got Krutwit. Who was definitely an old man, definitely not underage. Not only is he a fourth-year senior, but man looks like he's about 45 years old. Anyway, the big man in the middle there for Loyola Chicago. Without getting too much into it, absolutely lovely to watch. Just an absolute throwback to old school bigs that looked like they smoked a pack a day.
Yep.
And their training regimen consisted of eating 4 dozen eggs every morning to help them get large.
Yeah. Well, Winter Bolt says, yeah, it's been a strange year. I haven't watched like a ton of college basketball. Heavy Kevy, y'all hurt my feelings, LOL. Who scored the other 2 touchdowns? So yeah, it was the Dolphins defense, Shaheen, who we thought was Gesicki at the time. So all of the hearts that we have ripped out of your chest, we have now inserted the heart back inside your chest by actually giving you delivering a Mike Gesicki touchdown. So shout out to Tua for dialing that up for everybody.
Making us feel better about our own terrible commentary and our lack of attention to the game itself. What a guy.
First and 10 here as the third quarter comes to a close. 21-10 with 1 quarter to play. So first time playing Fortnite says, I need more Cooper, Dolphins DST, Gesicki, and Breida for Classic.
And Wester Reamer, we hear you, man. I was like, I'm going to fade Reynolds too. This is expensive for Josh Reynolds. Wow, $6,400 for Josh Reynolds. I only play him when he's like $5K, and I feel very foolish as well as he's absolutely lighting up the scoreboard right now. Jared Goff, after that like 222-yard first half, now up to 230. So technically on pace for the bonus, and he's got the ball here. He's going to have to throw a lot because the team's down by 21.
Yeah.
So doesn't rule anything out, but he got this.
So
Malcolm Brown.
He lost yards in the third quarter.
Goodness,
he's 7 for 2 now. 7 carries for 2 yards. What is? Don't do that to me.
I feel worried just looking at it. I don't know. It's bad.
Like, dude, not now. Parker's got 5 catches for 48 yards. There's Gesicki, 5 catches, 42 yards.
And a touchdown.
And a touchdown, a real one. Josh Reynolds has hit the bonus on 3 catches. So 3 catches, 102 yards and a touchdown. There's Woods, 2 for 35. Cup, 2 for 30. Jakeem the Dream Grant, 2 for 23. Shaheen, 2 for 19. Had the second touchdown of the day for the Dolphins. Who was just saying that they faded Reynolds? It was, here we go.
Wes.
It was Wes. Wes says, first time in weeks I fade Reynolds, and look what he does. What the hell?
Yeah.
Also, my puppy has been sleeping this entire game. I just need her to remain asleep for this final quarter because right when they get up from napping is when they really need to go.
Yeah.
And she's like a water.
You just rush them out the door, dude. I had 18 months of that because my dog is so dumb. Just a big monster.
Okay. Yeah, Bucky, I see your comment there on YouTube. So for everyone who missed it, Emerson and Christian, either of you guys have any suggestions for baseball on DK? Today is my first day to play. I know it's still spring training, but figured I better lose my money early. Well, first off, I hope you end up making money. It is a good time of year to kind of experiment. Difficult too, because you don't really know how long many of these big name and high salary guys are, going to be in the lineup for. But the DK playbook, oh my God.
It's Aaron Donald forces the fumble, but the Dolphins jump on us. So it's 3rd and long instead of potentially game-changing turnover there.
Yeah. Someone's ringing my doorbell.
Oh, of course.
I don't know what that's about. It's not groceries. Oh, you know what it is? I ordered like a 5-gallon tub of protein on Amazon. Good God. Amazon, dude, leave it, man. Don't they just leave it?
They should.
I don't answer the doorbell?
Yeah.
Just hammering away on the doorbell all day. He should know I've got about another 15 minutes. I'm calling one of the greatest sims in the history of planet Earth, for crying out loud.
Is it possible that he's watching the sim on his phone, or she?
That's a good point. We've had delivery dudes mention that in the past, especially in the peak of the pandemic. First responders, a lot of men and women working on the front lines are like, yo, we bring you guys with us, which, continues to make us feel very, very good that we have such good people, good members of the DK Sim fam, good human beings, man, putting a lot of people before themselves. So here's hoping my protein is down on the stoop after this game, because I need a protein shake before I crush the Peloton. But the DraftKings playbook is where you want to go for all of the daily information. Like you guys have questions about baseball. How about the basketball slate tonight? DraftKings playbook. Go there. We have so many writers who are just dropping knowledge and hoping to point you guys and gals in the right direction. No matter the size of the slate, there's all the information you need on there.
Yeah, Bucky, as much as I would love to help you, not my area of expertise, and then the spring training of it all too means that it's going to be more of a crapshoot than usual. My expertise this year kind of ends at college baseball, which no DFS for that probably shouldn't be, because that is another one that is absolutely wild.
Yeah. First time talking to the Amazon man like he does the sassy springers. Oh my God, just leave it, man. Yeah, for sure. Winter bold, ring my bell. All right, 2nd and 7. Rams have some work to do. 2-score game. What's he going to do? Oh, dude.
It worked out. I was worried there for a minute. He was doing the backward shuffle, and I think that may have put him in the bonus range, but I'm not 100% sure. It was a pretty big strike there, as Higbee not getting a ton of catches, but when he does, he's sprung for 20+. And maybe we'll get another look here as his team in the red zone. Tradition suggests that
we got it. We got it. Ronald Woods.
So instead of continuing Josh Reynolds' awesome day, Goff spreads the love. 2 passing touchdowns for him. And Rams going to have a shot at the comeback here. Oh, and they're going to go for 2 here to see if they can't make it a 3-point game.
Okay. Could be a big stop coming up for the Dolphins. Defense, it is. Way to get inside Goff's face, on his face, in his face. Incomplete pass, so that's nice. I mean, I would say overtime is unlikely now.
True. We'll see. We got a little bit of news from Shaq.
What do you got?
Shaq Barrett, former most improved player, breakthrough player, is re-signing with the Buccaneers. 4 years, up to $72 million in that deal, $36 million fully guaranteed. So the Buccaneers going to run back that defense that absolutely harassed Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl. Shaq Barrett was a big part of how they got past the Packers, too. He beat the crap out of Aaron Rodgers in that NFC title game, created some havoc there. And it's been an NFL where we're trending towards great offenses beat great defenses, but the Buccaneers kind of put that idea on the shelf, at least for the time being, by really coming up huge against some very, very good quarterbacks in their playoff run. Bringing back Shaq Barrett extends that. The question is, how's that cap situation going to look? Because the Bucs didn't have a ton of room to begin with, and they are going to have to do a lot of restructuring. I don't know. That's the thing, Emerson. I came into this offseason like, oh man, all these teams are up against it, and the cap shrunk, and how are they going to get out of this one? And then everyone just restructured contracts and pushed things down the line. The NFL salary cap's got this whole entire Ponzi cap feel to it, where we're just going to push this guaranteed money down the line, and we're never going to have to pay up for it as long as the cap keeps expanding. It seems like with the hard cap, the consequence is not what we once thought it would be. And teams like the Saints and the Eagles are going to be able to escape relatively scot-free despite terrible roster decisions. Tua, don't do it, buddy.
Oh, my God, bro. Stop it.
He just lost 25 yards across 2 sacks. And nearly took a safety on a ball that was snapped at like the 15-yard line. Absolutely wonderful. And here, are we going to get a good punt rush here? We get.
Oh, dude, that was like a couple weeks ago where we saw a blocked punt. It was one of the greatest sims ever.
Look at that
blocked punt in the end zone. Yeah, down out at the 25.
72-yard punt. A 72-yard punt from Matt Hack. I don't know how the Rams didn't flip the field on that possession, but here we are. 75 yards up for grabs as LA going to try to turn this into a game.
Another one for Reynolds. Yeah, this one's going to go to overtime now that I said it wasn't going to go to overtime, right? It's just like it'll find a way. I jinxed it. Didn't I?
That's correct.
If it does, you guys can 100% blame me.
Yep.
But more points, more fun. First and 10 from the 41. Trailing by 5. Inside 3 minutes to play in the game. And going to Henderson.
I see you, Fortnite. Thoughts on the Dolphins trading for Benardrick McKinney to replace Kyle Van Noy? I like Kyle Van Noy a lot. A guy like McKinney doesn't really move the needle for me at this point in his career. He didn't have a great season last year with the Texans. His PFF grade was in the 50s, but he's still a capable player. He's only 28 years old. I think what the Texans think they're getting out of him is a stronger, better pass rush, get a little bit more of a success rate on the blitzes that he is sent in on, and give him more of a stable inside linebacking presence, a little bit more stability as a guy who can bring that pressure up the gut in a way that Kyle Van Noy couldn't. It just seems a little bit more like a lateral movement for me. They get a little bit younger at the position, and they do have to pay up a little bit for it. But I think I would rather have had Shaq Lawson and Kyle Van Noy than just Benardrick McKinney. And I'm saying that as a guy who likes Benardrick McKinney and what he brings to the table at linebacker.
So, Solomon wants some passes to Breida to help out his lineup. Bill Stan saying Breida now. And on 4th and 12, maybe you'll be able to get some of that if they stop the Rams. If the Dolphins can manage to do that. Oh, what a catch. Reynolds in traffic.
Beast.
Yeah,
there's game. Look at that.
Just bringing home the Krusty Goff Player of the Game honors. I'll go ahead and name him that right now.
I'm not paying up for Josh Reynolds at that price, and yet here we are, the absolute engine behind this Rams scoring offense. He's making Jared Goff look good despite throws like that. So Goff's going to hit the bonus with 2 touchdowns. Goff is going to have a very nice fantasy day in a game where he has thrown a lot of bad passes and is responsible for no fewer than 7 Dolphins points. Winner blood. Where has this Reynolds been in real life? Reynolds is been flashy at times. I mean, when Kupp went down with that torn ACL a couple years back, and Reynolds got shifted up in the pecking order, he showed up. He had roughly 1,000-yard season pace over the final 8 games of that season for the Rams. He's a guy who can put together a solid season. He's big, he's fast, he's reliable. And he could be a sneaky free agent addition. I mean, we talk about guys like Kenny Galladay, Will Fuller in this year's class, but if you want your team to pay down a little bit and get yourself a guy who can really make an impact, Reynolds might be that guy. You might be able to get him for something stupid like 2 years and $15 million, which, if you can, make it happen.
Almost 600 people hanging out with us on YouTube. Much love to every single one of you. First and 10, Rams have the ball at the Dolphins 23. There's under a minute to play in the game. They're trailing by 5. Goff and the Rams converting on the long 4th and 12 earlier on this drive. Went to Reynolds, but on that play going to Robert Woods.
Bobby Tree's not a bad day for him either. Everyone pretty much but Cooper Kupp benefiting from the spread offense here as Woods into double digits, and Reynolds has been there basically since the first half. As Jason Rossi stopping by in the chat. Rossi, I miss you. We got to get the congeniality crew back together soon. As Reynolds gets the catch there, gets out of bounds to stop the clock, but does lose a yard. So not a lot to be gained there for Reynolds owners besides the PPR point.
Rossi and Glash will be with you guys for Falcons at the Bucks at 2 o'clock. Glash and ZT will have you for Texans at the Bears at 4. And then Chirag and Julian will slide in for that NBA pre-lock. So seen some baseball questions, seen some golf chatter. You guys have NBA questions, talking sports betting or DFS, bring them to the table tonight following the 4 o'clock sim, leading up to the 6 o'clock sim. Those guys will have it for NBA pre-lock.
Oh, buddy, we're going to have everyone's favorite segment of the Sims because it's Patriots talk time, and I actually love this deal. I love the hell out of this deal. Former tight end Jonnu Smith, 4 years, $50 million with the Patriots. CJ, thank you for dropping that into the chat. Schefter tweeted it out not long ago. Dude, I love Jonnu Smith. I love his run after catchability. I love him in the red zone. As speaking of guys, like the red zone, it's a touchdown, but it's not going to stand. It should be Bobby Woods for 6, but it looks like it's going to come back. It looks like it's going to be a hold on that man right there. Yes, cheating on the Rams. Whew.
Let's go. My question is, does it – the tight ends were nowhere to be found in that offense last year. And talking with Matt Chatham last night, I said, okay, what is does the Cam signing, does that help or hurt trying to lure big target pass catchers to New England? He said actually he thought it would hurt a little bit. But I'm telling you what, Jonnu's not going to say no to this money. $31 million guaranteed. Also, we don't know for sure if Cam is going to be the starter. I would think that he would be coming back. It doesn't necessarily seem like a guy who would take that backup role. It's on 4th and 8 here. Could be some points for your lineup, but I don't know. I'm just so.
Are the Rams going to
smack
do it?
dab down the middle. Cooper Kupp.
Oh, Cuppy cakes into the end zone for the walk-off touchdown. Jared Goff, man, what a day he had. 300+ and 3 touchdowns now. One to each of his top wideouts. Wide receiver 1, touchdown. Wide receiver 2, touchdown. Wide receiver 3, touchdown. The Rams go to South Florida and pull out a win despite trailing by 11 points.
Unbelievable.
Oh, I love it. I love it almost as much as
400 yards.
Smith signing. Oh,
400 yards for Goff, and as time expires, the go-ahead score, man.
Oh.
The game that started with absolutely nothing. The game that started like just a wet fart in your diaper and you can't change your diaper, it ended up delivering the goods. 400 yards for Goff, 3 touchdowns, 17 to 23 for 2, 154 yards, 2 touchdowns and a pick. But my God, okay. That's how you start a Monday, dudes.
Yeah, I don't like as great as Josh Reynolds was. Do we give the crusty cough to Goff for hitting 400 on the nose?
Do it. Just do it. I mean, please.
I mean, that was a comeback win. That was if you were into quarterbacks win stats, that's a game-winning drive, a fourth quarter comeback, and 400. Jared Goff, man, you did it. You proved us wrong. You looked like you were going to be absolute garbage in this game, and yet here you are, absolutely lighting up the scoreboard.
Yeah.
Oh, and look at these terrible rushing numbers. You know what? The crusty cough should go to every single running back in this game, but instead, I think we got to give it to, I don't know, Albert Wilson was pretty bad too.
But Breida, what did Breida cost? Because that's how you can kind of break this one down.
That's true. Yeah, you know what? Yeah. Breida was up there, and he's usually a pretty reliable performer.
Here we go. So Breida was 9,000 in the flex, and gave you less than 6 points. So go ahead and just give it to him. Then it makes total sense.
The babysitter Billy, not my kid award winner in this one. It's got to be. Look at that.
Patrick on the ops team adding up some final stats right now for you guys. But Henderson, you called it in the beginning. He is a PPR machine. 7 catches for 43 yards. And then Reynolds, 139 receiving yards on 6 grabs and a tutty. Wood, 6 for 76 and a tutty. Kupp making up for, mostly a slow game, 4 catches, 60 yards and a touchdown. Gesicki with 1. And we can't forget about our boy Shaheen.
Shaheen, yeah, who looks a lot like Mike Gesicki, because 88 and 80, when you got your arm like this, look very similar. And, of course, we're not going to double check. We're busy talking about whether or not bread bowls and jelly donuts are sandwiches.
Hey, today we learned the bread bowl came before the sandwich, like hundreds of years before the sandwich. Why did it take so long for people to discover a sandwich? You would think with bread and people dipping it in soups and just always eating the animal, like over there in the corner on the farm, that you would put that on bread. But I don't know. Maybe I'm just like way ahead of my time here.
Yeah.
Damn, Albert Wilson, had nothing. Like, I am looking at my captain spot. There is a freaking bagel there.
0. It's a 0. And so where do you end up finishing in the contest?
So right now, if scores hold, I'm taking 113 out of 129 in the turn your head and Goff contest.
95th for me. So not
okay.
Good for one of us. But hey, if you want more insights like that fantasy insight, or you want to know what I think about Jonnu Smith going to the Patriots, I'm absolutely going to be writing about how much I love that deal tomorrow. That'll be on Wednesday's post route. But today's post route, all about the Saints, all about free agent storylines to follow. You can subscribe for free. Postroute.substack.com.
Yep.
Thrice weekly, we hit your inbox with NFL knowledge and other stuff. Like, hey, on Friday I did a hard seltzer review, and I'm not a hard seltzer guy, and I found some stuff I like.
I could do it. I could bathe in that stuff every once in a while. 2-way tie for first if scores hold in the free showdown. Santa Claus. Ho, ho, holy. You're finishing in 4th. That's what I'm getting at there. So good duo coming up next. Everyone get your lineups filled out. Falcons at the Bucks. Great game. There could be a bajillion points scored in that one. Glash and Rossi will have the call for you guys. For Christian DeAndrea, I'm Emerson Latzia. We love you guys. Thomas on the 1s and 2s. Producer Madison and Patrick on the ops team. Thank you, everybody. I will see everyone back here tomorrow morning. 11 o'clock, we're going to have that big show on YouTube and Twitch on the Dream Stream, a special NCAA tournament preview show. We're going to give you the sportsbook perspective leading up to the NCAA tournament, which team is going to come out of which region, who should be on upset alert, which spreads, totals, and props the public is putting their money on. It's the Sweat March to the Tournament airing here on the Dream Stream tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock. Join me and all of our very smart analysts. Love you guys. See you tomorrow.
Well, we are live. Hello, everybody. Glash and Rossi at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Falcons, Buccaneers, coming your way in Simland. This is the DraftKings Dream Stream. Hopefully, you found the right place and you want to stay. Rossi, how are you? Happy Monday.
Happy Monday, my man. I am golden like a goose, even though I don't know any golden goose, but I just know that's one of the many things that are golden.
It was a good thing to read back in the day as a child, the old golden goose.
Yeah.
You know?
Listen, I'm reading child stories all day long. So listen, if you need any, green eggs and ham or, Thomas the Train or Elmo, dude, I know you know Elmo. Trust me, I know your relationship, but I got all the insights on his books.
Yeah. Let's just get that out of the way now, right? We got a good matchup here on paper, right? I mean, folks aren't making their lineups on paper in 2021, but that's still a good old catchphrase. Hey, yeah, there's a good matchup on paper. Look, but a lot of skill guys on the Falcons, while Tampa is significantly better. What direction did you go in? How about a captain? What do you got?
I can tell you my captain is, we're not live yet, the lineup is. So my captain, I went Calvin Ridley.
Oh,
this guy, this is a powerful matchup. A lot of points to be had. He's been averaging double digits over his last two, somewhere around the 18 mark, 15 his last, 24 the one before that. I'm thinking if we can put that in there and middle it somewhere, and he can be in the captain spot, we're looking at a big day for Mr. Ridley. He's an X Factor, all-star, bonus potential. So I like that. That's where I went.
Yeah, he's cheap in comparison to some other dudes, right? So, something, though, I could not avoid, and it's almost two. It is two.
We're in.
Rob Gronkowski in the captain spot. Saved a little money. $8,700 to captain. Got both quarterbacks in. Matt Ryan, do not let me down, because Tom never does. Tom Brady is now letting you text him, by the way.
What? I can text him?
Yes, Tom Brady is starting a new thing where you can text him and interact with Tom via text.
I'm good. Pass.
Kind of like what Jimmy Butler did a few years ago when he threw out his number in the press conference with the Wolves.
I think that was real. I think this is phony. I'm just going to say it. I'm saying it.
Okay.
Listen, I'll just say I have Tom Brady's dad's number if you want to talk to him.
Oh, Tom Sr.
Yeah. He doesn't appreciate when you call, though. Just like
nice fellow. Okay. So, some other things to get to, actually, before we keep going. Be sure to join us here tomorrow. We know March Madness starts on Thursday, but come to YouTube and Twitch Tuesday for a special NCAA tournament preview show. We're going to give you a sportsbook perspective on which team is coming out of the East, the West, the North, the South, who could be on upset alert, which spreads, totals, props the public is putting their money on. The Sweat march to the tournament Tuesday, 11 a.m. Eastern Time, right here on the Dream Stream. So please join us here tomorrow. Emerson, Jesse, Kenny Ducey,
Julian
Edlow, Matt Meiselman. That's the four.
Boom!
With, Emerson, Jesse, whatever. But the four experts that you need the info from. I studied my flashcards. I got all the right analysts. Rest of my lineup, and then we'll get the rest of yours. So I played both quarterbacks. Matt Ryan, don't let me down. Chris Godwin. And, Mr. Zacchaeus, you have a trip to Simland today, Mr. Zacchaeus. You are the wide receiver for Mr. Zacchaeus, but please, voucher a touchdown for Mr. Glasheen. Okay, Mr. Zacchaeus?
Oh,
Thank you. Yeah, that's very good. All right, what's the rest of your lineup looking like?
My lineup looks like... Sorry, I thought there was a big signing in the NFL. I saw a signing, but it's just Kevin Colbert staying with the Steelers for an extra year. Moving right on. There's a guy who knows how to get a receiver, though. Ridley's in my captain, as I mentioned. Stack the quarterbacks. Russell Gage, Chris Godwin, and Younghoe Koo, because you got to get a kicker in there, Glash. Come on, dude.
Rookie move on my end. There's Shady McCoy.
It really is. Come on.
So... Tom Brady's former team, the New England Patriots, they are continuing to make moves. Jonnu Smith in the news, of course. Patriots now interested in Matt Judon, this according to Mike Garafolo, and Ian Rappaport. That's just coming off the wire 4 minutes ago.
Let's go. Get him all. Load up. Oh, Don Brady doing the Humpty dance when getting a sack.
You'd know a thing or two about that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The other news, of course, is Tom Brady's current team, Shaq Barrett was one of the first pieces of news to break after the noontime hour that he is staying in Tampa. 4-year extension for Shaq Barrett to stay put. They are loading up to what's the way? Run it back. They're going to run it back in Tampa, but they can't pay everybody.
I want to say one thing about the term "run it back" that you're seeing everywhere across the league.
Yeah,
I don't think you can say it unless you were a really good team. Like, you don't, like, with all due respect, I know we reside in New England and are fans of the Patriots, but, like, I don't like the Cam signing. It's like, run it back. It's like, nah, don't run that back. Let's be better than it. Or, like, for the Buccaneers, run it back. Aaron Jones, run it back. Went to the NFC title game. Sure. But if you're, like, 5-11 team and you re-sign, it's like, I saw people, like, hashtag run it back. It's like, no, let's put that thing into overdrive or whatever the analogy would be, or let's hit run it. Let's get some high intensity training going on there. Like, I don't know. I just think it's foolish to say that, and I think you look kind of dumb. But again, you just selling the multi-year contract, so what the hell do I know? I'm just sitting here commentating on a sim on my child's high chair. So what do I know?
Well, you said Aaron Jones. That's kind of a weird one, right? To, like, run it back as a running back. You are indeed running out of the backfield. We got a catch for Julio Jones. Tampa just punted. If you're just joining us, it's great to have you here on the Dream Stream. It's a Monday. Freezing cold here in New England, but we're in sunny, virtual Tampa Bay. But yeah, the Bucs can say, let's run it back. They just run the damn thing, right?
Sure, they can. I think if you were a good team of right on the cusp, go for it. Yeah. I just think if you're re-signing, if you're on the Falcons, re-sign, like, run it back. Like, not like Dak. Like, I know he didn't say it, but, like, let's run it back, boys. Like, how about just let's go? Like, Dak's message is more like, this is for the future. I like that. But not run it back if you're like a 500 team. Didn't make the playoffs.
Right.
Obi-Wan says, run it back. Let's go. Like me, I've been absolutely horrendous. I've been having, like, bottom third finishes on Simland. So my lineup today, I should just tweet it and be like, run it back. Here we go.
How about as DraftKings Dream Stream hosts, are we allowed to say, as March 28th nears the 1-year anniversary, are we allowed to say, hey, we're a year in, let's run it back? These have worked, right? We have been a success story. Are we allowed as a crew, as a media group, the DraftKings Dream Stream, or are we allowed, Rossi, in your opinion? Because you have now set the standard. Are we allowed to say, let's run it back, another year of Sims?
I will never tell you what to say. I will just judge what you say from a distance because I'm a jerk. No, I would say sure, but I don't know if it's running it back because it's just the next day, right? Like, we're coming off 6 Sims on the 27th, the 28th. I think it is, sure, I think you absolutely can use it, and it will be funny. And I want you to be the one to use it, especially because you know, Emerson, Reed, and a couple of guys are day one dudes. Like, you've been here before the Dream Stream. I came, you know, jumping on the bandwagon, holding on by my short, heavy body. Luckily, had enough upper body strength to pull myself onto the wagon. So, yeah, run it back, dude.
I might say that after every sim I work. You know what? I'm going to come back tomorrow. Let's run it back.
I'll be back tomorrow or next time. Ooh,
oh, that's Hayden Hurst.
No. If he gets a catch in this one, you deserve to win.
Zacchaeus?
Yeah.
Okay. He's 1.76% owned in the public showdown. The top 5 owned in the free showdown: Brady, Jones, Julio. Rob Gronkowski third, Gurley, and then Matt Ryan. Monster 01 says, wow, a split second of Steelers news, and now for 8 hours of Pats news.
The Pats Wire on the DraftKings Dream Stream.
Too many Patriots honks host these sims.
So, I mean,
that is the last big piece of news. The Patriots are making a push for Matt Judon. That is from Ian Rappaport, blue check mark. That is the latest.
And, like, do you really want us to break down the GM's 1-year extension for the Steelers? Like, he's maybe the best GM in the league.
Todd Gurley touchdown.
Damn. I was hoping he was going to be a fade day for Gurley. Neither one of us.
Gurley.
I thought you didn't.
I did.
Well, what do I know? Well,
so
for me,
the Steelers GM got an extension?
Yeah, Kevin Colbert.
Okay.
I call him the receiver guru because he finds ways to find excellent receivers. He's, that's the latest news. So like, yes, the Patriots are kind of uncharacteristically, as they say, going into this offseason, trying to make moves. Everyone's kind of on pins and needles. What's going to happen with Deshaun Watson?
Yep.
Russell Wilson's in the news. We'll see what happens there. The Bears seem to be trying, but the actual signings today are more focused on the Patriots, obviously, and the Juice staying in San Francisco, but that was yesterday. Just much love for the fullback.
Well, you're right, highlighting how the Steelers have nailed picks at the wide receiver position, but in terms of like, oh, what a gutsy call by the GM to bring back Ben Roethlisberger. It doesn't, I could have done that,
And Roethlisberger is paying them to come back, which is...
JL with a Buffalo Bills logo says, maybe I just don't want to hear Patriots updates for now. Oh, fine. JL, when Stephon Diggs was brought in via trade, you probably wanted to talk about that for hours, right? We weren't here yet. Of course you would have done that.
Listen, I'll tell you right now, if there's big news from any team during the next 51 minutes or so, because we got our guy TP, challenge is on. No, I'm just kidding. You do you think, TP. But I'm sure Glass will be Glass or myself. I think I called you Glass, and I call your first name wrong. I might as well just not even say your name. I think we'll probably break it down.
Okay. We will.
Or maybe we'll just talk Patriots. Maybe we should, hey, big news, like Odell Beckham traded, so the Patriots signed Jonnu Smith.
Yes, Jordan Lindenbaum. Gronk, who just made a catch, is the third highest owned in the showdown. El Paso #1. What's good? Stephen Roach. Problem Kid Gaming. Obi-Wan, you shouted him out. Mike Drumma, Captain Gurley, nice work. Michael Irvin, I have no idea. San Diego State is a tough matchup for Syracuse. Oh, nice catch by Mike Evans. Out to the 40. Tom from our production team says, hey, Glash, I'm not too sure what's happening, but you got rainbow reflection going on by your eyes.
He's gold. That's why, baby. He is gold. The end of the rainbow.
Do you like it? Or are you trying to criticize my appearance?
Oh!
Evans again. This time on the left side.
Nice catch and run, man.
It looks like a Snapchat filter, says producer Madison.
Dude, just get off the sim, go film a TikTok with that thing right now. Like, you're good. Say you have to go to the bathroom or the fire alarm went off again, whatever it may be.
That was last week, wasn't it? Wow.
Yeah. I didn't watch it live, but when I saw you tweeted, I immediately went on to the Dream Stream Rewound. Hilarious.
Honestly, shocked it hadn't happened earlier than that. There's Gronk again. Because typically, when someone screws up cooking in the kitchen in a big apartment complex, it happens at 2 or 3 in the morning. Late night munchies. In this case, it was lunchtime. And I'm like, oh, time to go. Gotta go, producer Madison. 2nd and inches, they get the first. Jared Kilgore. Rossi, you can go first. Thoughts on daylight savings?
Overall, hate it. Right now, the day after, I'm fine. It's going to be past 6 o'clock bright. I just don't think we need it overall. Like, I don't get it anymore. It's not like, kids walking to school or the farmers and all that. I think we've gotten to a time where there's so much more than sunlight that is going to help us grow plants, and the extra daylight doesn't necessarily change if you just keep it the same way all year long.
Oh, touchdown, Chris Godwin. Salute to the God win.
Big ups to God win on that one.
Pausing effectively.
What are your thoughts on the old daylight savings time? How did you feel yesterday?
I slept in pretty late. I went golfing on Saturday, walked a ton, played 27 holes of golf on the Cape. It's a great time.
Good for you, man.
So got a lot of steps in, bright and early. So my legs were mush by the end of the day. So I was planning on sleeping in regardless on Sunday. Slept till 12, but it felt like 11.
Wow.
Yeah, I know. You have a child. You can't do that. So I'm sorry that I'm like
no. Don't
rubbing it in.
Sorry.
I wish I could do that.
No. Don't worry about a thing, dude. I was up at 4 a.m. yesterday morning and didn't go back to sleep. It just happens. But to me, I'm just energy. Like, I just drank a boatload of water and just keep it moving. Can't complain about it. Can't change it.
Yeah, man. Just think about it. About an hour from now, you can play with that Play-Doh.
Oh, I can't. Oh, it's actually still in the package.
Oh.
We'll see. Maybe I will.
Or return that Play-Doh.
Yeah, no, my wife comes back and goes, like, my family is not here today. We'll just say that. And so they fled. But, like, they come back and there's all Play-Doh set up. Be like, who did that? Be like, oh, our son did. Well, he was at your mother's. Oh.
Yeah, we had craft day to celebrate daylight saving.
It's a Dream Stream thing.
Wow.
Good times.
Yeah, first quarter's already over. That was fun.
Yeah,
we just covered a lot, I think, in 8 minutes of simulated football.
That's it. Good night, everybody.
Matt Ryan, 6 for 6, 91 yards. Tom Brady, 7 of 8, 87 yards. Yes, hydrate. Everyone
Will do.
Hydrate.
Yeah, it's a big part of your life, dude. I think we should all drink more water.
I mean, you should. It's not that hard to go to the bathroom. Just get up and go. You know? It's not. I mean, that's what it comes down to. People don't drink enough water because they just have to go to the bathroom so much.
Okay, I like that.
It's true, though. That's why people don't drink enough water. It's like, oh, I don't want to have to go to the bathroom. I'm driving.
I never thought of it that way. I thought just sheer laziness or not knowing how much they're actually drinking per day.
I think if people start drinking more of it, they'll come to notice, oh, I have to go to the bathroom a lot. Well, it's not that hard, is it?
No, and it's a nice little break. Break up your day.
Yeah.
Hey, I don't want to be doing this much longer. Oh, I got to stand up. Let me go tinkle.
Unless it's the movie The Hot Chick, you might struggle.
Well, if you're into, hey, listen, you do you out there. Just go to the bathroom, drink water. Take the bathroom stuff out, drink more water.
Yeah. Exactly. The 21st century smoke break. Very good.
Ooh, love
Tom.
that. TP.
Tech director Tom. Todd Gurley, 2 catches, 26 yards. Julio Jones, 2 for 28. Godwin, 2 for 24 and a touchdown. Gurley ran one in for the Falcons. Gronk has 2 for 17. Hayden Hurst, 2 for 37. The name of the free roll, by the way, is who will retire first, Matt Ryan or Tom Brady?
Gut instinct says Brady.
It's a fair question.
It is a fair question, though, because, Matt Ryan probably, last year in Atlanta, unless things run it back and they're good. New coach, new situation there. We'll see what they look like. But I think, Brady maybe at most 3 more, well, let's say 4 years, just for argument's sake. Matt Ryan should be in the league, unless injuries, and we don't want to see that for either player, any player, but should be around for another 4, 5, 6. But hey, you never know. That is a fair question.
I mean, Matt Ryan's 35. If he was like 37, I'd give Brady a chance to outlast him. 35 is still pretty young.
But it all depends on situation. You also have to, the thing that, coming to realize, I'm sure, with your interactions with athletes and things, sometimes the fire just is gone. Sometimes he may go, let's just say he becomes a backup. Like Joe Flacco, I don't know what his situation is. But that was the same draft, and he could if someone told me tomorrow Joe Flacco retired, I'd be like, oh, that stinks. Had a run, had a nice Super Bowl, was highly criticized, got paid a ton. But okay, the same age. Could happen.
Mm-hmm. Travis Anderson says, Glash is demand. Did you happen to rob a bank today? Nope. Rossi's choking on his water now, I think.
Wait a second. Can we break that down just for a quick second? Glash is the man. Did you happen to rob a bank today? Now, I know it must be a comment on what you're wearing, but still, what ridiculous. Yo, Glash, you're the man. Hey, by chance, you robbed a bank today?
Because if you did, you're even more of demand.
Yeah, does that make him, you're so demand, you're criminal. That's great. No, maybe you're planning on doing it after the 4th. Do the late robbery style?
Yes. Got to get some shekels to play NBA tonight.
Yeah, that's the only bank he's robbing, baby.
With all this news about the Patriots today, I would like to plug the old TikTok. Bill Belichick having meetings with his dog Nike. Video footage of the dog and the head coach, which is maybe why I'm wearing what I'm wearing right now and never changed. So go check it out on TikTok. 2nd and 14. That ball is complete.
Flash, where would people find you on TikTok?
At Brendan Glasheen. First name, last name. Russell Gage with the catch. 3rd and 6.
Nice catch. Get him in there. There's Gage, another guy like, Julio, obviously the stud in this offense, but I'm hoping, good defensive backs, especially on the latest update for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I was hoping that 2 and 3 would explode. These guys like the lineman go back. Oh, come on, Matt. I've never seen a lineman go down, defensive lineman. The line reassessed there, and Matt Ryan still couldn't find a receiver. Good defense there, clearly.
Yes, Monster 01, that is the news for sure. Younghoe Koo, who you rostered, coming up.
Come on, baby. A few more yards would have been a little better. Let's see. 44. Ooh. Baby. Yeah, he's good. I still believe the best kicker in Madden.
You don't believe that.
In Madden, in these games, I've noticed that, I don't know if it's just the stalling out potentially of the Atlanta offense, but he seems like, we did this the other day, and like Jordan Lindenbaum lit me up. He's like, he stinks, but he might. But I will say that it just seems in the games that I call with Koo, he kicks, average about 2 field goals. So I'm hoping for double digits right now with that around that 5, a little over 5. So we're halfway there, baby.
JL says bathroom breaks are not good for some people in a work environment where you have to badge in and out of the location every time. Okay. Jimmy Jones says it's not criminal to rob a bank. Banks rob the people every day. It's only criminal to rob small businesses.
I don't believe that's true. Just going to throw that's not factual.
Producer Madison also reminds us the DraftKings does not recommend nor support the robbing of banks. That's important to clarify.
Yeah, we just want to make sure you are all aware. And we also, as individuals, I do not stand by bank robberies.
But we can talk about them and theorize what would happen if we did.
Yeah, like I would, if you were to, I'd want to be a part of the one that Joker did in the beginning of The Dark Knight, because it was the most set up, ridiculous scenario in the history of movies. If you ever watch that scene of the Dark Knight again, just watch how everything had to hit perfectly. So.
Technical director Tom says just reference the town for the rest of the sim. Great movie. Hey, good energy in the sim. It's a good energy here in the sim. We're talking about robbing banks. You guys are, getting robbed of points because Younghoe Koo's kicking field goals. Matt Ryan's taking sacks. Tom Brady, X Factor seems to always be lit. It's 3rd and 4. And, is that enough for the first? I don't think so.
Nah, it's going to be short. Did they get aggressive here, though? Ramp it up.
Ramp it up by hitting that like button as well. Ramp up the like total. We're at 158 for the day. About 500 watching on YouTube. We have another punt. Midway through this second quarter. Great audience on Twitch, as always. About 60 people watching. First time playing Fortnite says, Rossi says stack the kickers to get himself a leg up on the competition.
You know it. Got to get as much height as I can. Hater. Just want to clarify. He says, don't hate on The Dark Knight. Clearly was not hating. Just letting you know that it is the most ridiculous opening scene maybe in cinematic history, with the way things had to play out, especially the part where they pull out a bus, and there's a whole line of buses there, and they're in the middle of it. Moving on.
Dennis says Dark Knight was overrated and stupid. You take that back.
Anybody can say something's overrated, fine, but stupid. Come on.
But Dennis adds the town was good to great.
See, I would reverse the two. I think personally the town's overrated. But that's just one man's opinion.
I mean, really. I kind of agree. How the hell are you getting out of Fenway Park? Come on.
There were so many missed shots, and I know that could be a thing with all movies, but these are not superhero movies or something where it's we're trying to play. These are supposed to be just bank robbers and cops. If you watch that scene, they're just missing each other feet away. Just bullets, just not even close. Like, at least get a shoulder or something. Snip an arm. Make me feel like I can believe. I remember in that scene, in the movie theater going, that's it. I already ate my popcorn like 2 hours ago. I could leave.
We're about to hit the 2-minute warning. Dennis says, sorry. Oh, don't say sorry. I don't care. I have a take. It's your opinion. I really dislike Nolan as a director. I hated Prestige and Inception.
Oh, Dennis, here's the deal. At Jason D. Rossi, slide in my DMs on Twitter. We're going to do a watch party of Inception, and I'm going to make you love that movie. Just me and you. Just a couple dudes watching a movie over Zoom or FaceTime or something.
We have breaking news.
Ooh. This is breaking news on the DraftKings stream.
Sarah Privatera at 2:23. I have a 2:30 to 3 o'clock meeting. Second text. If you could not yell.
Okay, immediate response.
How do we feel about this?
I feel like you have to yell now. I hate to be that guy, but like I feel like there's something has to happen. Maybe naturally. We could have a big play. Like, what are you just going to go like, and there it is, a 70-yard walk-off bomb. Congrats to the team that we choose that just threw said fictional bomb. Like, no, you're going to get all fired up.
I think you're right. In.
Probably Kid Gaines says Rossi comes for the movie, stays for the popcorn. Dude, I miss movie popcorn so bad.
Jeff, formerly of Game Ops, I think formerly of Game Ops, says, gotta break into the Hey Ya by Outkast after that breaking news. Jordan Lindenbaum, Heat, the best cops robber bank robbery movie ever.
Oh, I don't know about that. I don't know. That's tough. I'm going to say no, just because I already just said I think the movie's overrated, but I don't have another one to put up there right now.
Oh, this is not good. That's fine if you rostered this particular player.
Oh, okay.
Buggy Boo on Twitch says the reason for my absence, my uncle passed away over the weekend.
Sorry to hear that, Buggy.
Sorry,
Boo.
Buggy.
Thinking of you, man. Thanks for being here today, and hopefully that we can bring a little bit of distraction and a little bit of joy, a laugh, or just make you scratch your head like, what are these two idiots talking about? Well, at least I'll say one idiot. Glash. Sorry to hear that, dude.
I was thinking someone else, actually.
It's weird, right?
Well. Oh, we got a touchdown.
Oh! Line up the Hurst. Yeah.
Hurst
Get her ready.
With the burst. Get my yelling in now. 5 minutes for the Zoom. Touchdown, Falcons.
Love it. So Hurst gets down the middle, touchdown here. Pretty action-packed first half so far. It'll be 17-7. There's Koo just being the man, just booting them in. Jordan says, name a better one. The first one that always comes to mind, I guess what I would say, Heat. But I'd have to really think about it. I apologize. My head is just so in the game of the sim. Oh, yeah. Peace of Mind says it too.
Atlanta up by 10. Bucks have 3 timeouts, getting the ball. Still 54 seconds to work with. Eric Court says, fire up the Hurst. All right, here's Dennis. Dennis defending his take. I like this. I like how there's a little bit more context behind the opinion. This is what we need here to get a better understanding. Glash and Rossi. My issues with Christopher Nolan, especially in the movies Inception and Prestige, is that he makes viewers work too hard to comprehend what the hell is going on. I did like Memento, though. That's it.
I'm laughing because he likes Memento, but not Inception or Prestige in his description of it. Memento is the most mind-boggling one of them all. Memento literally makes you rewatch the movie and make you think while rewatching, and there's no direct response. Like, that's awesome, dude. Listen, I get it, Dennis. It's like, some of us just want to be entertained straightforward. Other ones, they leave a lot more thought process. I actually don't believe Inception does that. But again, that if you want to slide in those DMs, Dennis, we'll watch it together. Holding hands, virtually.
Here's Brady on 2nd and 6. Delivers to Godwin. Good for the first and a timeout. Tater Hater puts Marv voice. Glass Sheen sleeping on the couch for 3 nights. Probably. Good thing I read that before 2:30.
Just going to say.
Marv is in the chat. Yes! Falcons touchdown.
Who doesn't get enough credit? Kenny Albert.
Yeah. Marv's.
I don't know. I used to know. I think it's his younger brother. It's probably his son because we both said it. Yeah, it's probably his son now. While you do that, like he has very similar pipes, just not as
son.
Like, okay, so not as grainy of a voice, but like right there with him. Excellent play caller.
Yeah, he's great on hockey.
He's great in hockey, football. It's like the Fox 8th boot.
Yeah, that's what makes it interesting, right? Because Marv is the voice of the NBA, and then Kenny does the 2 other different major sports.
Mm-hmm. And I think Kenny, don't quote me, did baseball for a little bit, or may still.
He still does on Fox. Yeah, he does everything.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
Versatile.
He is. Which must be really hard. And I think that's the thing that people, that's what I meant. Like he gets, like no one, like Marv, obviously the voice, obviously, especially back in the day, NBA on NBC.
Tom, all the time, dude.
Oh!
I thought he missed his man. That was Shady
Me too.
McCoy.
But no time.
No one comes back for it.
I thought so too. Nice touch on that ball. What a way to go to the half.
Yeah, no points, but we'll take the fantasy points. No points on the scoreboard. Okay, well, it's almost 2:30. Gotta keep it down.
Okay, so I see you.
Relationship.
Yeah, Jordan Lindenbaum. I see your comment, and I agree. He said he saw Inception in the movies, but never since. Have to watch it again. You will enjoy it. I went to see that movie in the theater and literally left that theater saying, I think I just saw the best movie ever. Stepping away.
Matt Ryan, perfect in the first half. 16 of 16. 235 yards and a touchdown.
Wow.
The whispering doesn't mean you need an accent, Brendan. You're right. Tom Brady, 14 of 16. 157. And a touchdown. No picks.
Incredible first half by both players. Matt Ryan well on his way to the bonus.
Patrick updating scores valiantly.
Love you, Patrick.
Todd Gurley, 5 carries, 22 yards and a touchdown. Shady McCoy, 1 for 16. Leonard Fournette, 1 for 5. To the receivers.
Good job. I don't know why I'm whispering. I have no reason to.
You're coming through my speaker, though.
Oh, okay, then I will be extra quiet.
You're doing great, sweetie. Patrick, stop chatting in YouTube and move it along. All right, here we go. Receivers, tight ends. Hayden Hurst, 4 for 82 and a touchdown. Todd Gurley, 4 for 40. Chris Godwin, 3 for 33. 3 for 33 and a touchdown. Scotty Miller, 3 for 36. Russell Gage, 3 for 56. Gronk, 3 for 25. Evans, 2 for 40.
It's a good half so far. A lot of points here. Obviously, Hurst also on his way to the bonus clash right now. Do you think he hits it? What does your gut tell you?
I don't know. I think he will.
Okay, good. The I don't know scared me. But now, there it is.
Just a classic buffer to figure out what I was going to say next.
Where is she?
Where's Rachel? Tell me where the trigger is. And then you'll have my permission to die.
That's another thing. Going back, you want to criticize Christopher Nolan. I like how I'm doing the thing that I used to always make fun of Ducey for, because when he talks, sometimes he leans in, so you see this part of him on the camera. Anyways.
He's just proud of his new mic.
Yeah, it's just like, hey, I want everyone to know how the mic works. It's like, dude, the mic picks you up. That's why it's, 2021. But anyways, yeah, if you want to criticize Nolan, it should be his Batman voice. What he made Christian Bale do. Could you imagine the amount of Ricola on the set of The Dark Knight?
You're the hero. I live long enough yourself become the villain.
And then they just one-up themselves and said, all right, listen, we're going to introduce Bane. So he could talk like this and be absolutely overly characteristic. It's ridiculous.
Sleepy P 524 on Twitch. Come on, Evans. Come on.
That's creepy, Glash, says Eric Court, LOL. Meh. It's not really his voice, but it's as close as I can do right now.
Right now, the leader in our free roll titled Who Retires First, Matt Ryan or Tom Brady? I'll take Matt Ryan. Smalls with 3 Z's and 3 6's. If you get 3 6's in Yahtzee, it's good. Hayden Hurst in the captain spot. Yahtzee. Brady, Ryan, Godwin, Gronk, and Gage in the flex. We're now off cam.
Yes, we are. Meh. It's actually, that's the problem I had with
Doesn't
that
matter
voice.
if we are.
Yeah, it sounded like a fifth, like Snidely Whiplash, like 1940s villain. Like he should have been pulling on his mustache, not that random mask thing they had. I'm Tom Hardy. Yeah. Oh. Like I wanted him when he got kicked to make that noise too. Whenever he gets punched. Oh. Oh.
Marv Albert makes that noise when someone has a facial.
You guys want news? We got more breaking news. Ian Rappaport, the blue check mark. We have Jason Verrett staying 1 year, $5.5 million with the 49ers. And you know who tweets it? John Lynch. John Lynch is the ultimate players do GM. He's been tweeting all the news. And Jason Verrett, by the way, very good cornerback. Just can't seem to stay healthy. But so he's back with the Niners.
Dean Murray on YouTube says, you guys are actually making me laugh out loud. Well, that's what we're hoping for. You guys can smile and have a great day and your lineups don't fail you. Matt Ryan to Julio Jones for another first down. Atlanta leading by 10. Has the ball to start the second half. Rossi, Glash, producer Madison, Tom, our technical director, Patrick updating scores. It's great to have you all with us. Yeah, Todd, churn that corner. Mr. 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 666, first place in the free public showdown with Hurst in the captain spot. Ryan, Gurley, Godwin, Gronk, and Gage in the flex. You never give the trigger to an ordinary citizen. Tell me where the trigger is. Todd May says, Glash, why were you whispering like you were enticing people into your ice cream truck?
Oh, whoa.
Now that is just...
Oh, hold on. Whoa. Todd, take it easy, bro. Ice cream trucks? No, don't do that. Don't associate the sweet, creamy treats with anything negative. I cannot wait for an ice cream in the hot summer day. And Glash can lead me wherever he wants and entice me.
More breaking news.
Breaking news on the DraftKings Dream Stream now.
We get another text from Sarah Privatera at 2:35. Capital R, space, small U, space, kidding. Are you kidding?
Wait a minute.
That's not good.
Could she hear the whispers? Was it the Batman voice?
I don't know. Maybe.
Okay. I'm very intrigued.
Yeah. Problematic.
Oh, maybe it was me. Because I'm coming through your speakers.
Yeah, it's okay. She knows my schedule.
It's good. Good point.
5 minutes to go in the third. Ryan delivers for a first down. Nice pass. Is that my boy?
Oh my
Zacchaeus?
Lord. It is.
Let's go.
Just give Glash the W right there.
Get excited for Zacchaeus. No, I really did want to.
Zacchaeus. Dr. Zacchaeus. Oh, good stuff. That's Zacchaeus. Come on, rock me, Zacchaeus.
Ryan from the 30. Another wide open delivery to Todd Gurley.
Gurley, man's been involved. Obviously, the numbers are great. He's got the touchdown on the ground, but hey, getting a couple more passes involved here as we're halfway through the third. It's only going to put a little cherry on top of your sweet, creamy treat. So now I'm really looking forward to. I might make a really crappy version here at home.
The other NFL news that broke in the last 30 minutes, Andre Roberts signing a 2-year deal with the Texans. Anyone have interest?
Oh, big news. Let's just hammer that for the rest of the game.
Andre Roberts, the move that will keep Deshaun Watson around. Doubtful.
Very much so.
Dean Murray says, wouldn't it be great if someone in Sarah's meeting had you guys on their computer in the background? I wouldn't be surprised at this point. People should know about us.
What you know about me?
Matt. Come on, Matty.
That's a big blow there. So not a lot of... well, it's good if you have the receivers. A 3rd and 27. The playbook, a little more limited. But you have to assume the worst thing that can happen here is a crossing route, or like Todd Gurley does the hook right across the middle, because they always seem to find those here. But see, have to get to the 7-yard line.
Gurley.
Baku, line them up, baby. This is what? I don't want to predict it. Just hit it. Oh, jeez. You Banks, Rossi, you're kind of weird. Maybe that's why your arms are so short, little man. Oh, okay. Jeez.
Weird flex.
Yeah. I'm sort of kind of weird. I don't like kind of anything. I'd rather be all in on something. It's Koo, baby. There it is. I told you, this guy. Give me him. I should have captained him.
Here's a guy.
Let's see what Koo's up to. There's our guy, Patrick. Lines it up on the points. Oh, I'm getting absolutely trashed in this. 106. Oh, jumped up to 87.
Back to our bank robber movie discussion. Care Bear on Twitch says they're forgetting about Point Break.
Break's a ridiculously dumb movie. Fun. Not going to deny that. But ridiculously dumb.
Point Break's not even the best surfing movie. It's behind Johnny Tsunami. Don't at me. I have to be quiet for Sarah.
Fight me if you don't believe it.
All right, Tampa.
TP and Surf's Up. I think there's multiple Surf's Up, and there was even a WWE production of a Surf's Up with like animated wrestlers. Hugh Banks, you don't have to even be playing. You can call me whatever you like, dude. It's all gravy in my book.
Nick on YouTube says JPP still has all of his fingers. Oh, he must have seen fingers when Matt Ryan was sacked on 3rd down to force the field goal.
Yeah, they didn't put the mitt on him for some reason. That, like, tennis racket arm. Which, by the way, I'm still like, that is like, you know, for a horrible situation for JPP, but like, what a cool look. Like, we think guys look cool with visors. How about just a defensive lineman coming at you with a tennis racket on his arm?
That is one way to spin burning your fingers off due to fireworks.
Oh, I try to look on the positive side here.
You know, if he's got a tennis racket for a hand and he's drinking a lot of water, you'll probably love him.
Oh, I really will. Speaking of which, I need to refill.
Dude, come on, hydrate.
No, I got the big bub over there. I'll get it in a minute.
Uh-oh. No one's home to help you.
No, hello. Go gadget short arms. If only I was a regular size boy.
Oh, this is getting weird, and I love it.
The Guru says, actually, I'm not going to repeat this because I have no idea what this movie is. And I don't know if I'm going to say something like, it's not inappropriate, but I don't know the movie, so I'm going to Google it before I do it. Responsibility on a Monday.
You probably think more to do that because you're with me.
Well, you were my OG. I remember the first time we talked, like, dude, just don't read everything you see. He's like, I got in trouble with that a couple times. Oh, good to know. Let's see. What is this? All right, let's see. Is it a real movie? It is. Okay, I can say it. Riding Giants is the best surf movie, he says. The Guru 805.
I mean, even if you just said Riding Giants, it's not that bad. I mean, that's kind of.
But all I needed to say was that's the best surfer movie, and then next thing you know, everyone's looking, and I'm over here like, oh god.
True. It could be a different kind of movie.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know these things, man. I don't know these things. And then Eubanks said, like I said, weird. You know it, dude. JL says, imagine Rossi as a T-Rex. My mind wasn't in the gutter guru. My mind was in the, thinking of just being cautious. That's all.
It's great. Seriously. Good job on your part. We've got about 600 of you watching on YouTube. If you haven't yet, hit that like button. It's great to have you. Free agency started today at noon. Oh, almost picked by Levante David. Got up there. Third quarter ends. I'll be here for the next sim with Zach Thompson. Who's playing? I already forget who's playing.
Football teams.
A couple of football teams. Brian Claremont on YouTube needs Shady McCoy.
Shady. Had the first carry of this game and then it's gone ice cold, quiet.
Rossi?
Yes.
We have more breaking news.
Oh. This is breaking news on the DraftKings Dream Stream.
9 minutes have passed since the "Are you kidding?" text.
What do we got? Follow up?
Sarah now says, it may go a little later than 3.
Uh-oh.
So don't run out and yell when you're done.
You can't do the normal. You can't do your normal thing when you're done with the sim. You drop trow and run out. And, yeah.
Usually I like to let one out like a, ah!
I usually just say, like after a game, like I'm like a coach, like an old coach who comes in trying to look hip, like doing those weird dances into the locker room after a sim. I'm like, yeah, baby, we did it. We did it. Whatever that is. And stuff like that. But that's what happens when I go off camera, if anybody was wondering. Today, I'm probably just going to, no one's here to be excited with me, but I'll try. I'll do something. I'll drink a lot of water.
Usually Sarah does this on her own, but she just tells her work what I'm up to in the other room and just says, by the way, if you guys hear some absurd noises and chanting or impersonations.
Chanting.
My roommate on the other side of that door, my roommate calls Madden on YouTube for DraftKings. So typically she does that. I don't know if that's one of those days where I'm being too obnoxious, where it disturbs the peace around the corner.
Dude, I have to tell you this. This is really, I find this funny. So in-laws, a lot of people. So I have a family and a little burp, excuse me. And I sometimes need help with coverage when my wife is working, like a day like today. And I think they don't really get what I do and that this is like a legitimate, job.
You don't get me.
Yeah, honestly, I have once tried to they're like, oh, you have one of those Madden games again? I'm like, no, I'm not like a guy on Twitch, with no disrespect, which is a huge thing these days, but I'm not just like a YouTuber or a guy on Twitch. It's like playing the game and talking to an audience. This is for a massive publicly traded company in DraftKings. They're like, oh, so people can bet on your games? I'm like, no. I'm calling the game, and so sometimes I'm like, hey, Saturday, you guys are around to watch Name Redacted Son, and they'll be like, oh, do you have one of your video games? I'm like, I don't even know I'm just like, yeah, I do. What do you want? And then they'll come in afterwards to drop them back off if my wife's working. They're like, how was the video game? I'm like, no, I wasn't just playing video games.
There's more to it than that.
Seriously.
Taterator, they think you're a bum.
Honestly, no, literally, my family does it too. My sister will call me at 6 and I'm on a 6 o'clock sim. I don't even know what to call them either, because I used to call them broadcasts, because I'm like, it's so much easier to say that because that's what I did previously. Now I call them sims, so they just think I'm like, oh, you're just simulating some video game in your basement, and just leaving your wife alone to do all the work. I'm like, no, this is legit. This is a gig. This is a legit job. And they're like, oh, yeah, okay. Oh, can you send us the link? Then I send them the link. They don't watch it necessarily. Or if they occasionally do, what is this? I'm like, oh, my Lord. I'm like, people can make money off of this. Big money. There are contests for big cash for these individual contests. Oh, enjoy your video game playing. True. Literally, it gets me so upset because I just don't even explain anymore. I just say, I should just now just call, I have to work for DraftKings at 6. Because I don't know how to, like, accurately explain it.
And then suddenly your credibility skyrockets. Oh, you work at DraftKings? Oh.
Yeah, exactly. Like, oh, what do you do there? Oh, that's cool. Can you get me in?
Wait, you're at DraftKings now? What happened to the video game job?
Yeah. Oh, you're finally making some real money.
Wow, you're talking about real sports now?
Well, occasionally. Lagrant says, just waiting for Rossi to move back into his mother's basement. Seriously. Like, don't you want to support your family? I'm like, I am. No, but seriously, you with the video games, you do like 10 of these a week. I'm like, oh my God. It's actually really funny because I don't remember if I was with you that day, but the day I did, I know it was with Freeze Pops because we did the McRib first time, like trying it, like for me. And like my family was here because it was around the holidays. So we did like our own little, because we were doing separate Christmases with everything going on. And they're like, what are you doing down there? Eating a McRib on like on YouTube? I'm like, yeah, but it's not like that. Like, you see, this is legit. I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah. I'm gonna have to send in my tax return. Honestly, that's great. LT says, Rossi, just stop explaining. Just tell those people it's too complicated for you to understand. Yeah, that'll go over real well with the in-laws.
Dan Russell says most Madden hosts are living off the wife at work.
Well, the smart ones are.
The smart hosts or the smart wives?
Both.
6 minutes to go. Oh, Gronk!
Dead reach! Oh. Close. I will just say this, and this is with all the jokes and ridiculous to the side. The hustle that is within this DK, like, side of things, like knowing Glash, all the efforts he's puts in here and there and everywhere, like, it is a workers, like, place. These people are not just, like, sitting around like, oh, when's the next game? Like, we got some hustlers and people that are really putting it all out there, so.
Wow. Brady, interception!
Brady, come on, man.
Jim, I don't know.
Not clutch play by Brady. Yeah, I will just say that is like, with the time, like the amount of things that people do here, it's amazing.
Oh, and on first down, Atlanta slings the pill to Russell Gage. Wow.
Jordan, good advice. I could have used all this months ago. Should have brought this up.
First time playing Fortnite, says Rossi, just ask Emerson to watch your kid. He is getting good experience with the doggos.
Oh, get out of town. There's like a great, like, comedy skit. I don't know what it is. It was like someone who has a dog trying to then watch a child, like what the differences are and how funny it is. Like, not in a bad way. Like, because, dogs are an absolute beyond handful. But it's like funny that it's like, oh, wait, like, I can't just strap a leash on this thing and just take it outside. Like a little baby. Yeah, I'll drop it off. I'll let Emerson take him for a weekend, see what happens. Baby comes back jacked.
Dan Russell, when I was broadcasting, I had notes. I came prepared. I didn't just sit there and talk food and movies and sit on the back of my head. These guys are lazy bums.
Excuse me, Mr. Russell. All I will say is, it's a little different. I caught Glash a couple Fridays ago, calling a college football game. Made one incredible call on a touchdown pass I was watching. And you know what? I would say he did all that and more. Here in Simland, it's more about the entertainment, I would say, but just one man's opinion. Oh, and also, Dan, you don't have to stay. We appreciate you watching.
Dan, you want to go to Amazon and get a Blue Yeti, a very solid microphone, $100, and then start talking into it and start your own podcast that no one will listen to.
Yeah, like mine.
Okay.
And millions of others. No, people listen. I agree. And Dan, let it help, baby. If you have some sort of, I say this to Glash all the time too. That's why I love his TikTok. I don't care if people like it, people don't like it, they criticize you. As long as you're getting your creative juices out, get them out. If you got something you want to do, let people criticize, because half the time they're just jealous. They're not outputting their creative spirits and juices. Like a good old turkey. Juices.
You know, for a while, I really thought you were a dent. The way you threw yourself after her.
Tater says... Tater says, awkward silence during Thanksgiving dinner. So, Jason, did you win your video games the other night? There's a little frustration for Ross. That is literally very close to happening. It was during the summer, and I had to go inside during an outdoor, because everyone was doing the outdoor things during the summertime. And we were putting together an outdoor patio with my stepfather-in-law and my mother-in-law. And I was like, I have a, at the time I was calling broadcaster too. And like, oh, is this the video game thing? I'm like, it's the video game thing. I'll be back in an hour. Bye. Then they came out and like, oh, how was the video game? Did you win? No, I
Oh, wait. How's DraftKings doing?
Yeah. You want to know how they're doing? Check out. All right. Crushing. That's how they're doing. It's all because of me. Whoa.
Cristobal on YouTube, following along, of course, played the Atlanta defense. Felt like it wouldn't do much. Has 7 fantasy points right now. A sack, a pick, and 7 points allowed.
If they can stretch this drive, might not really have another chance. Ooh, baby.
This is one of the worst displays by Tampa in a sim I can remember.
It's been a long time. I'm just looking at Brady's numbers. Just very quickly, I'm just going to run through some numbers before the next play. 22, 32, 16, 21, 22, 16, 21, 32, 12, 12, 9. So he scored under 10 points. It's been like forever and a day ago. And it was in a 16-8 game. Running through those, he's averaging the mid-20s.
Leading lineup right now, Mr. Goff and Moore in first place by a healthy margin, about 7 points. Russell Gage in the captain spot, Brady, Ryan, Gurley, Hurst, and Gronk in the flex.
Yeah, I wish I went Gage right now. Calvin Ridley could have used it, but look at this. Look who's lining up for the field goal, everybody. Booyah! More points by a kicker than most of my roster. Gotta love it. Dan's spouting out now. Or maybe Dan went away. Oh, Dan.
He was the one that got away.
What tune is that? Or is that just a Glash original?
The one that got away by Jake Owen. Country. LT the Great, I want a DK host movie. Seeing Rossi have to explain his video game job to his in-laws and trying to convince them is legit and important.
That would be... I probably should just start filming some of these conversations. At this point, they don't ask. They just come and take my child away and just be like, oh, here's another bad dad.
Might be a great
video games.
Might be a great TikTok angle.
Ooh.
Trying to tell everyone what I do at DraftKings.
I do have breaking news, and the Dream Stream's not going to like it.
Beepity boop 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 beepity. We have breaking sports news on the DraftKings Dream Stream with host Jason Rossi.
At Rap Sheet, blue checkmark. The Patriots have now finalized a deal for Ravens pass rusher Matt Judon. Get some, guys. 30 sacks over the last 4 seasons. Again, that's the latest news. If your team's news breaks next, we'll get you. Patriots are loading up. Uh-oh, Brady.
Hey, man.
Oh! What a play. Is that Scotty?
Scotty does know.
Maybe
Hey,
the
man.
best. Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
How come every time I just tune in, it's always about Brady or the Patriots? Can you talk about something else? I mean, what the heck, man? I'm getting sick of this. Don't even call the Brady pass to Godwin, because he talk about Brady too much.
All right. Theoretically, the Lions will win 2 games next year. There you go. That's me talking about something else. that was the high school version of me that Glash just did. A lot of pimples, a lot of ho-hos, and a lot of not talking to girls.
We have more breaking news.
Oh, this is breaking news on the DraftKings stream with Brendan Glashy. Did I say your name right? I don't know. Here he is.
After the 2nd and 5 from Brady. Okay. Sarah Privatera, I didn't know you were working early today. The meeting is with clients, so it's not the usual, oh, my boyfriend plays dress up and yells speech. Oh. Then Sarah adds,
how dare she?
You sound like a nerd on Hey Arnold.
Hey,
So-
Arnold.
I have to ask this after this play.
Okay.
Very serious question.
3rd and 5. Tom, standing tall with 7 rings. Oh!
Oh, nice D. So, how thin are the walls there? Because the fact that... Oh, she's right there. You guys can talk Morse code. No, Obi-Wan, I'm not in second place right now.
She's typing. Oh, I got a swear word. Can't read that one.
Ooh. Ouchie. Word redacted.
Let's end this soon.
Well, here it is.
Tom, wide open.
Got him!
Oh! Evans.
Oh. I was really hoping it was Godwin.
But it's not.
Oh, baby. Oh, boy. Judon gets some big old cash. 4 years, $56 million, 32 guaranteed.
Patriots spending money.
Spending cash. Good. Whoa. A little quick one there for your guy, Gronkster.
2-point conversion. This one ain't over yet. I mean, Tampa has no timeouts, but we'll play along. Fooligan says, Rossi, your ceiling needs to be painted.
What are you talking about? It's beautifully white with weird swishy things. I don't know who made this place. I just bought it. It's not have to be painted, you monster.
I'm not a monster.
Not the gumdrop. What? Onside kick.
Oh, no. Okay, good. This is the other day we had an onside kick that was actually, recovered, and then they scored and went to overtime. Not that I don't want to spend more time at the DK Center. I just don't want Sarah to beat up Glash.
So, are we ready to say that NFL free agents want to play for the Patriots, even though Tom Brady is not there?
I think money speaks. This is what's happening to a lot of teams. I got in a semi-argument with Ducey about this recently. Teams aren't going to want to sign with a team because of the prestige, like a Patriots, like a Jets. We were having our home team debate. It's going to take money now. And Patriots so far are showing that cash.
Yep, that's what it comes down to. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and be like,
Oh, yeah, Belichick's culture.
no. Yeah, they're showing the money.
There might be a little bit to it, but the money is
Little
going to,
bit.
right now, is more important because it's not a guaranteed NFC title game, AFC title game, AFC's championship. Like, you're in an uphill run as a Patriot, and look at your team. So, I know some of our fans, like Bills fan, like you're kind of the class right now. So, maybe you can lure a player or two to come there, or like how you kept Milano. Like that might have been how you did it. Like, hey, look, we're good. Do
Yeah.
you want to keep playing for a good team or go get signed by the Falcons and stink?
Or they could stink here. That's possible.
Well, yeah, but you don't say that when you're selling them, Glash.
Oh, right. Yes.
Like, imagine that. Hey, man, you could stink here potentially, but would you rather stink here for less money? That's how I came here to DraftKings, and then I had to explain it to my family.
Jim in the chat says, please don't come back at 4. Good news, bad news, Jim. The bad news is I will be back.
That's it. I'm not coming back then.
Good news is Rossi won't be back. Well, that's actually
No. You know
they're
what?
both bad news.
If he said that, dude, then I'm not coming back. I refuse. I'm going to call Zach, see if he can cover for me, and that's it.
Okay. All right. Patrick's doing the final calculations to the scores. We need a player of the game, the Krusty Kaufman player of the game.
Youngwei Koo. Youngwei Koo. Don't care. Don't at me. Don't say anything. The guy kicked all the field goals needed, extra points. Touchdowns were scored, but not by the plentiful. He's getting it, and I don't care. Hayden Hurst didn't get the bonus, and it's embarrassing. He needed 8 yards. He got 6.
Right.
No bonus in the receiving. I'm upset. It's Koo, dude. It's a Koo day, dude. Guy had 13 points. It was owned by, nobody. 13% in our contest.
All right, so who? Oh, Jim says, LOL, that wasn't meant for you. Okay, Jim.
Oh,
Good to know. Thanks.
Jim, I redact everything I said earlier. And Rossi's Fat Cat, I see you. Appreciate you.
Jim, Rossi will actually still not be coming back.
I already texted Zach, so he's going to cover.
Yeah, too late. Who's the Not My Kid?
See, this one I was struggling with a little bit, but I'm going to give it to Julio Jones. 4 grabs, 43 yards. Monster in these sims, just didn't do the trick. I'm sure there's other players people can yell and scream about, but a guy that has that high of ownership, one of the best players in the league. Evans was right up there before, but he scored the last touchdown. So Julio, Not My Kid.
Our pal, Obi-Wan. It's over, Anakin. I have the high ground. Obi-Wan tied for first in the who retires first, Matt Ryan or Tom Brady free roll.
Say that 5 times fast.
Who retires first, Matt Ryan or Tom Brady? 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 Who retires first, Matt Ryan or Tom Brady?
And you added the part where came in first in the who's going to retire first, but you did good. Either way, you're a professional.
Okay, I cheated. Happens in New England.
Oh, whoa. How dare you?
I don't know what you mean. Gronk in the captain spot. Brady, Ryan, Gurley, Hurst, and Miller. Scotty Miller had 98 yards.
Can't repeat those lyrics here. Oh, wait a second. Patriots, another signing.
Get out.
Jalen Mills to the Patriots, 4 years, $24 million. Patriots all day long, Dream Streamers. Wow. $9 million guaranteed. He kind of stinks, but hey, we'll see.
Jalen Mills.
Yep.
Only 9 guaranteed.
Yeah, because he's not. Hey, listen, this is these are the signings I'm used to. Get a guy in that middle part and see if you can, put him in the system and see if he can do big things. Patriots signing dudes.
All right, there you
Drew
go.
Rosenhaus telling everybody about it.
So until another team decides to wake up and spend money, we'll talk about them. But the Patriots just keep making signings.
And I'm sure it's going to happen.
Yeah. I think so. In the free public showdown, we had an 8-way tie for first. Hayden Hurst and the captain, Brady, Ryan, Gurley, Gage, and Miller in the flex. I finished in 22nd. Not bad.
You did good.
Where'd you finish?
Should have coup. 71st, baby.
Damn.
Halfway. I'm on the upper half, though. I'm on the upper half.
I thought you'd be better with all the coup points.
Yeah, the problem was Ridley was my captain, scored the lowest amount on my roster. Under 10 points in the captain. I could have went with him, but then Not My Kid, actually. Probably should have. But too late. Julio gets it. I'm not happy.
Lindenbaum, no, it's $24 million for Jalen Mills. 24, 9 guaranteed. 4 years, $24 million.
24 milli. Do we have one last update from your roommate - Sarah? She just
the last message was bleep you.
Yeah, that's not
all
good.
Caps.
It's not usually like after something, it would be good to hear something like a response, but now you're just left with nothing. So
I've set a mental reminder to not run out the door when this post game is over. We've been told by our technical director that our scores are updated now through the whole game. So good stuff by Patrick from the Game Ops team. Okay, so there will be a sim at 4 o'clock. Texans at the Bears. Rossi has been covered by Zach Thompson. That was the plan the whole time. Just so you guys know. Don't forget, also, if you are into the college hoops, join us right here, YouTube, Twitch fam, next Tuesday, which is the next Tuesday on your calendar, which would be tomorrow, Tuesday. Ooh. Technically next Tuesday, that is right. The next Tuesday to come is tomorrow, Tuesday. Special NCAA tournament preview show will give you the sportsbook perspective on which team is coming out of the North, the South, the West, the East, who could be on upset alert, and which spreads, totals, props the public is putting their money on. The Sweat. March to the tournament airs Tuesday, tomorrow, March 16th, 11 a.m. Eastern, right here on the Dream Stream. Emerson will be here at 11 a.m., joined by Matt Meiselman, Julian Edlow, Kenny Ducey, and Colin Sherwin will be here.
Sherwin.
So there you go. All right, Rossi, good time. Love it.
Excellent time. Yes. Good time, DK Sim fam.
Hope to see you again soon.
You sure will, dude. And as always, make sure to stay hydrated out there. Say positive things. Watch how much better your day is.
I will talk to all of you at 4 or slightly before 4 to discuss the sim, which is the Texans taking on the Bears. And there is a free roll available in the DK Sim Fam Friends League titled, Who the Heck Knows is going to be the quarterback week 1? Could be the same 2 guys. Starting to wonder if that might be the case. Okay, that's it. See you guys soon. Rossi, good stuff. Well, hello, everybody. Back for more Madden fun here on the DraftKings Dream Stream. Glash, and now Zach Thompson is here. ZT.
What's up? How's it
doing?
going? I'm doing good.
Yeah, we were just talking
man.
off air about the Patriots, all the splashes they're making here in free agency.
I'm not used
the
to
narrative
this.
that all the DK hosts, they just talk about the Patriots, you know?
It's true. It's true. At least there's something to talk about.
Yeah, they are spending lots and lots of money. Lineups are going to lock any second. We've got the Bears taking on the Texans. I did title the free roll basically like what in the heck is going to happen at quarterback for each of these teams by week one. Get into that, I suppose. Who do you like in the captain spot?
Yeah, so I kind of had some fun in this one. Went with a contrarian play, kind of built my lineup in a different way just to try out something different. Went with Allen Robinson actually in that top spot, which isn't something I do a ton of, especially not with two running quarterbacks. Wide receivers can be up and down, but went ahead and went with Robinson in the captain spot. Did play both quarterbacks in a flex spot though. So once you do that, the cash gets a little tight. So I had to get kind of a little crazy with it and went with Kenny Stills in one of my spots, wide receiver who can show up every once in a while, can also totally be not involved and give me zero. So we'll see how that plays out for me. Who do you have?
So I put Darren Fells in the captain spot.
He is in my lineup. He is in my lineup. So I like that play.
Both quarterbacks, Tariq Cohen, Jimmy Graham, and Stills.
Okay, so we both have Stills. Interesting. Yeah, only 9% in our smaller free roll. The Who the Heck Knows Who's Playing QB for these teams week 1 at 4 p.m. created by Glash. Kenny Stills, 2-2, and does sometimes get some big plays. We'll see if that happens for us today. I have Fells and Fairbairn were the two that I did not mention as on my team. So Watson, Trubisky, Fells, Fairbairn, Stills, and Robinson is the captain for my team.
All right. There we go. Very good. Brian C. We'll get there. Brian C. I see what you put in all caps there in the chat. We've got Tom here on the ones and twos. Producer Madison. Patrick updating scores. Fidelis is wondering, what have the Niners done so far? Well, they did sign their fullback.
They did.
Last night. Use check. 5 years, 20-something million.
Yeah, they signed him to big money. Big fullback money anyway. I don't know. There's not a lot of fullbacks out there. So I think any contract that long for a fullback is kind of the market setter, right?
He's right. I was just going to say he's probably the highest paid fullback in the game now.
He's one of the
few
true fullbacks. And yeah, definitely. They use him for a lot of different things. Very creative with their play calling with use check. I like him. It's kind of fun that Kyle Shanahan's system there. Honestly, and I know we'll probably get there eventually, but I think that's a great landing spot for Deshaun Watson, who we'll get a look at here in a little bit. If that's where he ends up going, that would definitely be a very nice spot for him to hang out.
There's young Mitchell Trubisky for a gain of 5. Bears ball to open up the sim. We will remind you at halftime about our March Madness coverage here on the Dream Stream, which is coming your way tomorrow morning. Tournament begins on Thursday. Normally it would start.
You excited for that?
I'm very excited. It's great that we're having a college basketball tournament for the first time in like 800 days.
All about it. It'll be fun. Even just the conference tournaments over the last few days have kind of got me fired up.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Lots of fun. Lots of upsets. Get to see, kind of meet new players. I don't follow college basketball nearly as closely as I follow some of these other sports. So for me, the conference tournaments and a little bit before that is kind of when I start dialing in and watching some of that, and does get, this is a fun team to kind of see where they land in the brackets, and they'll break all those things down for you on that show. So that'll be a fun one to make sure you catch here on the Dream Stream. We got all kinds of stuff. After this broadcast, we've got Pre-Lock Live as well for NBA tonight.
Mm-hmm. Big slate in the NBA.
Yep.
8-game slate?
Yes, that is correct.
Yep.
Wrote up my favorite value plays over on Playbook this morning. There's some great coverage over there from Alex, and as well as I think Ducey wrote up something over there.
Stan
so
did as well.
Check that out, Stan. Yep.
Oh yeah, been digging into the NBA content today.
There you go.
Lisa Robinson, hello. Problem Kid Gaming. 3rd and 6 for the Bears. And
Winslow
a first
ruled
down.
out.
Jimmy Graham.
Just in case you're building lineups, Winslow will not be playing tonight for the Grizzlies. Back-to-back. Kind of not a surprise.
Grizzlies have a tough matchup tonight, right? They play, I just saw it. Who the heck are they playing? Jimmy Graham was only 5,400 a roster. I feel like he was a no-brainer.
Yeah. He was cheap. It was either him or Fells, and ended up going with Fells for me, just because Fells gets a little bit more consistent PPR work, more targets, more catches, consistently. Graham has had a few monster games, but not quite as consistent. Trubisky gonna run.
Careful, Mitchell.
Careful.
Memphis is
slide.
at Phoenix.
Gotta slide. Yeah, that's right. That is right. Because it's the Anthony Melton revenge game. If you are into that kind of thing.
I'm into
but
revenge.
He was not one of my 4 values. He was on the edge. He was like probably, if I had a first 4 or what is it, last 4 out for my value picks, he would have been one of the last 4 out.
Chris Adams says, hey, Glash, do you think Brady will ever get out of Peyton Manning's shadow? Peyton 5 MVPs, 3-1 record against Brady in AFC Championship games.
We can only hope.
Oh, this is just to fire me up, Chris, isn't it?
That's why I was just going to say we can only hope and move on, sarcastically.
Let's move on. Mr. Hawk says, Glasheen, is this your last game today? Yes, it is. Forever. No, I'm kidding. Just today.
Wrapping it early today.
Not against it.
Got to go and get that NBA lineup set.
Sure do. Gonna watch a little pre-lock after.
Montgomery, think he got the first down. No, gonna mark him just short, 4th and inches, which means Eddie Pinheiro probably coming out to kick the field goal here. Yeah, pre-lock live right after this.
Yep. Ed Lowe and Sherrod
back. Yeah. So that'll be great. Get their perspective on everything on the slate tonight. Sherrod's rankings are up. You can check those out as well over on Playbook. Oh, they're going to go for it. I like this call. Let's see if they can do something with it. Trubisky, obviously a threat to run this, but they're going to hand it off, and that is Montgomery easily picking up the first down.
And then some.
And then some, yeah. 14 yards for Montgomery on his 3 carries so far. Virtual Bill O'Brien. Remember when he was the coach of the Houston Texans over there on the sidelines? Getting angry. Seems like a very long time ago, that Bill O'Brien.
That, and can you believe about a year ago now when these streams started, the DeAndre Hopkins trade happened?
I do. I remember that, and we were talking. DeAndre Hopkins, not there anymore. Better enjoy him now, Texans fans.
March
David Montgomery
22nd.
with another nice run there.
March 22nd was when Bill O'Brien sent DeAndre Hopkins to the Cardinals. So we're coming up a week from today.
Wow.
That's weird, man.
Hey, it's gone well for DeAndre Hopkins. It's gone very well for DeAndre Hopkins. And Arizona, I think you would say. It has not gone so well for Billy.
Ooh. Jimmy Graham. Off to a good start on this drive.
Yeah. That was backup tight end, though. That was Harris. Demetrius Harris.
Oh, it was Harris. Wow.
Yeah.
W. German says the Texans have lost 6 straight here on the stream, blown out in a few of them. Jeremy
Bill
says
O'Brien has landed on his feet, though. We were just talking about Bill O'Brien now with Alabama. Touchdown.
There's Jimmy.
Your boy, Jimmy Graham.
Jimmy Graham delivers. Third highest owned in the flex for this contest, 47.8%.
Yeah, as you mentioned, just that very attractive sub 6K salary. Very high ownership and very good production on that opening drive from the Bears tight end. Now, what's his status? Didn't he say he was going to play one more year? At least one more year? But he is a free agent, if I am remembering correctly. I will look at that real quick.
We do have breaking news on the free agent market.
Okay.
This is now a breaking news update from Brendan Glasheen.
All right, let's go.
Adam Schefter. Joe Thuney is signing with the Kansas City Chiefs.
Gonna actually protect Patrick Mahomes this year. Cool.
So Thuney leaving New England, going to the Chiefs. Wow.
That was the Patriots franchise tag last year on Thuney, and there was some rumors that they would trade him after they slapped him with the tag, but they did not. Played out the year on that tag, and now going to protect Patrick Mahomes. It's like they learned something from the Super Bowl. They should probably not.
They had injuries, right? Like
yeah.
Right.
I mean, I'm giving a hard time, but yeah, it was injury. It wasn't like they didn't care about their offensive line, but yeah, there were injuries there on that offensive line. Now they'll have Thuney in the mix as well.
But didn't they? So after the fact, did they cut Mitchell Schwartz? Or who did they cut? Someone. Eric Fisher, I mean. Did they cut Fisher? Chiefs cut someone.
I'm sure they cut more than one somebody. I'm not sure who you're thinking of. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Jimmy Graham, by the way, just to finish that up, is not a free agent right now, Jimmy Graham. But it could be cut because they can save money on the cap if they do cut him and commit past him on the depth chart. Go ahead. Talk to me about Fisher, right? Fisher's the guy they cut?
Yep, they cut both of them. 4 days ago, the Chiefs released both starting offensive tackles, Eric Fisher and Mitchell Schwartz. The moves saved them $18 million against the cap. We also got that news last week about Patrick Mahomes restructuring his contract to free up some room. So all that leads to the Joe Thuney signing, you'd think. I think.
Yep. That would make sense. That would make sense. And a nice addition for them.
So Joe Thuney to the Chiefs. Adam Schefter reporting moments ago.
Now, this is the time of year you just make sure Shefty is on your alerts, right? Like you need him on your alerts on Twitter because lots of breaking news from that guy over the next few weeks.
Thuney is now the highest paid offensive lineman ever. 5 years, $80 million for Joe Thuney.
Protecting the most important asset for the Chiefs.
You pay whatever it takes.
I think you kind of have to. Yeah. Wow. That is a lot of money for Mr. Thuney.
So even though they're losing two really good dudes, they did that willingly to go out and ink a contract with Joe Thuney. Maneuvering the salary cap. Classic. Just like the Saints did. I mean, the Saints really put that into practice. That Taysom Hill.
Wow. Yeah, that Taysom Hill contract is new levels of salary cap, either shenanigans or maneuvering, depending on how you look at it. But yeah, just a ton of money that doesn't really exist.
All right, the stats are in. Mitchell Trubisky, 4 for 5, 27 yards, a touchdown pass to Jimmy Graham. Watson is 1 for 1.
100% completion. 100% completion rate for Deshaun Watson. Just the one attempt.
Got Patrick here updating scores. Producer Madison. TP, Tom on the ones and twos. Montgomery, 4 for 30. Had a nice big run on 4th and inches.
Trubisky, 14 yards on the ground as well. And Deshaun Watson with 10 yards on this drive for the Texans. David Johnson also with 3 carries for 4 yards for Houston on this drive, which is now at midfield. 3rd and 1 coming up for the Texans when we return to action. But first, as far as pass catchers go, David Johnson, the only catch on the Houston side, and all tight ends for the Bears. Jimmy Graham, 2 catches, 20 yards and a touchdown. Demetrius Harris, 2 catches for 7 yards on that opening touchdown drive by Chicago that has them up 7-0.
To continue the Patriots narrative here on the DraftKings Dream Stream, David Andrews.
As we have to do.
Yes, David Andrews is also a free agent, played center, has played along the offensive line in New England. He tweeted a GIF of Leonardo DiCaprio, the clapping, applauding Joe Thuney for getting his contract.
Joe Thuney's deal. There you go.
So I'm wondering, does that mean David Andrews wants a contract, not to that caliber, but something similar? Like, okay, Patriots, you got to pay me now. Because I don't know if the Patriots want to bring him in.
Hey, if you signed to that much of that giant of a deal, as we see a giant play, first play of the second quarter, Will Fuller, also available as a free agent, for the touchdown, 7-7 after this extra point. Hey, if you signed a giant contract, I'd clap for you. I'd cheer for you.
It's true.
Just one of your buddies getting paid, got to cheer for it. That's exciting for him.
Patrick Mahomes has gone to Twitter.
Oh, good. He must be feeling good.
Eyes closed, all teeth smile emojis. 3 of them applauding, probably
not just
smiling
one.
about the signing.
That is a big deal for a big man who now has a big job in Kansas City.
Congo Cap says the Knicks are going to beat the Nets tonight. We still run New York. I don't know about you running in New York, but
they dominate the back page. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, it's true.
Brother Phil says, so the Pats get Jonnu Smith and Jalen Mills.
Correct.
They lose Thuney. That's a push. That's a push at best. A net loss, probably. I know the cap savings are part of it, but losing Thuney, one of the 5 best players on the team. Yeah, I would argue he was the best player on the team last year with the punter.
But he did leave out somebody. He left out Judon, who I think is their best.
Right, Judon. He left out the dude they signed, Godshow from the Dolphins.
Yep. Oh boy,
Tariq Cohen.
Tariq Cohen.
Sir!
I don't think he's gonna. Oh, he's got it. No, he doesn't.
No.
Down at the 5.
Oh. Wow.
A huge run for Tariq Cohen, but it doesn't end in a touchdown.
First and goal from the 5. Watch Montgomery take away the score on the pitch. Here
and
goes
there
Montgomery.
he is. And he did. He did. Looked like he was going to get dropped in the backfield, but able to fend off the defender, get to the edge. Touchdown. Joe Thuney never missed a game during his career in New England. So very versatile. Can move all over the place. A really nice pickup for the Chiefs. Deals with, if they had a weakness, I think that will help solve it.
Nuke on the Twitch chat says you look like the Pringle Man.
I do? Okay. I like Pringles.
I would probably answer that the same way.
I need more of a mustache. Doesn't the Pringle guy have more of a mustache?
I don't know. Let's look. Pringle guy. Yeah. Needs to be a little more curly.
You need to curl the ends, right?
Mm-hmm. Ashley Edwards, I wasn't kidding. Yeah, the punter and Joe Thuney, probably the best players for the Patriots.
Probably, yeah. It's hard to argue that. There were a few other. Nope, not really. I can't think of anybody.
Yeah, but look, I mean, Joe Thuney getting paid is not surprising. He played on the franchise tag last year. The Patriots have a lineage here of drafting / getting dudes to play O-line, and then they get paid to go elsewhere.
They get paid big money to go elsewhere, and then sometimes they come back. I think Deshaun Watson just got tackled by his own player.
Looks like it hurt.
It looked like he got knocked down by his own guy there as he took off to run. Oops.
Right now, Tigers fan Matt is in first place for the who the heck knows who's playing quarterback for these teams in week 1. Do we think it's going to be Deshaun Watson and Mitchell Trubisky again?
No. I think and look at this.
Oh, boy.
Another big play.
Brandon Cooks.
House.
Touchdown.
Brandon Cooks with the big, long touchdown. That's the second long touchdown the Texans have. One from each of their top 2 receivers. Cooks to the house. We had Will Fuller to the house. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm in awe. I'm in shock.
Oh, okay. And then we had the big long run by Cohen in between, although it didn't result in the touchdown. Lots of big plays against 2 defenses that tend to give up big plays in Madden. 14-14, plenty of points, though.
There you go. Still 6:26 to go in this second quarter. JL loves to see it. Ashley, Irwin Fletcher says LFG. I'll tell you, hey, Brian, you still there? There's a good energy in the sim.
There you go. Good energy. Lots of good energy around here.
Kind of happy I saved it to say it now. Wow. Tater Hater on YouTube. It's not hard to see why Deshaun Watson, wants out. His own guys take him down.
There you go. Yep. That was. Hey, he turned it around on the next play, or play shortly thereafter with the big long touchdown pass. So Watson with a couple of very nice touchdown strikes. And look at this, another long run, or at least long for a first down. Trubisky with the carry there. Big plays all over the place. Can't keep up.
You played Allen Robinson, right, in the captain?
Yeah, that's not working out very well at all.
So if you wanted to play both quarterbacks and Tariq Cohen, I feel like getting receivers, was it going to be difficult? Like Fuller and Cooks.
Yeah, so I decided to go with Robinson because I felt like he was the most consistent of the bunch. But he has not shown up yet, and it's been the 2 big play receivers for the Texans, who I can't decide between because they're boom or bust. They kind of, one has a big game, the other one disappears. The other has a big game, the other disappears. But in this game, they both got big plays. At least, and we'll see. I mean, I don't think either one's in the bonus quite yet because they don't have a lot of catches, but they haven't needed a lot of catches to make those big touchdown plays. Tie this one up at 14. The 2 touchdowns for the Bears coming from Jimmy Graham and David Montgomery. They've had their own big plays, though, with Trubisky running for a couple big gains. Tariq Cohen had a big run. These defenses do give up a lot of points, I will say, both these defenses. The Bears defense has a good pass rush with Khalil Mack, but does give up some big plays in the secondary. So we see a catch there, 4th and inches after Anthony Miller stopped just short.
Go for it.
Yeah, a lot of people pivoted off of Cooks or pivoted off of, they're going to punt. I thought they were going to go for it there for a moment, but nope. Pivoted off of those big play receivers on the Texans side to go with Allen Robinson, who has not paid off yet. Still got a long way to go, though.
Here's Watson from the 16, delivers to Fuller. Gain of 8.
Fuller with another catch there.
Ricky Edwards
Watson's
says,
up to almost 150 yards now.
Ricky says Robinson has been doo-doo for a few games, is due for a good game.
Okay. Is that how it works? Cool.
We're a quarter and a half in. You never know, I suppose.
It's still way too early to call this one done. I mean, obviously it's a tie game. We've already had several big plays as we see a run there from David Johnson up the middle. The other side of that DeAndre Hopkins trade that you talked about earlier.
Right now,
the Browns have a deal as we continue. The breaking news: the Browns signed safety John Johnson, which that's a pretty big contract they're giving Johnson to fortify their secondary, which was an area they needed to address this offseason. Very nice money for him.
Their cap situation can't be great, right? Like, very limited choices they can make with all the other players they have on contract.
Yeah, they don't have a ton of space, but they are prioritizing the secondary by adding John Johnson. There's still so much time. We haven't had all the cuts yet that will happen, and so there's still a lot of maneuvering teams can do to create cap space at this point. So see how it all plays out over the next few weeks. Obviously, nothing can be agreed upon officially yet. It's all just reports at this point. We have seen sometimes some of these reports that this is what's going to happen, and then nope, they end up going somewhere else. Remember Frank Gore? I think Frank Gore was going to the Eagles one year, and then he ended up with the Colts instead. At least that's how I remember the story.
Ryan on YouTube. Anything is possible when you have our Lord and Vulture, Montgomery, captain's.
Hey.
After Tariq Cohen did all the work.
He did. 80-something yard run, at least it felt like, and then punched it in. Montgomery punched it in instead of Cohen.
We've hit the 2-minute warning. Mars Bright Burn needs Darren Fells. Rossi's Fat Cat. This is what the free roll title was for here. Could Watson be facing his next new team?
Yeah, I mean, Chicago has been one of the teams that has been rumored to be in on Watson. I think he's a good fit there. I think it would be a great move for the Bears. I don't know that they have the capital, whether that's draft capital or other players that they could include to go get him. I don't think anybody can match the Jets. If the Jets decide they want Deshaun Watson and they give up the number 2 overall pick, I think they can get him. I think they have the trump card with that number 2 overall pick. If they choose to play it, he ends up in New York. If they don't choose to play it, then yeah, the Bears are a great fit for him. And I think it's the kind of move the Bears need at quarterback. They need somebody to come in and turn things around, and they need that, that big personality, that big potential of a star quarterback. They've never really had that. And I think it's a great situation to get one if they can get Watson. But again, I just don't see how anybody can match the Jets with that number 2 overall pick, because if you trade Deshaun Watson to any team, you're assuming that they then become a good team. If you put Watson on the Bears, they're a playoff team or at least close. So then that pick is their next first-round pick. If they give you their first-round pick for the next 3 years, that's going to be in the bottom of the draft, you would think, the first round of the draft. Where you go now, Jets, number 2 overall pick, that's going to be hard to beat. Again, if the Jets decide to put that on the table. If they don't, then maybe these other teams that, the 49ers, the Bears, they've got a chance then with their pick this year that's a little bit lower. Watson looking good on this drive.
Believe he just hit Fells, or maybe it was Akins.
No, Fells. It was, yeah.
First and goal from the 8. One timeout left for Houston, 54 seconds remaining in this first half.
Just to finish up real quick, that John Johnson signing, which doesn't, not a name everybody knows, right? It's not Deshaun Watson. It's not even a Judon who everybody kind of knows. Touchdown, Fuller, second of the day.
Wow.
Fuller here, because Kyle Fuller is the cornerback 1 for the Bears. But John Johnson, just to wrap that up real quick, it's a 3-year, $33 million deal. But here's why it's important. According to Pro Football Focus, the Browns safeties earned the worst cumulative grade in the league last season. Their combined score was 48.2. That's really bad.
Stinky.
John Johnson in 2020 graded as the third best safety in the NFL with a grade of 85.3. So talk about an upgrade. You're going from 48.2 to 85.3. Whether you love PFF grades or hate them, that's a huge upgrade. You know, you can quibble with like, well, maybe they're not quite accurate on everything, but that's a huge upgrade. And John Johnson's going to be a huge help to that Browns secondary. And that Browns offense looked a lot better last year. And if Kevin Stefanski keeps him going the right way, that Johnson signing could really help solidify the defense and get them ready to take that next step and be a real contender. They almost, I mean, they were right there with the Chiefs until Chad Henne came in. Or if you look on the other side, until Higgins fumbled.
Will Fuller turning into a great play if you have him. $7,800 in the flex. And in the captain spot, $11,700. He is the captain in the winning lineup right now.
Oh, of course.
Public free showdown. Four-way tie for first. Fuller captained Watson, Cooks, Fells, Montgomery, and Graham. As Reed makes the grab for Chicago. Not Jimmy Graham.
Not Jimmy Graham.
John Delfino on YouTube. Come on, give me some Trubisky to Graham action.
All right, well, there's Trubisky. That is not Jimmy Graham. That's Tariq Cohen, I believe, on that catch.
We do have 3 more Madden Sims coming up, 6, 8, and 10 p.m. Eastern Time. Zach Thompson has a write-up on the late slate. Posted now on the DK Playbook.
Every day of the world. Go check it out.
Every day of the world.
Today's picture is DK Metcalf against the 49ers, because tonight you've got DK Metcalf against the 49ers. I will also say I did not realize this, but Jason Verrett, their cornerback, re-signed with the 49ers today, and he's in the picture too. So there you go. See, there's a little foreshadowing there. I did not know that was going to happen, but it's kind of fun. He's trying to tackle DK Metcalf, which is not an easy thing to do, in the picture there on the front page of Playbook. I don't usually play Metcalf a lot, but I like the matchup against San Francisco, and there's nobody at the top of the wide receiver pool tonight that's like one of the go-to, like, have to play guys. Speaking of wide receivers, thank you, Allen Robinson, for deciding to show up in the closing seconds. And at least I didn't have to go to halftime with 1.5 times 0 in my captain spot. I appreciate that, Mr. Robinson.
If only the AI would show some hustle. I thought he was going to get out of bounds, but he didn't. So
he did not.
He did not. 21-14, end of the first half. 209 passing yards.
Yeah.
For Deshaun Watson.
That is impressive. 209 passing yards, and he's added some rushes as well. He's still got 100% completion rate, 11 for 11. He went 10 for 10 in that quarter after going 1 for 1 in the first quarter. He's got the 3 passing touchdowns, 209 yards, as you mentioned. Deshaun Watson putting on a show. Maybe he's trying to impress his future employer here as he takes on the Bears.
Maybe. Winter Bold on Twitch says, guys, Belichick has figured it out. You address every position except quarterback.
Oh.
I mean,
well,
go far. He's got a point.
I feel like they needed all the things they've added, though. There hasn't been somebody they added that I'm like, yeah, we didn't really need to do that. No, we needed all those guys. David Montgomery does have a touchdown and 41 yards. He's the leading fantasy producer on the ground, but Tariq Cohen has 75 yards on just 2 carries. He did have that one very long run that set up the Montgomery touchdown. Fuller knocking on the door of a bonus, but not quite there yet. 94 yards. Yeah, come in, Fuller. Come in and get your bonus. 6 catches, 94 yards, 2 touchdowns. Jimmy Graham has a score with just 2 catches for 20 yards. Brandon Cooks also close to the bonus. He's got 80 yards on his 2 catches. So we can watch for those bonus players to hit. Allen Robinson, thank you for showing up. 1 catch, 22 yards there, the last play of the half. I'm not sure if that makes me feel better. Not really. I mean, I guess I'd feel worse if he had nothing. I guess. Free agent, just saying, he's out there. Will Fuller also out there, available. There was buzz earlier in the day on Patriots Twitter that a wide receiver was coming as well today. We'll see if that'll happen today or if that'll happen later in free agency or if the Patriots will go without a quarterback or a wide receiver. Just Jonnu Smith all the time. I do like that signing, by the way.
Rossi's Fat Cat, Leafy has been replaced by Lighty.
There you go.
Yeah, well,
is that an official name?
No, but we can go with it. Okay. Leafy is in her normal spot. I tried to experiment with putting the plant in this new location.
Yes.
But, Leafy was getting hurt because, we'd walk by and bump into her branches. So we were mistreating Leafy. So we had to leave Leafy. Long story short, I got a new dresser. I'm going to get it tomorrow. The old dresser was falling apart. The back fell off, so I had to get rid of it. So I am actually sitting. All I did is took my table and turned it. So now my bed is over here to my left.
Gave you a whole different perspective on life. Or at least it gave us a different perspective on your room. Yeah.
My life, though, too.
That is true. No one puts Leafy in a corner.
Seeing something here about maybe Nelson Aguilar to New England. Nothing official.
Interesting.
Rossi's Fat Cat. Bye Leafy. Hello, new star Lampy. So now it's Lampy.
Lampy. I like Lampy better than Lighty.
Yeah.
If you want my opinion, but I mean, whatever. You don't need my opinion. That was the bonus, by the way, for Will Fuller. Welcome to the bonus. Come on in. Thanks for knocking at halftime. Now you're here. Still perfect day for Deshaun Watson also, by the way. Fully expected an incomplete pass on that play after I said it's still a perfect day for him. David Johnson instead picks up the first. Khalil Mack with the tackle.
Bucky on YouTube says, let me just say this. I can't wait to see Breeze calling football games. Can I just, so Bucky, that's cool. How do we know Drew Brees is even going to say anything unique? Like, is he just going to be the buttoned up broadcaster, or is he going to really be, is he going to tell me something I don't know? Does that make sense?
So
is he going to put himself out there?
Let me put this another way. You're asking if he's going to be Tony Romo or Phil Simms.
Kind of. Like, is he just going to be like the typical crap that we hear, or is he going to tell me something? Is he going to tell me stuff that I wouldn't know? Is he going to bring something new to the table?
Romo definitely brought a lot. I mean, obviously, that's why he's considered one of the best. I think he is the gold standard right now. Who that has gone to the booth recently, are you like, nah, not feeling it? Anybody? I mean, has there been somebody who's recently gone from the field to the booth aside from Romo? I mean, Romo went right. Who?
Witten.
Yeah, I didn't like Witten as an announcer. I didn't think he was great.
I think Greg Olson did a game, or did he do studio?
No, he did a game. He did a game. Yep. I thought he did okay. I thought he did better than Witten. I like Jason Witten. Nothing against him. I didn't think he was a great announcer. And then he went back to playing. So
Randy says Drew Brees will win over his fans on his first broadcast by promising to shave his eyebrows off.
That would be, sorry, somebody's already done that. We need something unique. He said something new. He said, is he going to bring anything new? That wouldn't be new.
Because it's kind of an NBC thing where, like, they kind of tell him how he has to sound. Are they going to let Drew Brees be Drew Brees and open up? I don't know. Also, is he going to be a studio guy or is he going to be in the booth? Do we know for sure?
I do not know for sure. I don't think that was specified in his agreement. Where do you think he'd be better?
I don't know.
We've never really heard him though, right?
I feel like Drew Brees is the kind of guy who says all the right stuff, all the stuff you're supposed to say, which is good, but I don't know if he really has an opinion. Does he? If he needs to have more of an opinion on stuff if he's going to be in the studio. In the booth, it's really more no nonsense. Romo kind of gets away with it. Romo shows a little bit. He's a little unique in that sense, that he kind of jumps out of his shoes.
Wait, I'm not sure what you're talking about. Jim!
Yeah, right.
Jim! Did you see that, Jim?
I could see Breeze in the studio.
Yeah, I think.
I don't know. If he's gonna...
We'll see.
All right, let me ask. So Bucky brought this up. Bucky, why are you excited for Breeze in the booth? Why? I have no reason yet to be excited for Drew Brees broadcasting. That's my point. Why should I be excited? I'm just asking. I'm genuinely curious. What about Drew Brees that you know makes you think, yeah, I'm excited to listen to Drew Brees in the booth or in the studio? I don't know. I really don't have a good. I'm not excited for it. I'm not pumped. Ooh, I get to listen to Drew Brees today. I don't know. Doesn't really do it for me. I mean, I guess I'll watch and then make my judgments from there. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Am I crazy? I don't know why people are so excited about this. I don't really get it.
Drew Brees, Phillip Rivers, or Greg Olsen? Which one are you most excited about?
Probably Greg Olsen.
Really? Okay.
I think he'd tell better stories. I don't know.
Okay.
Randy says that he's going to be a studio guy. He's going to do NFL, Notre Dame football, and other sports. So I'm trying to remember who was the dude doing Notre Dame football. Tirico with Doug Flutie. So is Flutie going to be off Notre Dame football now?
No, you're saying he's going to be in the studio, right? So he'd be in the studio, not in the booth.
For Notre Dame football, possibly, yeah.
Yeah. I'm just going on what he said.
Tony Pagano says maybe from him after game interviews. I can't tell you one Drew Brees after game interview that I remember. Do you remember a Drew Brees press conference that was memorable?
In a word, no.
You got me there. Sorry if that was a trick question or if I'm not informed.
I can't remember very many of them. And no. Nope. I got nothing on that one.
So Mars Brightburn says, what would Tom Brady sound like in the booth? I same thing. I think Brady wouldn't say anything. I don't think he'd add anything. I think he'd say all the right stuff just to be correct.
Yeah, I will say he's not a great interview. When you hear his interviews, they're usually not that. There's not a ton of juice there. There's not a ton of,
Nope.
Even when he was on with James Corden, it was fun.
Yeah.
But it wasn't like, oh yeah, he's got a lot of opinions that I want to hear.
JL just said it there. If they said Brady in the booth, wouldn't you be excited? No, I don't think I would. He won't say anything. He won't give you anything of value. Sean Williams. I'm kind of with Sean Williams. Drew is going to stink in the booth. He has no character. And that's a little harsh, but I don't think he brings anything. I don't think he's bad. He might not be bad. I'm not sure he's going to provide much. That's all.
Hey, not to break in with more Patriots news, but to break in with more Patriots news.
Give it to me.
Dietrich Wise coming on back. I like that. I like Dietrich Wise. He played well last year. I mean, maybe not as good as the punter, but.
Second and goal. Oh,
but yeah, they do. Bringing him back, according to Mike Reese.
If anything, Tom Brady in his 20 years finally showed some personality getting off that boat after the parade. But he finally took us inside something that's normal with the rest of us.
Personality? That's one way to put it, I guess.
All right, see, okay, this is good. Brother Phil, this is an opinion.
Okay.
With actual, data. Well, Glashy, seeing how the man is only 6 feet tall, has an average arm strength-wise, threw for 5,000 yards 5 times. He must know a thing or two. about offensive football and reading defenses.
And if that's if that's what he gives us, I'm good with that. Like if he does what Romo does, I mean Romo breaks it down really well. I think more than the yelling, like surprised, like Jim, like we give him a hard time about that stuff. But when Romo breaks down defenses and what quarterbacks are looking at, and like this guy's in motion, so you can see this and this and that, like that's fascinating. That's cool.
Yep. And Brother Phil's point is, Drew has separated himself so much in that regard that he can maybe point out things to us as viewers that we wouldn't have already known. Okay, I can work with that. That is actually a reason I could tune in and be curious. Definitely. And you know what, Louis Daniel, you're right. Did we think Romo would be any good? No, that's my point. So why, because Drew Brees was a better quarterback than Tony Romo, I should be excited to hear Drew Brees in the booth? I think the fact that Romo wasn't as good, clearly, we all set a low bar, really for no reason. It's not going to dictate how good he was going to be in the booth. And what do we know? We're like, oh, Romo, I love Romo, love it. He predicts the play. I don't know.
Which he did like 3 times. Just like he doesn't do that all the time. But I do think, and producer Madison asked this, and I would be interested in your opinion. Has Romo set the bar for athletes turned broadcasters? Like, is he the best? I think he is. I can't think of anybody that I like better. What would you agree, or who would you say you prefer to, as an athlete turned broadcaster, who is better than Romo? Anybody?
I think Louis Riddick does a pretty good job.
I agree. See, I don't think of him as a player, though. But you're right. He did play in the league. I think of him much more for his front office role, I guess, because that's where he came from directly to the booth. But I agree. I like him a lot.
But no, I mean, I can't. Collinsworth, Aikman, I'd probably rather Romo.
Yeah, Collinsworth is good. I put him behind Romo, but I think I'd have him second. It's hard. I mean, he has a very good chemistry with Al Michaels. I like that booth.
I do too.
I think it's hard to, when I've heard Collinsworth elsewhere, I don't like him as much as I like him with Al Michaels, but that's because Al Michaels is legend, right? Like, of course. I can't think of anybody else, though, that I would put above Romo 1, Collinsworth 2. Deshaun Watson still has not thrown an incomplete pass. 238 yards and 3 touchdowns. 21-17, his Texans in the lead. They did not score in that quarter, though.
Mars Brightbird, it's not just knowing your stats as an announcer, it's your personality, too. Yeah, that's what I worry about with Drew Brees. Like, is he really going to say something? Because oftentimes when you play quarterback in the NFL and you're the face of a franchise, you have a lot of success.
Yep.
You know, he was a big deal down in New Orleans to kind of rally. He gets everyone to rally around him. That's all great.
For sure.
I'm saying to translate that into the booth, are you really going to tell us something? Or are you just going to kind of, give us cookie cutter stuff, team morale stuff?
Yeah.
Or is he really going to dive into the nitty gritty? I don't know. That's all. And NBC's probably going to tell us stuff he can and cannot do. So
it'll be interesting to see who they pair him with if he is in a booth, because I think
Rico,
and we're not talking virtual booth, you and me here, because this is totally different. But like who you're with as you call play by play, super important, and the rapport you have and how you go back and forth. And I love doing this with you, but that's not the point here. The point is that can make or break. I think, especially when you're talking about somebody new to this, right? New to calling games and calling real games, not what we're doing. Who you do it with is super important, and how you work together.
Yeah.
I do think, though,
only as good as your partner.
And in the internal Slack chat, producer Madison did come up with somebody I like a whole lot better than Romo, and that's Eckersley. If we're talking all sports, Eckersley is the gold standard for best athlete turned broadcaster. And you want I mean, you want personality. Eck brings the personality. There's no question about that. You could say a little too much sometimes for some people, but lots of personality coming from Eck, and he is the best. He does Fox Baseball as well as Ness, and we get to watch him around this part of the country. Fells with a big catch there as Deshaun Watson's perfect game continues. We have had quarterbacks who have not thrown an incomplete pass for the entire game, for those of you that are wondering. If you were. If you weren't, that's fine too. I'll still tell you.
Tater Hater says, you know who's a good athlete turned broadcaster? Emerson Lazio.
There you go. You just laugh. Oh, he didn't get there. First and goal. Duke out at the 1. Sorry, Duke. First catch of the day. Tried to stretch for the end zone. Didn't fumble. Didn't get in either.
Smash that like button if you haven't already. Good to have you with us.
Yeah.
200 plus likes. Got about 450 people watching on YouTube. 50 plus on Twitch. We have NBA pre-lock with Julian and Shirag coming your way. After this sim, we're in the fourth quarter. Texans up 4 with the ball at the 1. Oh, a fake to the fullback.
Oh, and it's David
Johnson
to the edge. Not quite to the edge, though. He's brought down in the backfield.
Keeping my eye here on the old Twitter machine to see if we get any more free agency news.
It is fast and furious. Corey Linsley, offensive lineman from the Packers that everybody loves, just signed with the Chargers. Deshaun Watson. Swan dive into the end zone for the touchdown. Yeah, Corey Linsley, highest paid center in the NFL. It's a good day to be an offensive lineman, and a good one. Between Tooney and now Linsley getting paid.
There you go. Barb says now's the time for him to break out the personal insights. What's he going to do? Write a book?
Are we talking about Breeze now?
I think so. Tony, now see, Tony's expanding on his opinion. I just believe that an all-around Drew Brees, father with 4 young kids, played in the NFL, went to the Super Bowl, would be an exciting guy in the booth, maybe even just like one of us guys. Oh, I think there's something there. The question is he going to go there, right? Like that, there's plenty there, but the challenge now, folks, is can it be translated from his mouth to the microphone? That's what I'm wondering. I don't know.
And we have no evidence either way at this point.
I know.
He's never done it.
I'm being too negative, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, will you stop being so negative?
I'm not pumped about it. I'm not like, ooh, can't wait to watch Drew in the studio. I don't care. You know, I don't know. See what it looks like. And plus, he's starting in the studio, which is probably better. I think the fact that Romo went right into the fire. You're going right into the booth. You're gonna get paired up with Jim Nantz. You're gonna be the A team on CBS. Here we go. And look, that first 6 weeks, 7 weeks, CBS told him, like, you got to stop predicting the play. Which,
although it was kind of fun.
It was kind of fun, but then I was like, oh, how is he going to adjust? He's adjusted fine. It's been better for him. I think it was pretty cool, right? For the first couple weeks. Wow, this is cool. He's calling the plays. Yeah, it wasn't going to last that long of a time.
Well, and also, yeah, teams are going to get mad at him, right?
Teams are what? Oh, getting mad at him?
They're going to get mad at him for giving away their plays.
Right, that's confidential stuff. I mean, the coaches will tell you stuff during the week in a meeting.
That's what I'm saying, right? And then you're going to go say it on the air. People are going to stop telling you stuff. First down there for Trubisky.
I certainly think because of Drew Brees' resume, the expectation level will be higher.
Higher than Romo, for sure, yeah.
Fair or unfair? In fact, Romo set the bar high.
So now people are going to be even more hyped for Brees.
Charlie says, Glash, what if you have to join Drew someday in the booth and he finds out about this? I didn't say he's going to be bad. I'm just not that pumped about it. Maybe it's because we've known about this news for such a long time. Right? Because this was news last offseason that he was going to NBC.
Right. Yep.
Maybe that's why. I don't know. Maybe it's because it's not new news.
Could be. That you're not hyped about it?
Monster 01. I did not say he was going to be bad at this. I did not say that. I'm just not that excited about it. Like, we'll see what happens.
So now that they brought up the possibility of you working with him, you're backpedaling.
Yeah.
Now you're worried. You're like, oh, they're going to have him do one of these sims, and I'm going to have to work with him, and the chat's going to bring this up. Just kidding.
Ray on YouTube would love to see old man Phillip Rivers in the booth. Now talk about someone who could be relatable.
Oh, fumble! Oh, boy.
Oh!
Mitch, we told you, Mitchell. We told you to be careful.
Phillip Rivers he could analyze football using all of his kids as examples. I remember when I was chasing down young Charlie up the sidewalk. That's how they went after the quarterback on that last play.
That would be annoying. If he did that, I would not.
Sleepy P on Twitch is looking for Randall Cobb. Keep looking.
Yeah. Good luck. Sorry.
2nd and 11 for the Texans.
Watson's gonna run, and he's gonna slide. Just and watch, see if he taunts the Chicago bench after the slide. Nope, doesn't look like it. That's how it's done, Mitchell. You slide just like that. That way you don't fumble.
R held 2-3-2-3. I actually like Alex Rodriguez on Sunday Night Baseball.
Ugh.
You don't like him? You don't like A-Rod?
I am contractually obligated to not like A-Rod. I'm a Red Sox fan.
Oh, okay. He does a good job in studio too with Fox. I think he does. I think he's kind of saved himself. In my opinion, I hated him as a player. Easy guy to hate, like a good villain.
Yeah.
You know that. And I'm like, TV A-Rod, I kind of like him.
Nope, still hate him.
Okay.
Let me check.
That's fine. That's fair.
Nope, still hate him.
All right.
Sorry.
Death pause. I'm in. Maybe Drew Brees should start announcing Sims to get his feet wet.
Hey, I'm for it. Let's go. I'd do a 3-man booth with him. He can come on right now. Let's go. He can do the last potential. 3 minutes.
I would tell him he's going to be great at this.
He can jump right in. We've got 3 minutes left in this one.
Hey,
anybody
Drew,
got Drew's
nice
number?
To meet you. Hey, I was just talking about you the other day. I think you're going to be so good at this.
I can't wait. I can't wait to hear what you have to say.
Drew, I'm so excited to listen to you talk. Coach speak. Quarterbacks speak.
All of it. Give us the Drew speak.
Look, to be fair, you want to talk about a guy that, here's a guy, Chris Collinsworth there, someone that knows how to rally a group morale with what he did in Katrina, that whole situation, and then win the Super Bowl. I listen to that guy, that's true. That's great stuff, what they accomplished in those in that time. There's a big catch and touchdown.
Down. Brandon Cooks. 1 receiver in the bonus is good. 2 receivers in the bonus with 2 touchdowns is better. The Texans putting on a show here, 35-17 after this extra point. Cooks over 100 yards with his 2 scores. Fuller already over 100 yards with his 2 scores. And Deshaun Watson added a rushing touchdown on top of all of that. So hopefully you stacked up the Texans, which is not what I did with my lineup, but hopefully you did because they are having a day here against the Bears, just rolling past the Bears. And this Texans offense can be so good in these sims, and then other days they can be so bad, and their defense is never really that good. although they've been better here in the second half, which is why the Texans can be so boom or bust. But all boom today. Sorry, Bill O'Brien.
DFS Queenie says Drew Brees doesn't have a sense of humor. He's horrible in his commercials. Google Drew Brees funniest moment, and there aren't any. I foresee a snooze fest in the booth.
Do we really think that the people starring in the commercials are responsible for how funny the commercials are? Isn't that more the people who write the commercials? I mean, I'm not trying to defend Drew Brees here, but if he's been in commercials that aren't funny, is that really his fault? As opposed to like Peyton Manning and his commercials, which are funny. Is that like, oh, because Peyton's a funny guy? Now, I do think he is, but do we really give the right person the credit there?
Well, maybe it's because when Peyton does his first commercial and it's a hit, we go, oh, I want more of that. I want to see more Peyton Manning in commercials. Do we think commercials and Drew Brees?
No, not really.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, no, I hear you. But I think it's more the producers and the writers of the commercials that make the commercials funnier. I don't think it's necessarily all the person on screen.
I agree with that. I do. W. German on YouTube. The Patriots have just signed a backup quarterback named Bomb Trady.
Interesting. Congratulations.
Interesting. Where have I heard that before?
Let me do some research and I'll get back to you.
Okay. Broncos defensive tackle Shelby Harris, 3-year deal, $27 million. Where's BK?
Whoa,
Mitch.
Trubisky off the back foot. Oh, picked off. Yeah, that did not look like a good idea. Brandon Roby picking it off. Texans with their second takeaway of the game. Trubisky adding an interception to his fumble earlier. Oy, yeah, just threw it up deep off the back foot. Brandon Cooks, there's his stat line. 4 catches, 121 to go with his 2 touchdowns. Had that touchdown on the last drive. Kind of put this one fully out of reach. Cooks, though, probably not the highest scoring receiver even on his own team, despite that big game, because an even bigger game to go with 2 touchdowns and over 100 yards for Will Fuller. Good day to get you some Texans wide receivers.
Barbs, great question. Sherrod is back to host NBA pre-lock. Julian Edlow will be with him. So now Julian has to give takes out of the analyst chair. That's the sad truth. He can no longer just deflect to his co-host. He has to give takes. Pre-lock live crew is coming up very shortly.
In 30 seconds of game time here, and as the Texans run the clock out on this one, that was David Johnson with a big run there. Victory formation for Deshaun Watson and the Texans.
Yeah, you mentioned this because someone brought it up in the chat. These two teams do give up a lot of points. Turns out the Texans were the one to play the better defense today, or the not as bad.
In the second half, yeah. In the second half, they held them to just 3 points. And Deshaun Watson did all the work for Houston's offense. 4 touchdown passes and a rushing touchdown. Big day for Deshaun.
All right, so Patrick will make the final calculations to the game center and your lineups. Get those stats in.
Look at that, 19 for 19, 319 yards, 4 passing touchdowns, plus another 39 rushing yards, although the kneel down's probably not in that, so 38 rushing yards, and another touchdown running. Over 40 points in your flex spot. Deshaun Watson, definitely the player of the game here. Although Will Fuller had over 30 fantasy points in a flex spot. Brandon Cooks Let's see. What did he have?
He's
Over 30 points,
46.65 and the captain. Yeah.
Yeah. So a huge day for all three of those guys. Cooks had 31.1 in a flex spot. So over 30 points for all three. But Watson over 40. That rushing touchdown gives him the boost he needs to be the Krusty Kaufman player of the game. The Not My Kid Award, well, few potential options here. Randall Cobb didn't have a catch, but not a huge surprise there. Anthony Miller, who was priced at 7.2, only had one catch for 4 yards. So Anthony Miller, the Not My Kid Award, you got to do better than 1 point if you're going to cost over 7K.
All right. Very good. Right now, Jean in first place in the free public showdown. Will Fuller in the captain spot. Watson, Trubisky, Cooks, Graham, and Harris. Demetrius Harris.
Tight end 2. Yeah. Had a couple catches early on.
Right now he's got
on the opening drive.
Right, 4 for 30. Wow.
4 for 30. 4 for 45 for Jimmy Graham to go with his touchdown. More catches for each of those tight ends than Allen Robinson, who had just 2 catches for 43 yards. A disappointing game from him, as well as Anthony Miller, another candidate, but I went with Miller as the Not My Kid Award. Had to have all three of those big-time producers for the Texans, Watson, Cooks, and Fuller. The leader right now in our smaller SimFam contest is Greiser, who had all three of them, and comfortable lead, 14 points clear of the field, a dominating performance from them.
All right, so that's going to do it. ZT, you're back Wednesday, same time, 4 o'clock.
Same
with
time.
Emerson.
So. Yes, sir.
All right, very good. Enjoy. I will. I'm done for the day. Great. Back tomorrow night with special guest Steve Buchanan coming on the 8 o'clock sim tomorrow night.
There we go.
Fun or something. So all of you
tune in
have
to find out.
Yeah, exactly. That's the plan. At 6 o'clock, the start of the late slate, which Zach wrote about on the DK playbook. Check it out.
I did.
Niners at Seahawks to get us started. Kenny Ducey and Jeff Ulrich will be on the call for that one. But in the meantime, there is an 8-game slate in the NBA. We mentioned Sharag Hira is back, joined by his co-host Julian Edlow, here to break down all the DFS angles as well as the DraftKings Sportsbook. Tonight's games in the association. Fellas, take it away.
What's up? I'm back, and I'm happy to be here. What's up, Julian? How you doing? Welcome to Pre-Lock Live for Monday.
I can no longer play point guard, and anytime I don't want to answer a question, just dish it off to Matt and just keep my hands clean. Don't have to say anything. I give my opinions when I want to, but when the questions get hard, when the going gets tough, as usual, I just bail, and it makes things a lot easier. But what I really want to know, what did Steve do to whoever, any of our bosses, to get thrown on an 8 p.m. Madden sim with Flash? Like, I know Steve. That's like rock bottom of his career right there.
It's not rock bottom. We got to
happened.
get Steve back on the stream. We got to get people used to his mug again so that he can get, back on the field for it.
Now I'm hearing from our production team that Steve requested this.
Hey, man. He was Hollywood Bucks
I'm
for 2
texting
weeks.
him right now and asking him why he requested this. And
Yo,
then we can
Hollywood Bucks for 2 weeks turns him into this, right?
He just likes working with me.
That can't be it.
All right. Brendan Glasheen has exited the stage. Let's get into this massive slate. I'm hyped to be back here. We have 2 really nice games to start at the top of the slate, but what are you looking at with value? There's a bunch of guys that have already opened up today, and I'm looking at potentially Rodney McGruder, Reggie Bullock, Dario Saric. Any of those 3 names standing out to you for your single entry cash game lineups?
Yeah, Rodney McGruder was the one that I guess feels cheap, safe, good combination of the 2. It's not a big time injury slate for 8 games. Like we've gotten a lot of wild ones. Like Matt and I on Friday night. It's just like, you got 5-6 plays between $3,000 and $4,000, and you got to figure out who you're going with. This one's like, okay, there's 2, maybe 3 that you can go with. You probably want to play 1 or 2 and be careful. So the value is definitely different. Magruder would be the one that I lean to. And then obviously you have Quickly, who's not the cheap value, but like the mid-price value chalk that everybody's going to be all over, I would imagine, on this slate. And like the only real injury news that's like giving us something is the Spurs, who right when they come out of the All-Star break say no LaMarcus Aldridge, he's not going to be with the team. And now DeMar DeRozan starts taking some time. So now you got your Derek Whites, your Keldon Johnsons, who are, not cheap, about $5,000. They're in that Quickly range, but good mid-price value.
I mean, I honestly think that there is some upside to play more than one of these cheap guys that I mentioned from Magruder, Bullock, and Saric, just because of how cheap they are. Their upside is there, whereas their floor seems secure. You're seeing Saric pick up minutes now. Magruder's on his way up, and then Austin Rivers was ruled out for tonight's game, so that helps the Bullock Quickly scenario that you're talking about. But I hadn't looked at maybe one of these Spurs to consider, and I'm leaning towards, honestly, Derek White, just because he has the opportunity to be a little bit less owned on the slate. He came into it kind of questionable, and then now he hasn't been playing those amazing minutes, but coming off that game, 41 fantasy points, really going to set him up for success here.
Yeah, the Spurs are the guys that I spoke about in my NBA video this morning. Spurs are guys that Matt and I talked about last week, so I don't know how much I need to add to them. More importantly, Steve responded. He said, yes, he did request the 8 p.m. Madden sim with Glash, an hour and a half to make fun of him.
Okay.
So that's his reasoning. I asked why, or is there anything further that you'd like to share? I'm still waiting for him to get back. But that's the extent of this that I've learned so far.
All right. That makes sense. Also, shout out to the Barbs in the chat. I know he was looking for me when I come back. So, and then whoever was on Twitter calling out Julian for being a horrible host. I appreciate you.
I thought I did a great job distributing. We kept it very, very chill, very loose. There is no host to the show. We're just here to give you information and not stray too far off the path, like I'm currently doing, texting Steve and keeping everyone updated.
All right, let's get into the questions then. Thoughts on Knicks player points props because of all the injury situations that they're kind of facing, and also they're play on the Tibbs team, so their minutes are secure for these guys. Randall 24.5, Barrett 17.5, or Bullock 8.5. Any of those standing out to you?
So this might be a slate where I'm off of player props for the most part. I'm probably gonna have a couple first quarter plays later, and I'll give those out on here for a couple trends. So looking at the Knicks, so like let's just see what they look like at the moment. Quickly, obviously, I mentioned he is on the injury report as probable, but no Derrick Rose. And then the Alfred Payton situation, doubtful, so we think he's not going to be there. So, I don't know if that puts me enough to Randall, like just a couple of guards being out. And then you have the Austin Rivers situation that we mentioned. So,
yep,
Randall has been up and down over these last. Let's look at his last 5 games: 25 over, 14 way under, 27 over, 7 under, 26 over. So he's been slightly going over or going pretty far under. The matchup against the Nets is probably a good one. They don't have much on the interior.
Yep.
But if I played anything, I would try and go to the backcourt. So I'm pulling up Knicks props right now. Let's see. Let's just scroll through the straight points. That just keeps things a little bit simpler.
I like the nice little update that DraftKings Sportsbook has now too, where it's the shelving of the players together on something.
Yeah.
When you fold it with the little boxes. Nice little visual update on DraftKings Sportsbook.
So I guess it has to be Reggie Bullock over 8.5, but I don't know if I can bring myself to be betting Reggie Bullock props.
Of all the three, though, I mean, honestly, I feel that Barrett's the safer one of these options.
So that's where I was going to go. I think you want to go to a guy that's already in position to be one of the top scorers and maybe just gets a little bit more of a boost from these guys being out. So Bullock has gone over 8.5 points in 2 of his last 3 games. The other one, he scored 8. So like he was right there. But let's look at Barrett, 32, 22, 21 in his last 3, a 15 in there, 21, 24. So he's gone over in 5 of his last 6, and he's been going over pretty handily.
Yep.
Against the Nets defense, 2 scoring guards out. Barrett's where I would look.
Yep. I really like that Barrett play. I think that, he's really found his groove now, and finding that groove in a scenario where we have Brooklyn not playing as strong of defense on their squad. So we have Barrett being able to take advantage of the opportunity here.
Yeah, it's a good combination of matchup and expected usage. 36 minutes in that last game on Saturday. We know Tibbs likes to play his guys. And you're getting right about his season average, 17.5. He averages 17.1. So you're just asking for an above average game with 2 other guards, dominant ball handlers out against a low ranked defense. It's a lot of nice spots about playing a Barrett point prop on paper.
What up, Robbie Noble? Shout out to you. Let's get into some more questions. Chris Paul, a better play than John Morant. I honestly, I'm not even looking at Chris Paul or John Morant in this game. What are your thoughts there? Because I was not looking at that price section for those 2 point guards in this game.
Yeah. Let's see. If you're going to go to that game looking at
Chris Paul hasn't really, succeeded and scored over 40 fantasy points. At 7,800, you really need like 40 fantasy points to make it worth it. And with it being a semi bigger slate, spending 7,800 for Chris Paul or 40 or 8,000 for John Morant, I'm not entirely sold on those scenarios. While they can be decent options, John Morant would be the guy I would lean towards a little bit more. Do you have any takes there?
I guess Morant's like a tournament play if you want to go there, and you have to hope he really goes off against the Suns, who are a very good team. They allow the fewest DraftKings points per game to point guard, and he's played them twice, and he's been okay. He's averaging 34 DraftKings points per game, which is a fine game. It's a little below average for him. You're paying 8,000, so you need 40 just to hit your 5x. And if you're playing him in a tournament, you need 50, 55, 60. Is he going to play almost twice is he going to put up twice the numbers that he has been in his first 2 go-arounds in this matchup? Probably not. I don't see what changes to give him more upside. And then, Chris Paul is fine. He was doing great with Devin Booker out, but why do you need to spend there now? A lot of other places I would rather spend on this slate, and not necessarily at point guard. Point guard might not be a position to pay up at.
Yeah. I didn't see it as a position to play up at. And if you're looking to attack this game and you want to spend that much amount of money, the only guy that really stands out to me is Jonas Valanciunas. His production is there. He gives you the double-double upside, 5 straight double-doubles in these games. So at least you have somewhat of a floor here. And even his floor is at 32 fantasy points. At 7,600, you need that. So I think if you want to take a stab in this game, Jonas would be the only guy that I'm looking at there.
I don't really, this game doesn't do it for me on an 8-game slate. If we had one of those smaller slates, then sure, but I'm not really on my radar.
Well, going back to it, another question: who's picking up Winslow's minutes with him out tonight? I'm looking at Grayson Allen, 4,200. He can step up and come in. Also, Kyle Anderson's minutes have steadily been declining now that Justice Winslow has gotten back into the rotation. So I'm looking at those 2 guys that potentially wants to step up, and maybe DeAnthony Melton. He has been playing well, but 4,600, you're pretty much going to get 20 to 25 fantasy points there. So I think Kyle Anderson may be better. And then Grayson Allen was the one with the upside. If he does get the minutes and actually start, I wouldn't even consider Grayson Allen unless he got the start.
See, this is why I don't love this game that much, because we have somebody out who he played 24 minutes last game.
Yep.
And we're given 3-4 names of guys that could step up with him out. Then do we really even have anything here? Because if 3 or 4 guys are picking up a combined 24 minutes,
yep,
against a good defense in the Suns, I just don't know why are we bending over backwards to try and find a value with because Justice Winslow's out. Justice Winslow's played in 10 games in the last year, so I don't think we need to. I don't think we need to overreact to the Winslow news.
Okay, now we have some interesting news that we haven't gotten on a slate before. So the Pacers and Nuggets are moved back to 10 Eastern start now.
Yeah. Why?
Let's see.
I would assume they need more time for testing or something.
Nope. The Pacers didn't land in Denver until 2 p.m. this afternoon. So,
okay. This has me going more to the sportsbook side of things, where the Nuggets are 11-6 on the first quarter spread at home.
Okay.
Indy's 17, 18-2 against the spread in the first quarter this season, so they're meh. But if they're going from a plane to a game and Denver's a good first quarter team at home, maybe that's a spot to look.
I like it. I mean, Denver, I can't really figure them out because they play up to their competition sometimes and then play down to their competition too. So, and Indiana's right in the middle, so we might just get a middling game from them.
Yeah, this isn't really trying to figure either team out. It's just, this is a numbers play. This is you like Denver at home. You've learned, a certain piece of information about Indy that might stumble this game a little bit. It doesn't mean anything for the Nuggets. They're just sitting at home waiting to play. So let me see what the first quarter number is on that one. But that's a spot of interest for me for sure.
Let's get into some more questions. Kuzma, a good play, or is he out? So Kuzma is actually listed as probable for tonight's game. Yes, I'm going to have to consider him a good play. He's been playing out of his mind over the last 2 games at least. But you have to keep in mind that Trez is also Montreal Harrell has also been playing well. So both those guys doing work for the Lakers in a matchup with the Warriors. I think you definitely need to lean towards one of them. And Kuzma is just slightly cheaper, but he's dealing with a slight heel issue. And the heel issue basically comes from playing all these minutes and getting all this usage.
Yeah. Nuggets, by the way, are 1.5 on the first quarter spread. Just to throw that out there. I'm not going to argue Lakers stuff with you. That's your wheelhouse. So if I'm looking at, we'll just roll right into it. I see we already have a question. Give me 2 sub 3,500 plays. If I'm looking at a Laker, I think that KCP at $3,500 is a decent play there.
Yep.
So that's a guy for me. And then I mentioned off the top, Rodney McGruder was my top kind of value, cheap value. So those would be the 2 that I would look to. And we also discussed Reggie Bullock, who's in a little bit better of a spot. Those are 3 wings right there, 3,500 or less that you can go with.
Awesome. Great. You straight took the host job right there and ran with it. Nice one.
I've been getting some practice.
Got some reps in. All right, we got another question. MPJ, Michael Porter Jr. or Kuzma? I'm going to have to lean Kuzma just because of that price difference. 6,800 versus 6,000.
Yeah.
Just in a vacuum.
I don't like, if you want me to pick, I guess Kuzma, but I wouldn't play either of these guys.
Okay.
That's that.
I mean, honestly, when I was going through and building a lineup, I started with the two studs that I was looking at was Giannis and LeBron. I went to DraftKings Sportsbook, looked up who are the top scorers, projected scorers, at least from their over-under for points on tonight's slate, and you got Giannis and LeBron. That's a way that you can potentially look at this is, hey, we have two guys in really elite matchups and a bunch of value options to play here. So are you feeling any of those two studs, or are you looking at someone else?
Yeah, no, those were the guys that I touched on in my NBA video earlier. Try and get LeBron and Giannis in there. I think it's very doable. No reason that you can't. Giannis being the top one for me, especially with that matchup against Washington and him having a triple-double, 70 DraftKings points against them in the first game of this doubleheader or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
I will say, you know, that's an interesting, like if you go to DraftKings Sportsbook, who has the highest props? Like a better way to maybe look at it from a fantasy standpoint is to go points, rebounds, assists, because that just covers more fantasy value.
Yep.
Obviously, 3-point shooting comes into play, steals, blocks, but like just to give you a good base, going points, rebounds, assists shows you a lot. And you kind of know, like, okay, Giannis and LeBron are going to be maybe the two top guys. That might be obvious, but like, maybe you're looking at a couple guys in the 5,000s or whatever, and you're like, I wonder who's projected to do more. Going to that points, rebounds, assist prop, that gives you the baseline expectation of what that player is expected to do. So that can definitely come in handy at times.
Let's get into a quick question about rookie DFS player advice. I know there aren't a lot of rookies in here, but some advice that I would suggest to look at is start with single entries, look at double ups, try to play 3 maxes, and try to work your flow. Try to write out you can go to Playbook, look at my NBA rankings article, see all the injuries listed, go to Julian's article, look at all the top plays that he's recommending in the section. And it's not to say, hey, go look at these articles and play these guys, but try to put together the pieces of the puzzle that is a slate. What is a slate story telling you? So for example, when I looked at today's slate, I said, hey, we have 2 games that are over 240 point total. So maybe look at guys that are there. That led me to Giannis. You know, I want somebody that's in a high point total spread. Then we looked at, hey, what are the injury situations? We have the Spurs that were already hurt. Then you have the Knicks that are already dealing with injuries. So, and then you also have, you know, Dario Saric, who is working his way back now into the starting lineup. He gets yanked back and forth into the starting lineup, or he plays off the bench. And sometimes now that he's playing off the bench, his minutes are increasing. So you want to look at guys that are playing injured, or their recent minutes have started to tick up in relation and their salary has not caught up to that tick. So that was a quick little way of how I try to analyze slates. Do you have anything else you can add for this person that asked this question?
Well, you know how I play, and it's not like an exciting answer, but don't try and, like, you're just starting, you're just putting your money into it. Don't try and be like, okay, hey, I'm going to win 10, 20, 30 grand on a big, large field GPP tonight, because there's going to be people playing a lot more volume than you with a lot more experience than you in there. And that doesn't mean, you know, you can't throw a lineup that you love in a $3 GPP and try and take it down. You should, but play single entry, like Trog said. That's going to be where there's more chalky lineups that you're able to come up with better, that if you're playing small volume, you have a better chance of winning. And play those chalky lineups in cash games. Find the right guys, do some research on ownership, and build a bankroll. Like, it's not doubling your money is not the sexiest thing in the world, like when you're trying to get into playing GPPs and whatnot, but steadily doubling up early in the early going to build your bankroll so that you can get multiple entries into some larger field GPPs or a more expensive GPP that you wouldn't normally enter. That's how you build it.
And another final note that I had on it also is, once you go through and make your lineups, and then go through and also write down your process on why you selected those players, because then you can go back after the end of the slate and you can say, was this a process-based reason why I selected this person, or did this person not perform well and I'm looking at it from a results base? Let's say somebody got into foul trouble. Let's say they got hurt and they had to go to the locker room for 6 minutes. Like, you should make sure that you're understanding your process and not being so results oriented. There are days where 350 points can land you at the top of a GPP. There are days where 350 points might not even cash. So try to focus on process rather than results.
Every night's different. And yes, the process is very important to know. You didn't score many points, but you had whatever. You went with a low owned, like we're playing Shrug and I like Giannis and LeBron tonight. They're going to be very, very chalky. You pivot and go Doncic or Harden, and they roll an ankle in the first quarter and go to the locker room, and you come, bottom 10% of the field or whatever. There's a big reason why, and it's not necessarily your process. Going with that play and Harden stays healthy and drops 80 DraftKings points and you cash, that's just kind of the way that night went. So tracking that is good to know.
Yep, definitely. We have some more questions coming from YouTube. So are any of these other games leaning towards a blowout outside of Denver and Indiana? I don't think Denver, Indiana is actually more of the blowout. We're looking at
4.5 point spread.
Yeah. I don't see those two games being as more of the blowout. It's potential here where Milwaukee can blow out the Wizards. Beal is expected to play tonight. He did have that 1 game absence in the previous game where Westbrook went off. He's supposed to be back, so this game should be close. But also Brooklyn over 8-point favorites. Phoenix 7-point favorites. Do those games scream blowout to you, Julian?
So yeah, for starters, I don't know if the Nuggets Pacers necessarily does scream blowout. It's a tough spot for Indy, and maybe that's why I'm thinking first quarter, like just kind of you feel rushed getting to the game, you're not ready. That's kind of why I went there, especially with the number. Denver's a better first quarter team than full game team at home. Bucks Wizards, 8.5 point spread could be a blowout, but Beal is coming back. Milwaukee's been a lot worse on the road. I could see that being a competitive game. I don't know if anybody necessarily gets mopped. I mean, there's Brooklyn and the Knicks. The Nets always have the potential to run up the score. And I mean, honestly, if I'm picking from any of the 3 larger spreads, I would maybe take the Suns against the Grizzlies. The Grizzlies are on the second night of a back-to-back on the road. Phoenix is coming off a bad loss to Indy. I think this is a bounce back spot where maybe the Suns try and seal the deal a little earlier. And then another team that's been a great fade is the Sacramento Kings on the road. And the Charlotte Hornets are only 3.5 point favorites, but they're a pretty good team. There's no reason to think it's going to be a blowout, but like that's one just as easily as as Nuggets Pacers. I could see Hornets taking care of the Kings pretty handily.
Yep. I'm checking out this information that I got from the DraftKings Sportsbook about the most bet player props for tonight. And some of them that stand out. Reggie Bullock, over 13.5 points, rebounds, and assists. That's pretty nice. I mean, we were already talking about his points prop, 8.5. Does he get there with the rebounds and assists? You feeling that at all, Julian?
So he averages 3.3 rebounds and 1.3 assists. So you put that together and it's about 5 more. So if it's 8.5 points, 13.5 3-way, that makes sense. He averages 8.7 points and he's, Reggie Bullock just is a shooter. So I think it makes, I probably would play the points over anything. You just look at the last game. He played 37 minutes against OKC. He scored 14 points, went well over, he cashes both for you there. If you have 14 points, you're over the 13.5 with the rebounds and assists. But in 37 minutes, 2 rebounds, 1 assist.
Yeah. Previous
game, 21 minutes, 1 rebound, 0 assists. He can disappear in that aspect and just turn into a 3-and-D guy. So I would go points.
Nice. Good call. That's interesting that's one of the most bet player props, though.
It is. I mean, he's going to get I think it's going off that 37 minutes on Saturday. And the 2 guards out again. Like, he's going to get some run, but I would much rather be, he was 4 of 11 from 3 in that game. I want exposure to that. So I want the points.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. More questions coming in from the chat. I appreciate everybody dropping them in. Saban Lee if Ellington is out tonight, are you feeling Saban Lee at all? He's another 3,500 guy on the Detroit side.
Yeah. So obviously the minutes in production have really fallen off from that hot streak that he had kind of at the end of February.
Yeah.
Is that all it would take rotation wise? Ellington being
I mean, Ellington, I'm seeing Ellington as listed as doubtful here. So I don't even think that he's going to play. So he's right groin strain, listed as doubtful. And I think that's the reason why we're trending towards Rodney Magruder here rather than Saban Lee.
Yeah. Plus, Mikhailu got traded.
Yep.
And he was eating some minutes on the wing. I think I see Saban Lee as more of a DeLon Wright being out. He steps in. So yeah, I'm more that this is why we're looking at Magruder, like you said. So Magruder played 28 minutes, had 10 points, 7 rebounds, 2 assists. That's where I think the production goes more than Lee.
Yeah, definitely. I agree there too. I think that San Antonio Detroit game has a lot of value that you really need to break down and think about from this scenario. And the guys that stand out off the bat are guards. And we've been mentioning guards, and the forwards that we're using was Giannis, and also sitting here and playing LeBron James, who's the point guard, small forward eligible. So maybe use some of the cheap guards to get in these expensive players that to consider here.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of ways that if you want to play Giannis and LeBron, or you want to play 2 expensive players, we'll leave who that is up to you. I think there's a lot of ways that you can get that done on this slate, honestly.
Got another question from Robbie Noble. Do I trust Dre or nah?
I don't know why you need to.
It should be an up-tempo matchup. He's coming off that triple-double win when the Warriors beat the Jazz. So it's not like he isn't playing well. Yeah, he's not scoring, but his minutes are up. The only time that he didn't play a healthy amount of minutes, 35 or more, were the 2 blowout scenarios. But he's been playing really well, a really bunch of minutes. That's what I think. That's why Robbie could be gravitating towards him. 6,500 for 36 minutes for a guy that has triple-double upside?
For me, it's like he just had 56.5 DraftKings points at $7,000, and now he's down against a good defensive team, and now he's down $500. Like, what is that? It's like, here, you can have him. That's because he almost never does this anymore. He used to do it a lot more. Then he did have that 40 DraftKings point game in there against Portland, which is an easier defense to play against than the Lakers. Look at the last time he played against the Lakers. They lost by, I can't even do the math, 26 points. Draymond Green played 13 minutes and had 10 DraftKings points. That's quite a floor. The other game he played against him, he had 30 DraftKings points in around 30-ish or so minutes, it looks like.
And that was a win.
Right. So if Golden State's going to play well and win, and Draymond has 30 DraftKings points, why do you want him? Would 40 be good enough? Would you like 40? That's not even going to break the bank for you in a GPP, I don't think.
Yeah. It's really interesting to see that his assists have really been up over the last couple of games, though. Like, he's just going into that facilitator role all the way.
Green's assists when like Curry is in are generally very good, unless like those situations come up where they just get destroyed and you're not even close.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, honestly, I would look at him as maybe someone that you want to play on that showdown slate. That's someone that he's not ever too expensive. Let's see what his showdown salary is actually for that. I think that's where you can potentially look at it, because you have a bunch of these cheap guys where you can try to get Steph and LeBron in, and then Draymond kind of that facilitator guy for the showdown games.
Yeah, I'm not even going to pretend like I have a showdown strategy on.
I'm pulling it up right now. Let's see. Draymond, 12,600. So he's the third most expensive player in the captain spot, and 8,400 in regular utility. So he's the third most expensive player there.
Yeah, I guess that does make sense.
If you put Draymond,
there's only so many, guys you can fade in a showdown slate. Curry and LeBron are clearly the guys. And then after that, you just have to make the decision. Are you going to play all cheap guys, or are you going to find one real low punt play so that you can fit Draymond as well and try and get that triple-double upside?
I think with Caruso on the wrong side of it, with the in the concussion protocol, then we have, you have THT, Taylor Horn Tucker picking up, KCP also available. So you have these cheap options that are not going to break the bank, and you can potentially look at even sliding Draymond into that top spot for the captain spot if you want to look at THT and all those guys. But then you're scrapping down here if you want to go. Draymond has to kind of be in the captain spot, because if you go and you put LeBron there, then you're setting yourself up to have to slam in all the cheap guys. And with Draymond there, that doesn't leave you much. If you go KCP and THT, then you're really stuck with like forced to play Looney, or you're forced to play Bazemore. And I don't know how I feel about all that.
Yeah, I mean, that's always the dilemma on a showdown slate. I feel like, do you play one ridiculous punt play that you're swinging for the fences on, or do you try and balance it a little more?
Yep.
And I won't pretend it's my area of expertise, but I think Draymond's overpriced for this game, and I would go elsewhere, even on a showdown.
Sounds good. We're about to bring up the injury report for tonight's slate. There, like you said before we jumped on and really got into the slate, there weren't too many injury questions that we needed to look at. We have Beal, who is expected to play after missing that one game. And then we have this DeRozan situation where we're trying to look at and take advantage of, with looking at Derek White as a guy that we want to definitely consider here. He's coming off a 41 DraftKings points game. His minutes are trending in the right direction, and DeRozan is out. Then you have the Knicks situation with Elfrid out. Then you have to look at Bullock, and also we have Austin Rivers out. And with D Rose, so that's the reason why Bullock, Alec Burks, and Emmanuel Quickley are popping. But then also keep in mind, 6,200 RJ Barrett isn't too expensive in a game that's not supposed to be too defensive, I would say. And then we're moving on to the Pacers situation with Jeremy Lamb questionable. My hunch is that, considering he's questionable and they just got in tonight, his minutes have really been trending down in the wrong direction. The better play there is to consider Doug McDermott. I know somebody in chat asked about TJ McConnell. I would probably lean towards McDermott in this scenario. Then moving on to what we have from Denver, they have Monte Morris out, Gary Harris out. I don't think that those guys are really moving the needle too much, but Campazzo has been playing a massive amount of minutes just because of the fact that Morris has been out and Harris has been out, but Campazzo is 3,500. So if you're looking for a cheap guy, that might be someone there. I just don't feel completely confident in him just because his scoring is not there. He had one, unless he starts, his one start this year, he did score 37 fantasy points, and that's another guy you want to consider at 3,500. But moving down the line, Clippers have Serge Ibaka questionable. He had to leave last night's game, and they played Zubac. I was watching that game, and they actually ended up getting blown out by the Pelicans. So I don't think that there's much to do there. Zubac could start, but you can also see that the Clippers, they can downsize. With Kristaps Porzingis playing basically a stretch four all the way in the perimeter, he basically plays as the logo now and just chucks threes. Doesn't really worry about rebounds. So I don't think that they're going to have to play Zoo too much. I think the Clippers could downsize a little bit and play Marcus Morris at 5 and try to go in that direction. But that's something to keep an eye out on. Also, then we have this Phoenix situation where Nader just got listed as questionable. I don't see him as being a big deal, but Cam Johnson will remain out due to the health and safety protocols. That sets up here why Dario Saric has seen his minutes start to pick up a little bit, is because those health and safety protocols. And then lastly, we have Kyle Kuzma, who is probable due to the heel injury, and LeBron James has been probable all the time. Caruso out due to the concussion, and Gasol out due to health and safety protocols.
All right. I don't miss running through that. That was your job tonight.
Thank you. I actually missed it a lot. I'm happy to be back here and Grinding this out.
Let me say one thing real quick. I was flipping through some props while you were doing that because I obviously never listened to you.
Yep. That's fine.
And we've been talking a lot about Reggie Bullock. He's becoming the star of the show. And I said I didn't want the 13.5 points, rebounds, assists. Give me the over 8.5 points. But if he scores 9 or more points, there's no way he does that without hitting at least 2 threes, right?
Yeah.
He took 11 of them last game. He always shoots threes. So Reggie Bullock over 1.5 3-pointers made is minus 134. Now you win that. If he gets 9 or more, I can't imagine he does it without hitting 2 or more threes.
Yep.
Now if he scores 6 points with 2 threes, or 7 points with 2 threes and a free throw, or 8 points with 2 threes and a layup, you win that bet. So I've replaced my Reggie Bullock prop with a new favorite Reggie Bullock prop.
Hey, Reggie Bullock is the star of the show tonight, eh?
I didn't see that happening.
Yeah, didn't see that happening for sure. But welcome to Reggie Bullock Town when it's
37 minutes last game, 4 of 11 from deep. Game before against Milwaukee in just 21 minutes, 2 of 6 from deep. Game against Detroit, 2 of 9 from deep. He's not shy to get him up.
Yeah. Before we jump off, I know that you mentioned Giannis and LeBron as the 2 studs that you're potentially looking at for tonight's slate. Does it make any sense to consider James Harden, Nikola Jokic, Luka Doncic? These guys are in a very similar salary range, but the problem is you get the discount with LeBron being cheaper than Luka, Jokic, and Harden. But is there something to say in a tournament situation where you play one of these guys who have a similar projection, similar upside, but the only difference is that they're not as popular?
Of course, that's the majority of the edge in tournaments, and the even larger edge. Like I said, if you're just starting and you can't do multiple lineups, maybe you have to be different a little bit more, because if you're playing 150 lineups, you get exposure to all these guys, mixed into different combinations that you want. So if you're swinging for the fences in a GPP, LeBron's going to be high owned, Giannis is going to be high owned. They're good plays, but we don't know what's going to happen. You got to hope for something unique to happen, a unique outcome when it comes to how these games finish up. I think that going to different, less popular stars at popular price points is always a great idea in large field GPPs.
Steph Curry kind of stands out there too. I mean, he's 10,000.
Why not?
And he's cheaper than these guys. So, and it also just depends on your build. So we've mentioned a lot of guys that were, cheap value guys that were guards. So if you need it, consider going to Nikola Jokic as your big. That's the kind of what you're looking at in terms of different type of builds and trying to put in all the ways that's why I kind of ran through the injury report. That's how I do it when I process is go through the injury report. What am I looking at? Which direction? Who's the person that we can count on? And then who's the guy that's seeing his minutes increase?
Yeah. I'm just looking at some Jokic stuff. But the last time that Denver and Indy played, and it was this season, Jokic didn't do that much. He played 37 minutes and shot 9 of 17 from the field, which is decent. But just 45 DraftKings points, which for him isn't going to get it done. So I'm saying that not because I don't like it. I'm saying that because it makes me like him more for a tournament, because if people are already going to be off of him and they like whatever, LeBron and Giannis, and then they go, oh, maybe I'll play Jokic. Look at that Indy matchup, and he didn't do well last time. That's meaningless. That doesn't mean anything. He can have a 80 DraftKings point game against any team in the NBA. So if that gets you lower ownership on a guy we already think will be low owned, then great.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. His usage rate is not down. His lowest usage rate in his last 5 was 29%. So he has the ball in his hands. He's trying to make plays. And triple-double upside is not what you expect a lot from big men. So, and you get that from him. Makes a lot of sense. If you want to consider it's a close spread, and while it's not one of those top totals, 239s, 240s, like we've seen on the earlier games of the slate, the thing is, maybe you don't have the flexibility if you get stuck playing Giannis in the early games, or you're spending a little bit of the money on those cheap guys in Sacramento, Charlotte.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. But who are we talking about? Cheap guys in Sacramento, Charlotte.
Well, the one that I was looking at definitely was Cody Zeller. He's 4,900. The Kings struggle against bigs, and yeah, his minutes aren't up, but you're not breaking the bank to get Cody Zeller 4,900. He has a chance to give you between 25 to 30 fantasy points. Sometimes he gets there at 37, 40. So that's who I was looking at for on the Charlotte side, and then kind of from the Sacramento side, yeah, he's not really cheap either, but he's a big. And Richaun Holmes, he's been playing really well lately. Hassan Whiteside remains out, so that's who I was looking at there.
All right, that's fair enough. I'm not going to argue with you.
Alrighty, before we jump off, Jesse will be taking over as the host of tonight's Dream Stream. We have a 6 o'clock game, 49ers at Seahawks. Kenny and Jeff with that. 8 o'clock, Jaguars at Brown. Goff and Tom will be there. And then Patriots and Broncos, Tom and Christian to close out the night. Any final thoughts before we jump off, Julian?
I teased some first quarter plays. I spoke about the Denver one, but
Yep.
On top of that, the Charlotte Hornets are 13-6 against the first quarter spread at home. You can get them -1 against the Kings. I like that play. The Phoenix Suns are an NBA best by a wide margin, 16-3 against the first quarter spread at home. Memphis, second night of a back-to-back. Suns, I believe, are -2.5 on that first quarter spread. Those are two spots I like a lot tonight.
Very nice. Well, it was good kicking it with you. It's been a minute. We have some potential movement for our next schedule. We were potentially not going to be on Wednesday because that's the reason why Steve had to come on. He had to get his reps. You might be seeing Steve kicking us off Wednesday. So I think we're going to be back on Thursday, Pre-Lock Live, break it down with everybody. Thanks for hanging out. It was a great time. I'm happy to be back. See y'all later.
everybody, and welcome to the DraftKings Dream Stream for Monday, March 15th. I'm Jesse Cofield. I'm happy you're joining me to start off the work week with a 3-game late slate of Madden Sims. Plenty of fun DraftKings content to fill up your evening. Our Madden Sims are featured in our Madden Stream 6K Monday night special. That classic contest is $10 to enter. Features $6K in prizes, including $2,000 in first place. Let's take a look at the schedule. We're going to start things off at 6 with an NFC West showdown. 49ers visiting the Pacific Sim West to take on the Seahawks in our first game of the night. Kenny Ducey and Jeff Ulrich will be on the call for that one. Then at 8, Adam Kaufman and Tom Carroll will be there for Jaguars and Bears. Finally, at Jaguars and Browns, rather, not Bears. Finally, at 10, Patriots play host to the Broncos on Madden After Dark. Tom Carroll and Christian D'Andrea will be your play-by-play duo for that one. We have all that and more on the way. There's also an 8-game slate in the association. We've got over in the NHL, the 70K Sticks contest. Don't forget to check out all that action, of course, over on the DK Sportsbook for the college basketball tournament, PGA, NASCAR, UFC, all that good stuff. And we got lots of bracket talk coming up. But first, are you ready for some football? Let's get this Monday night started off with an NFC West showdown. 49ers, Seahawks, Kenny Ducey, Jeff Ulrich, take it away.
Thanks, Jesse. Yeah, very, very exciting time on the sports calendar, and we are so happy that we can add Madden to that as well. So truly just no hours in the day that you can't be entertained by something. You got tennis in the morning, you got Madden from 12 to 11, really, with some breaks in there to watch soccer, March Madness on Thursday. But right now you're looking at our mugs. Jeff, how you doing? It's yet another Seahawks sim for us.
It is, isn't it? That's true. That's like our team. We're united in
That's
Seahawks
right.
fandom, I guess. I wonder if anyone else wakes up and watches tennis, or it's just you. Anyways, questions to ponder as we do our Madden Sim. Questions to ponder as we do our Madden Sim. Lots of NFL news dropping today and in the last couple days too. So, a little busy Monday here. Absolutely happy to drop in with you guys for an hour. This is my only one of the day, and let us know what's going on. What's good, DK Sim fam? We got some Honda Classic stuff going on. My article is going to be up there on the DK Nation for that. Bunch of withdrawals already for that event. Woodland's out. Sam Burns is out. Mr. Burns. And, but we got 49ers. We got Seahawks. I got George Kittle in Captain Kenny. Who you got?
I faded George Kittle. I fade George Kittle every time that I have a
I usually do
sim.
too. I just felt like
you just felt weird about it. You just felt like you wanted to. Okay, yeah. Sometimes I fade Miles Sanders, and then sometimes I play him because they're like, he's gonna do well today. My lineup: Russell Wilson in the captain spot. I've been on a little bit of a kick with not spending up at the captain spot, but tonight I'm going to. I think Russell Wilson's worth it. I just stacked up the whole dang Seahawks side. Russell Wilson in the captain spot, DK Metcalf. I got Chris Carson and Carlos Hyde, which doesn't make any sense, but I'm rolling with it. And then the Seahawks defense. And then Kendrick Bourne is my guy I'm coming back with on 49ers. Here's the thing. I wanted to put I originally had Bourne and Pettis in there with the Seahawks defense. And then I realized, well, what's my upside there if I'm going to play the Seahawks defense, and then I'm going to play 2 wide receivers, I'm not even going to stack them with the quarterback for the Niners. What am I doing? So I felt like this was a clearer strategy. Maybe it's not the winning one, but at least it makes sense to me, if that makes sense to you. Like, I feel like it didn't make sense stacking up the Seahawks and then, like, with the defense and then expecting a big night out of, like, Pettis and Bourne, you know?
Yeah, but sometimes, you know what? Showdown's funny. Sometimes those things, they just work. You know, they're not supposed to work, but they work. I've seen so many, like, showdown Millie Maker lineups with, like, you know, a passing stack of like 4 guys from the same team. And then they got the opposing defense in there too. Defense is just, you ride the variance. They get a pick 6 or something and you're home free. And then the other team's passing more. So it does make some sense sometimes. A little Carlos Hyde run to get us started. Kenny, let's just get right into it. What do you think of the Patriots news today? You like their moves?
It's I did not see the Patriots moves. Honestly, I was so fixated
fair
on
enough.
Joe Tooney going to the Chiefs.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah. Jonnu Smith, of course. Yeah. I guess it's a great move. I mean, the thing about that team that's weird to me is that they're just going. I don't know if there's other moves the Patriots made that you need to fill me in on. I think we talked about Cam Newton a few days ago. I did see the Jonnu Smith news. That made sense because they have 4 tight ends under contract right now for the next season and 2 through 2024, and none of them are good. And you know, if you want to expect Cam to be good, I mean, there's always
there's a lot of discussions in New England about how good N'Keal Harry actually is. It seems like Newton really liked throwing to Jameer Byrd. But I think the thing with Cam that we know is that he throws short passes. So that seems to me like it would make sense, right? He wants a guy that he can go to with some speed that can also help block. I think it's a good move for the Patriots. But I am kind of like weirded out that they expect to compete this year? Like,
I think Bill Belichick expects to compete every year. And I mean, I like where they're spending the money. You know, if I'm being honest, I mean, I think tight end is a more important position than people realize. The vital in the blocking and stuff like that too. You need versatile tight ends, and again, I mean, you and I are both proponents of it. You got to have good D and O lines, man. That's what makes you compete. So, I mean, look, they had a lot of room. Like, why not? I mean, I don't know what I get it. Like they still only have Cam Newton, but you know. That can change too. I mean, that's an easy contract to kind of get around as well. So,
I definitely, the reason that I'm so distraught today is because that's what we talked about, and because we talked about you needed to build the defensive line, we need to build the offensive line, and the Jets obviously missed out on Joe Thuney, which was really disappointing to me.
Yeah, I
was really excited about him.
City. Yep.
It'll probably end up like with Nick Martin or something. And then someone, obviously Henderson was in news of the day for the Jets. They're linked to him. Someone posted his sack compilation from last year. And they were like, this might be the worst sack compilation I've ever seen. And I was like, well, I got to watch this now. And I watched it, and it was just like, it really, truly was bad. The second sack of Henderson's sack compilation with the Saints, the second sack was Derek Carr sitting in the pocket for, not going to be a safety. Sitting in the pocket for like 5 seconds and then getting taken down. And Steve Levy goes, yeah, that's definitely a coverage sack right there. It's like, well, that's the second thing you want to highlight from this guy. And then plenty of ones with like Tom Brady, like dropping back and backing into him. Like it just, I don't know. I felt like it wasn't very, very exciting at all. And it kind of made me less excited about, about them being in on him.
Right. But who are you talking about?
Henderson.
Oh,
from the Saints.
The Saints. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
91. I don't
know. No, I heard you say
his
Henderson, but I mean, there's a lot of Hendersons in the league, right? I mean, well, there's a few, anyways. But yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. He's kind of a disruptor, though. I mean, like, I don't know. Maybe he is worth. Maybe he'll be with the money. He hasn't signed though, has
wherever he goes.
Like he's not. He's still on the market, right? We haven't missed anything.
He sure is. The Jets are just interested.
Right. Okay.
El Paso #1 dominating the chat right now. Let's get some other folks in here. We got 311 of you. Don't be shy. It's not just El Paso that's allowed to comment.
El Paso says he does wake up and play tennis, so you guys should hang out. Or watch.
I wake up and play tennis as well.
Well, El Paso, I wasn't going to cut Kenny off, but I mean, I legitimately didn't hear the name he was talking about at the start, so it was hard for me to understand.
I apologize.
Exactly. No,
I also could have come in with his first name, like that would have helped.
It would have helped, but not a big deal. There's a lot of moving parts on today, like we said. And the thing is, they're all D and O linemen, so like I'm not going to pretend like I know all these guys off by heart. I mean, I obviously the guys who signed today were kind of bigger names, but some of them I probably won't even know. So it's like what's his face? Long, Howie Long. Oh my God, Kyle Long coming out of retirement.
Yeah, big news.
Visit with the Raiders. It's interesting. I mean,
CEH says El Paso long-winded. Mr. Hawk says Henderson's success symbiotic with Cam Jordan raising hell. Probably makes sense.
Yeah, Cam Jordan
he has a good guy on the
is
other
more
end.
Is more the real disruptor there. So yeah, well, you could be right. He might be a little overrated, Henderson, but
Garoppolo. All right, that's a first down. I got to ask what Nick I like most tonight. And without even looking at the prices, I'm going to right now, I will tell you that I like Emmanuel Quickly. Reportedly, I'm not the source here. That's why I said reportedly. Reportedly, Quickly's supposed to start tonight. I'm very thin at guard. And Frank Ntilikina started against Oklahoma City, and he got a quick hook because he was not good. And Quickly's probably the best offensive player the Knicks have, aside from Julius Randle, who was obviously an all-star. I guess, and maybe RJ Barrett. He's very important to them. He's definitely their best point guard. That's for sure. And I like the matchup. I mean, James Harden, Kyrie Irving don't play good defense. This is a team in general that in the Nets, their fans wanted to point to, hey, we moved up from, this was like a week ago, but, their fans were like, oh, well, we moved up from like 29th to 16th in the NBA in defensive rating over the past 10 games. How about that? The defensive rating didn't even change. It was like 1 point per 100 possessions different. So this defense is still bad, and those guys are as bad as advertised at defending the perimeter as well. So I like Quickly to have a good game. He's only 5,600 in the big contest tonight. So in terms of Knicks, I like the Knicks to keep this game close, and I like Quickly to have a good game. Again, just you gotta love it. I mean, he's probably gonna be pretty chalky tonight, but Derrick Rose is out. Austin Rivers is out. And Ntilikina, like I said, started last game, but quick hook because Tom Thibodeau was not happy with him. As we got a fantasy owner is going to be real happy with that, and then a face mask on the end of it to bring it to the 7-yard line here. I would stay away from Ntilikina. I actually would definitely fire up Quickly if Ntilikina starts, because I think if Ntilikina starts, people are going to flock to him again. But Quickly is definitely he's like Pam Beasley when Dwight Schrute was in charge for a day. He's like the secret number 2. Like he's actually the secret starter. Ntilikina might start, but Quickly is the secret starter. Garoppolo going to throw to the one.
Oh, Kittle get in.
Didn't get in.
There you go. Emmanuel Quickly is Kenny's lock of the night for NBA DFS.
My Nick lock of the night. So you asked what Nick I liked.
Nick lock.
The Nick lock.
Always bringing good New York sports knowledge. The Kenster. That's why we love him.
Congo Kev said Alec Burks can score too. Former 6th man of the year. Or 6th man of the year candidate. I can't remember if they actually won, of course, with the Jazz.
You pronounce it quickly or quickly?
Quickly.
Quickly? Okay.
Mostert's in. Quickly.
Is it Mostert or Mostert?
I'm going to get some knockoff jerseys, or maybe some real jerseys. We'll see. I don't know if I'm allowed to incriminate myself like that. I guess it's not incriminating. People make them, I pay for them. I was going to buy some knockoff jerseys, and I was like, all right, well, I was gonna buy one for me and one for my girlfriend, just because she has a lot of Knicks shirts that we caught at games, or that I got for free at games that are extra larges, and she likes to wear them around. And I was like, all right, well, I'm going to take Quickly. She's like, oh, I want Quickly. It's like, oh, wow. You're going to just throw that dagger right in me, huh? You want the Quickly jersey? What am I supposed to do? I'm going to go for Rowan James. Shout out to Canada, right?
Fair enough, man. You're not going to go with the RJ Barrett? Or
That's what I said. Rowan James. That's what RJ stands for.
Does it?
Rowan James Barrett.
I actually did not know that. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about some random bench player. Oh man, this is the type of Monday it's been for me. I swear to God.
Wow. Hey, you know what? I've had a very similar Monday. I can't believe the amount of work I've done today, considering I've just been a zombie all day. I have no idea why.
You know what it is? It's daylight savings.
Yeah, it partly daylight savings time, partly Grammys last night. I was up watching the Grammys.
Yeah.
Watching the Grammys after show, couldn't stand it after 5 minutes. Put on The Office, so a lot of. I also worked last night, obviously. I was watching the selection show. I've been studying up on the teams. I'm going to be on tomorrow at 11 a.m. on the Dream Stream for our March Madness show. I'm going to be talking about the Midwest region. Looking forward to that. And Emerson will be there asking me so many questions. So I've been studying hard. I've been trying to get a bracket pool together. No one's responding. Not a surprise. Bought a Kristaps Porzingis card on Top Shot. We don't have to go into another Top Shot discussion, but my Top Shot tip of the day. This guy. Here's the thing, and this is how you know that it's a good piece of information. I hate Kristaps Porzingis. Okay, I'm happy the Knicks traded him away. I'm a Knick fan. I'm a bitter Knick fan who just get out of my city. Stay out of New York, right? To Kristaps Porzingis. Don't like him. I think he is a fantastic buy on Top Shot. He has a Series 2 moment. He's only got one Series 2 moment right now. It's just it's like a layup or a dunk or something. It was a great pass by Luka Doncic. He lays it in or dunks it, whatever. Not about the moment. It's his only Series 2 moment. And you can get it right now for $11. I think that is a steal, especially once they close off, stop circulating those cards, which will be soon. I mean, I think that they'll probably just LE those. I think that's a great investment because he has shot 46% from 3 over the last 4 games, back-to-back 25-point games. He's playing a pretty middling defense. The Clippers defense really struggling tonight. I think the Mavericks win that game. And Kristaps Porzingis has another good game as well. And I think the stock's going way up on this guy. I think the Mavericks stock is going up. I don't know if you follow the NBA very closely, Jeff, but I'm sure you can attest that Dallas Mavericks are not to be trifled with right now. And Porzingis front and center, man, right with Luka Doncic. He's having a great run. I can't believe this guy's $11 on Top Shot. Again, he's got more expensive cards, but I got the triple-digit card for $70. Amazing.
And look, Porzingis is a versatile player, and like you say, he's going to be riding shotgun with Luka Doncic, right? His entire career, even. So it's a good spot to be. I have, if I was a Knicks fan too, I'd hate his guts, but he is a talented dude, really good, obviously all around, and I think he's in the right spot now because I don't think he's someone. I think it was just too much pressure with New York and stuff too. I don't think he's someone who can carry a team, but I think he makes for a good secondary piece. He's in the exact spot he wants. Doncic gets all the coverage. He just benefits off him. So I think that's actually a good call. Maybe I'll go look up some Porzingis. I'm always looking to spend money. So
yeah, me too, man. Especially you're not in America, so you don't know with the exciting developments where we're all going to have money to spend. But
oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it's
congrats.
Hey, I think this is a great moment here. I really do. I'm gonna get invested in Kristaps Porzingis stock because I'm telling you, man, come playoff time, this guy way up. He's gonna, you talk about, first of all, an exciting player with all the dunks and the 3-point. I mean, he is an electrifying player. So I do think that this is the time to get in because there's a lot of people out there that are just trying to sell off all their cheap cards that they think are worthless, like this one. And I think this is a good pull, man. I think this is a good one to go get.
It's the Deucey tip of the day. Kristaps Porzingis.
Top Shot call of the day.
We don't give stock tips here. We give playa tips.
We give Top Shot tips, man.
Top Shot tips. I'm gonna be so broke when they introduce PGA Top Shot or NFL Top Shot.
I think I want to start a Top Shot podcast.
Yeah. Well, there's 1,000 of them now.
Right.
But they're all doing well. It seems like so.
Right. Oh, I have to wait 25 minutes till I can get another Porzingis. I thought it was time. Yeah, I'm in on this, man. I'm so look, and the thing is, it's fun, as long as you're not taking out a mortgage on your house to go get a LeBron James, no look 3 moment. I think it's a good investment. I don't think it's like a sure thing by any means, but see what happens. I mean, whatever. It could be this NFT. It could be another one. We don't know. I tried to buy some tweets last week. It did not go well for me, but anyway, run to the right side, Chris Carson. Yeah, I was trying to buy some tweets And the problem is the person who tweeted it has to sell it to you. I
Right.
don't know if you know that. Yeah. I mean, which makes sense. So I was trying to buy some funny tweets that I thought were pretty legendary, but like I had to like DM the people, be like, hey, this is really weird, but I want to buy your tweet. So
Can I get permission?
yeah.
Is that how it
And
works?
They didn't respond.
But you
Yeah,
basically just need their permission, like them to just say yes, and then it's good.
I think so.
Yeah.
But the problem is, like, I'm like, hey, can I buy for $6? And it's like, I don't want to, like, I feel like that's a slap in the face to that person. Be like, hey, I want to pay $6 for your tweet. Like, oh, I think it was worth a little bit more.
I like that you're just DMing people randomly.
Yeah, it was a drill tweet. I DM drill. It's like, hey,
Right.
man,
Right.
big fan. Just want to buy one of your tweets because I mean, those are tweets that we're talking buying tweets. I feel like those are probably going to be the good tweets to have. DK Metcalf. How about that? How about that Top Shot moment? I think that we should start making NFTs for moments that happen here in Simland. I think that would be fun.
I don't. Maybe that's the final frontier. It's like it's almost like an NFT of an NFT.
Yeah.
A sim NFT. That would be crazy. I know what would be. Were you with me when that crazy catch happened? I feel like you were.
I don't know.
It's an insane catch. Now I can't even remember who made the catch, but remember he caught it with one arm, went down, and like bounced back up, and then ran in.
I don't remember that.
Okay, maybe it wasn't you. I don't know. It might have been
I've
Tom.
seen some crazy things though. I've seen some crazy things.
Yeah. It was like legitimately the best catch I've ever seen in the sim. And I cannot remember what player it was, but yeah. Anyways.
I think I'm going to suggest that though.
Someone will do it.
Maybe we can get Madden on board. That'd be fun.
Eventually,
Michael telling us that the Patriots have signed Nelson Aguilar. Wow.
He played. You know what? He played pretty good last year.
He did.
He had a good season. He was their most consistent deep threat. You know, outplayed like Brian Edwards, a couple of rookies they had. Basically, outplayed Henry Ruggs. I actually kind of like that signing. I'm not gonna lie.
Everyone outplayed Henry Ruggs though. I mean, that wasn't very hard. He had like the 2 catches.
It is true. I don't think the Pats were ever going to get a big name receiver there. Like, I don't think they were going to land Golladay, but I'll tell you something. Pats are retooling pretty quick here. Could they just grab a quarterback and like be right in contention next year? I feel like I feel like at this point, if they grab a big quarterback upgrade, like
I think they're going to try to, right? I think
they're going to try
want Mac Jones.
They've become just a lot more attractive spot here in the last like 5 hours, haven't they? It's interesting.
It's a domino effect, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
2nd and 3. Still waiting on a touchdown for the Seahawks. We had the Mostert run one in for the Niners. Wilson handoff. Oh, is that Carlos Hyde?
Oh.
Is that Carlos Hyde or is that Chris Carson? It is Chris Carson.
Carson.
Touchdown. No, they didn't call it a touchdown?
What?
NFT that, man. That's an NFT.
They must have called them progress or something. That's like that's insane in the membrane.
All right, I thought we were in vulture range, but
here we go. The chat's got me.
cigar.
DeMarcus Robinson. Sorry, guys.
Now Carlos Hyde. No, he's not in the game. Russell Wilson tried to run on the read option, got tackled. Oh boy.
That's interesting.
Ian Rappaport says
Aguilar.
a huge day in New England. What is Bill Belichick saying to these people to get them to sign with the Patriots? That's what I want to know. What's going on?
Well, he's giving them good contracts. What did Aguilar sign for? Do you know?
We don't know yet, but I'm assuming it's all right. Hey, we're in vulture territory here.
Uh-oh.
I formation, goal line formation, 2nd and goal, handoff. Carson, that's not a vulture. Taken down right at the 4. The Seahawks are really struggling here in the red zone. So much so that Jimmy Garoppolo feels like he can flex.
This is a good signing. Yannick Ngakoue, 2-year, $26 million with the Raiders. That's exactly what they need.
Tasty.
They need a pass
like
rush. That's a good move by them.
Like that a lot.
Where did you see that Aguilar signed with the Pats? Who tweeted that out? It's not Schefter.
Ian Rappaport.
Rappaport, eh? Okay. That
our wonderful DK crew keeping us up to date.
Oh yeah, I just read the Slack
third
chat.
goal. Russell Wilson gonna run. Oh, he fumbles on the goal line. Oh no, Russell Wilson. Oh, disaster strikes, and the ball is going to the 49ers at the 9-yard line. Oh my goodness. Oh, the humanity.
Wow, the sim really didn't want the Seahawks to score there. That was a little nasty sequence if I've ever seen one, my friends. Wowzers.
49ers defense 6.4% owned. 0.5% of you captained in the free showdown.
Ooh.
Unreal, man. Unreal. What's going on here? Look at the Seahawks D will make a play. Garoppolo. Oh, the Seahawks D does make a play. It's a safety.
Down goes Jimmy. Maybe Jimmy G is the guy the Patriots now go after. Now that they've done all their work, they'd go get,
Go get him back.
Tom Brady.
Wow, Jimmy Garoppolo just kept back, dropping back, and bam! Taken down in the end zone. Is that Leonard Floyd?
This game's taking a turn, my friends. For good.
So just like that, you get 3 points. You get the 2 for the safety and the 1 for the sack, if I'm not mistaken.
What do you guys think in the chat?
Double check
quarterback? Who's starting quarterback for the Patriots next year? Let us know. Let us know. Hit that like button too, guys. Kenny here. Dropping the good stuff. The NBA, Top Shot knowledge. Knicks.
Big game for the Knicks tonight, man.
We're both suffering from daylight savings fatigue. Who are they playing?
I'm suffering from the Jets not getting Joe Tooney. That's what I'm suffering from right now. I don't care. I don't want to talk about the Knicks. I don't want to talk about how I'm tired. I just want to talk about how upset I am that the Jets are not going to be signing Joe Tooney, and that somehow the freaking Chiefs found enough room. You know what? I don't want to hear ever again. I never want to hear the term salary cap hell again. Never want to hear someone say, well, they can't make it work under the salary cap. How about all those people? Oh, Deshaun Watson to the Saints? Forget about it. They could never make it work with that. These teams are throwing out $100 million contracts like they're going out of style. All these teams that supposedly have no money to spend. The Chiefs, by the way, someone like, oh, well, how did you not know the Chiefs restructured Patrick Mahomes' deal? When did they do that? When the hell are they finding the time to restructure Mahomes' deal and then sign one of the best linemen in football? Like, this is ridiculous. This is no team. Again, I never want to hear about a team that can't spend money, because clearly all these teams that are really good that shouldn't be able to spend money are just like creating ways to find creating some money here and there to sign a big player. I mean, it's really ridiculous, man. It really is. I'm getting tired of it. The teams that supposed to have all the big, all the money in the world to spend, they're not signing these guys. It's the teams that have no money that are signing out these big names.
It's true, though. I mean, just look at the Saints, too, right? I mean,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. With Taysom Hill, where do they find that money, man?
A $1 billion contract just to create cap space that they're not actually going to have to pay.
Taysom Hill, of all people, Aguilar is getting 2 years, $26 million from the Patriots. We'll see how much of that's guaranteed. It is all football contracts, and that's the thing with what I'm saying with the salary cap thing. It's very strange, because the amount of guaranteed money and the amount of money you think someone's making are two completely different things. And so, I mean, I'm sure only like 10 of that is guaranteed.
Yeah, probably. Exactly. It's still a big deal, though. But we'll have to see how much of it is up front or guaranteed, like Kenny said. Seahawks now threatening. Can they actually get in this time on the one? I mean, I do like Aguilar. If they actually are giving him like 20 mil guaranteed or something, I don't really like that deal, but good for Aguilar. And look, the Patriots, it's not like Robert Kraft is hurting there. That franchise is worth a ton, and they have the room, man. They have so much room. So, You got to spend money to make Super Bowls, Kenny, as I like to say. I don't actually say that.
Yeah, that's right.
It's the truth. Here we go. Shotgun this time. What are they going to do?
Russ rolling out, throwing left side. Got a man. It is caught for a touchdown. DK Metcalf going in for 6. Russell Wilson gets that elusive touchdown. And the Seahawks are winning 8-7. Take a picture. We don't see that score in Madden very often.
No, it's like score-gami.
We'll get a either a 2-point or I'm sure they'll kick the extra point here, right? I mean, right? I don't know. I don't know anymore with these.
I don't know
what they're going to do.
Actually, the Sim's pretty sharp in these spots. No, not. I get only late in the game they do it. I guess that's fine. It's fine to kick.
Take the point, right? Don't chase. I mean, again, though, I don't understand what the logic is. Like, don't chase points here because if you score a touchdown, I guess you're up 16. Like you could be up 17. I don't know, or you're up 9, but you could be up 10. I'd rather be up 10 than 9, right? Whatever. I don't know.
Kenny, they're only up 2. San Francisco has 7 points.
Right, but you're going to need the 2-point eventually, right? So why not do it now?
I agree.
I'm saying like I'd rather be up 10 points than 9 points. Like they'll probably just if they scored right now, like if they just scored at the beginning of the third quarter, they'd probably just kick the extra point. Then they'd be up like 9 points, you know? Yeah. But if they whatever. I don't get it.
Makes sense now. Thinking in future terms here, and I'm just in the present, but it's all good.
Is there a like on the stream? 233 of you. We got 430 watching, so that means at least 200 of you have not hit the like button. We would really appreciate it if you do. Maybe you don't like me, and that's fine. That's very understandable. But how about the great crew that we have? How about Jeff the Moose Ulrich, who has to listen to me for an hour? How about that?
Dude, I like
that in itself deserves a like. Michael, Drew, we got a whole crew, and they do a great job.
You know what? Don't ever be afraid.
Zach Ops.
Don't ever be afraid to give your takes, to be a little contrarian in life, folks. Yeah, you're gonna sound dumb sometimes. I've done it too. Trust me. But that's what it is. Well, you want to be the consensus voice your entire life. That's boring. So
yeah, that's why Jeff and I get along. We're coming from the same spot.
That's true.
By the way, how about that completion to George Kittle? By the way, right at the end of the half. Yeah, huge
garbage yards there at the end of the half. So
all right, well that's your half. It's a 9-7 half in favor of the Seahawks. Pretty out there. DK Metcalf scores the touchdown. Russell Wilson throws it to him. You had Raheem Mostert into the end zone as well. 20 receiving yards, 32 rushing yards, and the touchdown. And that's about your half. Greg Olsen, Carlos Hyde, a little bit involved. We had the Seahawks with a safety. I'm going to ask out loud through my microphone to our production crew, Drew and Michael. I'm not sure. I thought that there would be a sack associated with the Seahawks defense as well. We're just seeing a safety on the board, but I feel like that is also counted as a sack in real life. Is it not, Jeff? You would maybe know. Well, maybe we'll see too on the stats.
That is a good question. I actually don't think it is recorded as a sack. It might just be recorded separately as a safety.
Interesting.
Drew's going to look it up. Stat, like I want to say they just say, oh, they got a safety, but maybe they do give them both for a defensive player.
Well, we'll see. We'll see when they go to the defensive box score here. George Kittle 3 for 52. If you were wondering what that end of the half catch did for him, Mostert 2 catches for 20, Olsen 2 for 23, Dorsett 2 catches for 21 yards, which was pretty surprising. Carlos Hyde has a catch for 9 yards.
That is one of those questions that for someone who's like sweated NFL DFS for like 6 straight years.
Oh, they did give a sack. Puna Ford was the guy who took down Garoppolo. So you'll get 3 points to that safety. You got 2 for the safety, 1 for the sack. And so the Seahawks defense has now been awarded a sack, 7 points. Yeah. In real time here, we're making things happen. We love it.
It makes sense, you know.
The bad boys of Pop says, Kenny, you've become a lot less abrasive with your contrarian thoughts. That's a like from me, man. We got 10 likes, 10 bad boys of Pop. You know, that's why there's an S on the end of boys, because multiple people, 10 of them liking the stream. Appreciate it. We appreciate the likes as always. And yeah, so 7 points to the Seahawks defense. Not the worst play in the world. I got him in my flex. And Midwest Heather, who is winning our lineup or winning our free roll right here so far with 111 entries, has the Seahawks defense in the captain spot as well. Give me a sec. I'll take a look at the free showdown here between the Niners and the Seahawks. $250 prize pool as always, and on top in this one is RJ Foot 52 and RJ DC 61, tied for first, 62.54 points. They also have the Seahawks defense in there with Jacob Hollister, who had a catch. I missed the Jacob Hollister catch, and Mostert, Wilson, Metcalf captains, and George Kittle. So well done to those two so far. Hopefully it continues to work out for you. The free roll, always fun to win. Got 10,000 entries in there. I feel like that's a lot of pressure now. Like, I feel like we look at the stream, you're like, okay, well, it's like 700, 800 people watching. Okay. And you look at the free roll, there's 10,000 entries. I mean, that's a lot of people. I mean, even if you're saying multiple entries for some people, actually, you can't do multiple entries. So there's 10,000 people that entered the contest. It's a lot of pressure, Jeff.
It is. It's true. A lot of entries in these free rolls. Love to see it. Love that you guys are there. I see a couple hockey questions in the chat. Cody Glass, line 1. I haven't seen any news definitively, but again, I've been bouncing around about 4 different sports today about Chandler Stevenson playing or not playing. If Stevenson is out, I don't know if they'll just bump Glass right up to the top line for Vegas. You definitely play, I would assume, and probably get power play one time. I think he'd be a good target regardless if Stevenson doesn't play. But that's about all I got there. As far as lineup construction there, Fidel, for a classic, you want to get the lines correlated. You got to go. You can go to daily faceoff. You can go to left wing lock. You got to look at who's playing with who. You got to make sure that if you're playing like a couple studs, that you want them on the top line on the top power play together. That's the basic gist of it. That and just going with good values. So it's about as much knowledge as I can drop in a small little category here. For Showdown, kind of works the same. Generally want someone correlated with your captain. Yeah. Any other questions, though, guys? I'll try and answer, but I don't have the latest on the Golden Knights situation.
Well, speaking of, I mentioned Leonard Floyd before. I mistakenly said he was the guy who had the sack, because that's dumb because he doesn't play for the Seahawks. The Rams are giving him a 4-year, $64 million extension, or I guess a new 4-year, $64 million deal. So another guy off the board for teams to look at. Leonard Floyd signing back with the Rams.
Right.
They're going to be good this year. They're going to be real good.
Trying to confuse me, man. I told you I was already a little bit off today, but I was like, Leonard Floyd, when is he on the 49ers? I had to think about that one for a sec, and then I just never really got back to it.
So we'll go through here on PFF's top free agents. Allen Robinson, number 3, is gone. Oh, no. Speaking of gone, George Kittle's gone. Touchdown, San Francisco. George Kittle, a long touchdown to get in. And 13-9. We'll see what the Niners decide to do. We're going to go for 2 here. What are they going to do? Allen Robinson, number 3 wide receiver, number 3 player available in free agency, according to Pro Football Focus, is gone. Chris Godwin, the number 2 player, is gone. And Dak Prescott, number 1 player, of course, gone. So, so just going through the guys today. Just wanted to, still got Hunter Henry out there at number 10, according to PFF, and Will Fuller. But we mentioned a couple of the guys that did get signed. Johnny Smith, not the top tight end, according to them, available. And Nelson Aguilar as well. Joe Tooney coming in at 13th among all the free agents. And Shaq Barrett, 14th. So, just going through all the guys. They did rank J.J. Watt 20th, which I thought was interesting. John Johnson III going to the Cleveland Browns. This is actually informative for me because there's some signings I missed. John Johnson III going to the Cleveland Browns is a very good signing. Very good. He was very good this year for the Rams. He was like the reason that their defense was so good. Kevin Zeitler going to the Ravens. Actually, I think he already played for them. But that John Johnson signing, did you know about that? That's pretty good.
It just came up, like an hour ago. Who was the safety for Cleveland last year? Who's their safety?
Denzel Ward.
You thinking
of?
No, Denzel Ward.
Does he play corner? He plays corner.
Corner. Yeah, corner. I don't know who their safety was. Probably nobody that we know. So it's probably a very good signing. You're right. He definitely played well for them last year. It's a good deal for him.
Yeah. Very good.
Cleveland could
Tyrod
be
Taylor.
Definitely going to be in the mix.
How did Tyrod Taylor make the top 100 free agents? I guess there really just aren't that many free agents, right?
I mean, quarterbacks,
I guess.
always a little bit more intrigue, but
Chris Carson. Leonard Floyd checks in at 65th. Oh, Gronkowski, I think, has just been signed. I was just reading his name.
gotta be with Tampa again. Can't see it going
Yeah.
anywhere else.
Tim, one of our DK Live editors, does this fun thing where he doesn't drop in the news, in places that I've worked in the past, they'll like drop in a link to the news so people see, and then he'll just be like, "Oh, I got Gronk." I'm like, well, what happened? Unless I'm engaged with like work right now, I would not know what happened. But it sounds like I think he's going to based on the reaction in the chat, I think he's going to the Buccaneers, which would make a whole lot of sense.
Yeah, tight end Rob Gronkowski returning to the Bucs via Schefter. So
there you go.
1 year deal worth $10 million. Not shocking.
Doc Redman withdraws from the Honda Classic after testing positive for COVID.
Yeah, get Doc Redman out of any lineups. You probably weren't playing him anyways because he's been junk, but he's out. There's 3 guys now with COVID: Scott Piercy, Gary Woodland, Doc Redman. They're all out. A little bit of a COVID outbreak with the PGA. Don't like to see it. Have not had one in a long time, so hopefully they get that under control quickly and you can get the tournament off this week. Okay.
That's been a while.
Yeah, I don't even remember the last time a guy. I guess it was like I don't even know.
I forget. There was one though, right? Remember, it was very early.
Scotty Scheffler had it back in like the fall, and Dustin Johnson had it last fall. But I don't know. I can't really recall anyone this year. There might have been a couple guys. None of the big names, though. I don't think.
There's Tyler Lockett, I believe. Here comes another one. Broncos, Ronald Darby, 3 years, $30 million. Interesting. 1 year, $10 million for Gronk. Patriots re-signed Carl Davis.
Carlton Davis?
Carl Davis, defensive tackle.
Oh, the Patriots. Yeah, you said Patriots, and my mind went to Buccaneers.
Just saw it. Not as big of a gap. We'll pause for this 4th down. 4th and 1. Seahawks going for it. Run up the middle. Chris Carson trying to move men to get. Oh, he does get 2 yards. That's a ridiculous spot. 2 yards. Not as big of a get as he might have been like 2 years ago. But where does Jadeveon Clowney go, and what's his value?
Where he goes is, anywhere could be.
Maybe the Jets.
Yeah, maybe. Yep, Jets have the money to throw at him, for sure. Probably actually a very possible landing spot. I don't know what he gets, but if he's going to go to the Jets, probably get overpaid a little bit.
I'm just trying to think how much money he's going to get. I don't think it's going to be really that much. So that's
Godwin stayed with the Bucs. Starfighter. They franchise tagged him. Chris Godwin.
Yes. Starfighter wanted to know. Yeah, you're right. First down. Russell Wilson, shotgun. 3 wide receivers. Has time. Oh, he's got a man right side. There goes Tyler Lockett into the end zone. Touchdown, Seahawks.
All right, man. Russ with his 2nd passing touchdown. This one to Lockett. Lockett and DK Metcalf. Oh, could they lose all their fantasy value next year if Russell Wilson doesn't come back? My God. Those guys would go from living in the penthouse, an elite QB, to potentially just, maybe not even mattering next year.
Actually, now they go for 2.
Yeah, now they're going for 2, like we said.
Russ is going to get it complete for the
He's
2-point
gonna get it.
conversion to
Yep.
Tyler Lockett.
Big drive
Gets
for Lockett.
And gets the touchdown and the 2-point.
Extra 2 points for you for Lockett owners.
3 points. Catch 2, right? Doesn't the catch count?
Now,
Maybe
for
not. It doesn't
PPR
fit.
points, I don't think the catch counts. I'm pretty sure it doesn't.
Mm.
Yeah, it just counts as the 2 points.
Yeah, I think
Again,
you're right, actually.
yeah, I think for that one, I'm on it. On the correct take there.
All right, so a 3-point lead for the Seahawks. They finally do get that 2-point conversion. So what are you playing tonight, mainly? You're just on the NHL slate?
Yeah, honestly, today, probably just got a couple of NHL bets for me, and that's about it. Just got too much work to do. got a couple other things going on, so that'll be it for me. Mondays are kind
Hockey
of
keeping you busy?
Hockey's still keeping me busy, yeah, obviously, but Mondays are a bit of a slog because a lot of PJ stuff to get out on Monday and stuff like that, and PJ show tomorrow, so.
Yeah. Boy, what a final round on Sunday, huh?
It's great. Yeah, it's a great event.
That is a great course.
Yep.
You love to see just the destruction that a course can bring to some of the best players in the world like that. JT missing that 2-footer or the 2-foot 11-inch putt.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's a brutal course, man. That was fun.
It was a great final round for sure. Would have liked to see West. Well, I mean, my pocketbook was happy that Justin Thomas closed it out. It was on him pre-event, but Westwood would have been cool to see win. I'm not going to pretend like I wasn't cheering for Thomas or Paul Casey, but you'd like to see Westwood get a big event before it's all said and done. I really felt like he was going to win, but Justin Thomas
I
is
did too.
really, really good.
He is, and he closed that very well. By the way, Varder Robinson, I see you. Thank you very much. He said he likes it when I'm on. I keep it going. I keep it real. I always am talking about something that is going on in the now. Love it or hate it, we know what we're getting. You do know what you're getting with me. So that's, I guess, the one positive you could say about me. Try to change it up. Try to be a little different. People calling Raheem Mostert Raheem Monstert. Is that a nickname for him?
It is now.
I think I might use that one, yeah. Oh, Monstert, excuse me. Tried to hit the spin move, didn't work. Bob Daddy says he wants Lee Westwood to win the Masters. Lee for the green jacket, he says. What do you think about that?
Give me one sec. I'm gonna. You know what? The play for Lee Westwood at the Masters is here. Don't bet him right now because I don't even know what his odds are because I assume they're just like dives. He's probably like 40 or something stupid or 30. Wait till the week of when he hasn't played, or maybe he'll miss the cut this week or something. Then he sprinkle a little bit because I agree. I mean, I think and possibly even a better spot for Lee Westwood this year might be the Open Championship. He's live at both those events. He could get it done at both those. I think I'd probably prefer him for the Open. I really do feel like a guy like Bryson or Justin Thomas just has too much firepower at Augusta. So you could sprinkle him there, but I think the better target for Westwood is probably going to be the Open, if I'm being honest.
At the Masters, I'm putting the clown paint on my face, and I'm taking Gary Woodland. You just know it. It's a tradition. Every major, someone takes Gary Woodland. You got to do it.
We got breaking news here. Another wide receiver for Patriots.
Oh my God! And he's Kendrick Bourne,
and it's part of this broadcast.
Oh my God, that's Kendrick Bourne.
That's the Bourne Identity sound.
Oh my God, that's Kendrick Bourne. I've never even seen that movie, but I know that line.
You haven't seen any of the Bourne Identities?
No, you know what? I've wanted to see them so bad. I wanted to see them so bad that I think I bought the books. And like I don't like read. I mean, that's probably the least surprising thing about me. I really don't read that much. I read sports books,
Right.
but I'm not very well read. But I like wanted to. I was so into that. I wanted to watch it so bad. I just never did. And to this day, still haven't. Maybe I should just like assert myself and be like, you know what? No, I can't. It was March Madness this weekend. How am I supposed to watch movies when there's sports on all the time? I can't do it. How am I supposed to balance these things? Anyway, that is a big signing. What is going on with the Patriots, man?
I don't know. Doing? They had a lot of cap room though, like a lot.
Dude, so. It's like we really need a quarterback. We really need like let's just get a bunch of guys who catch the football. Okay. Whatever you guys want to do, man.
Again, we don't know the details of these contracts
we do.
Yet. I mean, they could be
the Kendrick Bourne one we do know. Oh, that's true. Yeah. They could be incentive laden.
Yeah,
Kendrick Bourne is 3 years, $22.5 million.
Yeah. Again, we don't know how much guaranteed, whatever, right? So,
yeah.
I mean, one of these guys could be cut before training camp for all we know, like, depending on the details. But, when you look at the Patriots wide receiver core, what do we got there? N'Keal Harry, Jacoby Myers, Edelman, and now Bourne and Aguilar. There's no freaking way all 5 of those guys are going to be there to start, right?
Yeah. I mean, I'll probably get rid of Bird, right?
Or
maybe Harry. Maybe Harry.
You got to figure they'll give N'Keal Harry another shot. Are they going to like release Edelman or something? Because it kind of feels like that move might be coming. Or trading him or something. I don't even know what his contract. He's under contract for a year, I think. I could see that. I could
he'll
see
probably
Edelman
retire soon. Yeah.
I could see Edelman getting released. Maybe asking for a release. Maybe it's going on behind the scenes. At this point, it wouldn't shock me. We'll see though. Ooh, bullet touchdown, Jimmy G. Maybe the future quarterback. Oh, it's Mostert too. Damn, nice game for Mostert now. That's his second.
Wow.
Crazy day for Patriots fans, man. Lots to talk about. You basically just you went shopping. So
yeah. Sorry, I just had to meme it. So I had to put a little meme out there into the Twitterverse.
Oh, no worries.
Touchdown there for the Niners. Unreal, man. What is going on today?
This is a lot crazier than I thought it was going to be. I thought the Patriots would do a little work. I didn't think they'd sign everybody.
I mean, you know what is the craziest thing about this? Where was this when Tom Brady played for the team? I mean, yeah, I get it. Like, he commanded a lot of money, but like, they never once ever tried to get, like, except for Randy Moss, never tried to sign receivers to play with Tom Brady. There was like, yeah, man, it doesn't really matter. We'll just find some guys in the draft or on the scrap heap. And then, like, meanwhile, Tom Brady leaves immediately. Boom, wide out. We got to get all the wide outs that we can. Ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, Edelman's still under contract there, right? Like, I'm not missing something. I thought he was.
I'll pull up the contracts because I want to go through them here. But yes, I'm almost positive
and
that
look,
he is.
As we're talking about this, I mentioned, I mean, I do like both these guys. I mean, Aguilar was a really good deep threat last year. You look at his yards per reception, like, he was efficient. And Kendrick Bourne has been a really good, like, over the middle guy, red zone target. These are good players. Again, I don't know the contract details. If they gave Aguilar like $20 million guaranteed, yeah, it's ridiculous, but I seriously doubt that's the case. So potentially a real nice receiving core.
I'll give it to you. So this is insane. So they had 11 wide receivers last year, which is fine. So they have 9 under contract for next year. They only have 1 wide receiver that is signed past next year, and that is N'Keal Harry, who is his contract is up. He hits free agency in 2024. Other than that, Edelman, this is his last year. Matthew Slater, I believe he got a new deal. Or no, he didn't. This is his last year.
I mean, Matthew Slater is a special teams player.
Right, but him, I mean,
yeah,
for
I know
purposes of argument. Marquise Lee, this is his last year. Jacoby Myers, this is his last year, and then he's a restricted free agent. Same thing with Gunnar Olszewski. Funny that they make the same money, like considering the roles that they have. Devin Smith, just like the 1 year. Oh, that's a catch by Tyler Lockett. Okay,
apparently
Isaiah Zuber, whoever the heck that is, and Kristen Wilkerson.
Right, Isaiah Zuber. Remember he caught like a one long touchdown.
Yeah, so that's and then Damiere Byrd's a free agent. So Damiere Byrd's gone. They already have him gone. So they have N'Keal Harry. I guess they're just gonna trade Marquise Lee back to the Jaguars or something.
Yeah, or release him. Or
right.
maybe bring him in training camp and see what they got. I mean, that was kind of
Yeah.
an interesting depth signing last year. Obviously,
Right.
then he opted out and didn't play, but who knows?
But basically, they didn't really have anybody signed past this year. So it actually does make sense that they would invest a little bit in wide receivers because,
Yep.
you know, like God forbid the Patriots are good this year, which they could be with all these guys. You don't want to enter next year. This was definitely their most shallow position. They are not ready for the future at wide receiver. At least at tight end, like, you know, they do have Jonnu Smith now, but they had some guys, like they have offensive linemen signed through 2023. Their defensive line, they're gonna have to figure out too. I'm surprised they didn't put more money into their defensive line. Like they
got Judon.
They have. Oh, they did. Well, they have Michael Barnett and Byron Cowart and Chase Winovich, obviously.
I mean, they still got the draft too, right?
And that's it. Right, that's true. But that's where they're going to have to focus a lot of efforts now on their defensive line because like they're pretty fine everywhere else. Like they got, you know, some sort of long-term plan at linebacker and in the secondary, especially they got a bunch of contracts out. But they have no prospects at offensive line, or a defensive line, so they're gonna have to do something there. But yeah, I mean, they still have so much cap space. I think still left, so like they should be able to sign some guys. Russell Wilson gonna go right in. Oh no, he fumbled again! Oh my goodness, Russell Wilson fumbles again, and it's picked up, returned out to the 11-yard. Unbelievable, man! Second fumble of the day for Russell Wilson in the fourth quarter. Down 4 in the red zone at the 10-yard line, runs to the goal line, fumbles again. No wonder the Seahawks are trying to get rid of this guy, right?
I mean, we don't want to turn this into a Patriots broadcast, but they are the ones making the moves here. And I mean, I'll go through this roster. I'll be dead honest. It's looking pretty damn good. Like,
yeah, dude.
I like Damian Harris. They still got a pretty good O-line. You had Judon there with Dante Hightower. They added who did they sign in the back? Mills? Did they? Is it Jalen Mills? No.
I don't think they did.
They signed a cornerback.
Oh, Drew said they did sign Jalen Mills.
Yeah, it was Jalen Mills. You know, they got Gilmore still. I don't.
Hold on, we got another signing while we're on the air here.
Okay, drop it.
It is. I'm trying to confirm here. Philip Dorsett to the Jaguars.
Okay, Dorsett.
I was about to say that he went to the Patriots because when I saw Dorsett at first, I said, "Oh, hey, maybe Patriots." Yeah, that could be one.
They've been there, done that.
Right.
But Dorsett's interesting. I mean, some of the other news. I don't know if you caught this, Kenny. The rumor is that DJ Chark is going to go to the Ravens.
Yeah, I saw that.
Dorsett signing would maybe facilitate that move. Not that Dorsett is anywhere near as good as DJ Chark, but they're both 2 former first-round picks. Maybe a bit of a depth move by the Jags, then maybe try and grab a wide receiver in the draft.
So 1st and 10. Jimmy G with the lead, under 3 to go. And he's going to fire complete to George Kittle to midfield. You were absolutely right on the money to roster George Kittle tonight. What a game he's having.
Yeah, I don't really think it's helped me. I think I'm in 49th, so yeah, the rest of my team must suck here. Let's see. Kittle's got 42.9 in the captain spot.
I mean, I'm in 105th, so it can't be worse than me.
Yeah, I also got Deebo Samuel doing nothing. Faded Mostert too. So, anyways, who cares?
Great. Yeah, me too.
Shotgun here. San Francisco can put this away basically with the first down here.
Yep.
First down.
Handoff up the middle. Monstert, excuse me. Taken down. Meowstert, that's right.
You weren't with us, Kenny, when in the old game, were you? With Madden 2020? When Tevin Coleman was the lead running back.
There.
Yeah, Tevin Coleman was the lead running back. And
yeah.
Mostert would get like one carry like every 3 games.
Do you just call him Mouster?
We'll try and time it and then laugh about it. It's a big thing for a while.
2nd and 7 right up the middle.
Time
All right,
out.
so the Seahawks get the ball here.
Kaufman in the chat. All Pats talk sim at 8.
Of course, Kaufman's in the chat. Tater Hater in 2nd place. Alert.
It is actually justified today, though.
Drew said he's going to cut Kaufman's mic. 3rd and 1. They throw and they get it to Kittle, and that could be the end of this.
I will say this. Out of all the signings, the Patriots really have anyone made. Well, I mean, there's been some good defensive signings, like you said, John Johnson. But Jonnu Smith, that's the one that you as a Patriots fan should be most excited about. That guy's good. And I think he's a versatile tight end, too. Could be a great, just, a target monster for fantasy as well. So, going to be interesting. The other guys are nice. Like, depending on who they have at quarterback, Aguilar could matter for fantasy. If it's Cam, I don't really know if he'll matter much. Bourne's a good red zone target, but like Smith is the guy that he should see work no matter what in that offense. I think they really missed that component last year.
All right, who?
Jonnu Smith.
Yes.
Just having a good tight end, you know what I mean? Like,
absolutely. Rayshawn Jenkins just tweeted "do" and then ... eye emoji. So I think maybe he's going to Jaguars. Rayshawn Jenkins, safety for the Chargers last year. Monstert, there he goes.
With a Mostert carry action, that's going to probably do it.
No, it's not. There's going to be 4th down, and the Seahawks can get the ball. They're going to get to run like one play. So from a game perspective, yeah, but from
where is San Francisco on the field here?
From a sim perspective,
it's going to be interesting to see what they do. Are they going to kick the field goal or are they going to go for it? Because the sim has gone for it here just to run out the clock, which would actually be the proper move here. 100.
No way.
50-yarder. So yeah.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to be good. Let's see. This is
going
to be
50 yards. It's like 60-40 kind of.
Yeah, Robbie Gold they call him Robbie Old for a reason. No, he didn't make it.
You're correct. Yeah. So Seahawks are alive.
They actually don't call him Robbie Old. I call him that.
I know. Nobody calls him.
All right, so here we go. 20 seconds. Seahawks with the ball. Russell Wilson in the shotgun. Can he pull off some magic? He fumbled twice at the goal line. Can he atone for his sins? He throws for the end zone. It's up for grabs. That's incomplete. So the Seahawks, if they're going to just go with the Hail Mary, Jeff, They got like 2 more cracks at it. They could throw 2 more Hail Marys.
They got DK Metcalf and they got Russ Wilson's arm. I mean, why not? That's what they should be doing. They had no timeouts.
All right.
They know the sim will just call a play over the middle if they don't go for a Hail Mary. So don't go the non-aggressive route. Don't dink and dunk.
Niners rush 3. Russ. Wilson throws on the run. What are you, crazy, Russ? It's caught. That's a 10. That's gonna wrap it up.
Bad though.
But Philip Dorsett caught that ball.
That Dorsett?
That was Dorsett. Speaking of Dorsett, who's in the news, going to sign with the Jaguars, Urban Meyer.
Jaguars' new wide receiver 1.
Wow.
No, Laviska Shenault's still there. I guess Chris Conley's a free agent. Anyways, that's the end of the game. Who cares? Okay. Russ Wilson, 316. That put Russ over the bonus, so that's a big one. Russ could have had a monster game here. Fumbled twice at the goal line, but 2 passing touchdowns, 316 yards. Garoppolo, 2 touchdowns, 272 yards.
All right. Sure. Great end to that game for people who had the Seahawks and Philip Dorsett. So why don't you give us your awards here? Let's give us some post-game awards. Let's do how about the best player of the game and maybe the worst player of the game? And how about, gonna throw a new award in here, best free agent signing while we were on the air, Jeff. Your favorite signing while we were on the sim.
Okay, let's start.
Hold on. Just to recap, we had Aguilar, we had Dorsett, we had I can scroll through the chat here real quick. We had Leonard Floyd re-signing with the Rams, and the Ravens or the Patriots, didn't they sign someone else too besides Aguilar while we were on the air here? Maybe not.
Bourne.
Gronk re-signed. Kendrick Bourne went to the Patriots. Your favorite signing in addition to player of the game and the LVP?
Sure. I mean, my favorite Patriots signing of the day is Jonnu Smith, but the one that was on the air, I like the Aguilar signing, assuming it's not all guaranteed money. My player of the game is going to be Kittle, 170 receiving yards, 8 receptions, and a touchdown. Monster game. Dean actually didn't have him in the captain. Dean Skins, who won the free roll, but you needed Lockett, Mostert, and Kittle today. So those guys all good games. But I'll give the award to Kittle. The Not My Kid award, or the worst player of the game guy, Chris Carson, man, 16 rush yards. Got stuffed at the goal line as well. That's not going to cut it, Kenny. That's terrible.
Very bad game. Shout out to the Seahawks defense giving us a safety. That was fun, but not very good from them either. Just 3 points. Also, shout out to the 4 entries rather, that tied for the lead in the free contest between the Niners and the Seahawks. KK2 Cold, Hop Tops, something about peanuts, and Smoky 987. You guys all tied for, so congratulations. Tyler Lockett in the captain spot of that lineup with Russell Wilson, Raheem Mostert, George Kittle, DK Metcalf. Well, I said DJ Metcalf. It's been a long day. And Jacob Hollister with 1 catch for 17 yards gets in the leading lineup as well. So that'll do it for us, for Jeff, our amazing crew, Michael and Drew, and of course behind the scenes on Op we had Zach. And that's not all, because obviously we have a big night ahead on the Dream Stream. But join us right here tomorrow on YouTube and Twitch for a special NCAA tournament preview show. We'll have the sportsbook perspective on which team is coming out of each region, who could be on upset alert, which spreads, totals, and props the public is putting their money on.
What time?
Great information. You're not going to want to miss it. What time is it? Well, let's tell you. It's at 11 a.m. It's called The Sweat. March to the Tournament. It airs tomorrow, 11 a.m. Once again, right here on the Dream Stream. Normally, I get the Dream Stream started at 12, a little noon act. This time, 11 a.m. Eastern time. So if you're in the West, set your alarm 8 a.m. If you are in England, you're gonna have it come on around 5 o'clock there. So
all right, let's not confuse the people. I got to pump my show too, so just hold the jets there, pal. Kenny's gonna be on 11 Eastern. The Sweat. And then the golf show, again, guys, going to be on between the 2 and 4 sims tomorrow. So it'll be Emerson and I this week. Reed's off doing important stuff, important golf interviews, and Kenny with the NCAA show. Sorry, wanted to get that in.
Yeah, and I apologize to all our folks who are watching in London, but if it's about 3 p.m. there tomorrow, 3 p.m. London time, 8 a.m. Western time, of course. If you're out in Cali, set that alarm because we got a bunch of great breakdowns we go region by region. I'll be on there. Julian Edlow, who you all know and love from the pre-lock show, from his daily posts on the DK Playbook, will be there. Emerson will be there. Whenever Emerson's interviewing me, that's going to be must-see TV. So, yeah, we got PGA pre-lock. What an amazing lineup we have these days on the Dream Stream. And it continues in just a little bit with Jaguars and Browns. Goff and Tom Carroll. Thomas Frozen Fruit Juice is going to be on with Goff. So that'll be fun. And I'm not going to tell you about the rest of the night and what we got going on DraftKings because we have Jessie here to do that. She's going to put it a lot more eloquently than I will. So for me, for our entire crew, for Jeff, we'll see you next time.
Have a great day, guys.
Yeah. Jessie, what about all those things coming up?
Well, hopefully tomorrow on your show, if Emerson's going to be there, hopefully he brings his new puppy on. So he's got a fresh puppy. He had a puppy that is fairly new, but this puppy is even fresher.
Winnie's gone ripe. She's overripe.
Yeah. Winnie's kind of ripe now, but
a rookie
Georgie,
puppy just drafted.
She is fresh, just drafted. All right, coming up at 8, though, like Kenny said, we have a new duo joining the fun, Adam Kaufman, teaming up with Tom Carroll, bringing us Jaguars at the Browns. That game is featured in the Madden Stream 1K Flea Flicker contest. A $5 entry gets you shot at a $150 top prize. The free contest for that showdown has a $250 prize pool, with $25 going to first. All right, guys. So the PGA Tour moves on to the Honda Classic, and the NBA and NHL are both in the heart of their seasons. But for the next few weeks, the nation's sports attention will be focused on Indianapolis and the tournament that will crown the champion of college basketball. Everyone's getting their brackets in, including the guys from the Action Network, who started digging into the tournament on their Selection Sunday special. Take a look.
Lay it on people for the South.
Yeah, I mean, the two that jumped out to me is Winthrop against Villanova. And I tweet that, look, that's the 12-5 that everyone's going to have that I think makes sense. I'll be curious to see what Jay Wright can cook up. You have to respect him as a coach, but trying to get over the loss of Colin Gillespie. Look, in 2 games since he went down, they lost to, well, I guess now losing to Georgetown isn't that big of a deal. They lost to Georgetown and they lost to Providence. And I think it's a good matchup for Winthrop, very athletic team. And the shocking one that I have here that I wanted to mention, maybe just because I want to talk about Oral Roberts, they have the leading scorer in the country in Max Asmus. Looks like Admus, but pronounced Asmus. And they have 2 guys on their team that can put up combined for maybe 70, 75 in a game. They played a tough non-conference schedule. They went on the road. They lost They lost to Oklahoma State by 5, for example. They're probably going to give up against Ohio State. Ohio State has perimeter defensive issues. Ohio State's offense is awesome. It's worthy of going to the Final Four. Oral Roberts might have to win this game 90 to 85. But if you want to get crazy in your bracket and you want a team with a ton of offensive firepower, this is the Oral Roberts, the team. It'll be fun to watch him and Obanor try to go for 80, 90 against Ohio State. Probably the game that I'm looking forward to most in the first round from an entertainment standpoint. That and Colgate, Arkansas is another rocket ship.
Stuck, remember the last time there was a Final Four that was live and we were in Vegas and you hired an assistant for the day for that Thursday and he was just there, ready, willing, and able to get us anything we needed at all times?
The Squire. I still talk with the Squire on a weekly basis. And, I gave him a ticket for his services on UCF Moneyline against Duke. And if anyone recalls that game, UCF should have won. They had the ball rimmed out at the end. So I'm sorry, Squire, that didn't cash. But, yes, the Squire. I can't wait to get back for normal Vegas trips in March. But, yeah,
we'll pour one out for the Squire. Calabrese, who is since Stucky's taken basically every good upset in the South, do you have any left that you could potentially give us for the South?
Well, I think of it differently. I think he's teeing me up for this Colgate play. If you want to talk about electric offenses, this is one of the top scoring teams in the entire nation. The net darling, for some reason, they've been in like the top 10 of net for the entire season and kind of the butt of some jokes. But when you actually watch them play, they got 4 guards who shoot 35% or better from 3-point range. They can heat up in a hurry. Now, yes, they're going to give up a ton of points, and this isn't a great pulling an Arkansas team who essentially plays a similar style, but just with much better athletes. But the thing is, if you want a live dog that potentially can get hot and not just out of thin air, there's plenty of games where they shoot over 40% as a team. I think you're going to see that. And also, let's just talk about mystery teams this year. At the beginning, we discussed non-conference games being almost non-existent. Patriot League didn't start up until the end of December, early January, and then they had half of their games canceled. Now, in most cases, that would be a total deal breaker for me, but this is such a senior laden team, and they have the 3-time Coach of the Year in the Patriot League, Matt Langle. He's going to go on to a bigger job after this. There's just a lot of talent, a lot of continuity, and a lot of firepower. And Arkansas is a team that, yes, they played very well down the stretch, beat a lot of good teams. But when you look at that loss to LSU, they can give up points in bunches, and they can also have some struggles offensively. J.D. Note really bailing them out in the previous game. So for those reasons, more than enough, I'll be playing them on the money line as a part of kind of a broader strategy, playing that 12, 13, 14, almost all of them against the spread and the money line.
All right, to recap, we got Georgetown over Colorado. We got Abilene Christian over Texas. Liberty over Oklahoma State. We got Ohio over Virginia from both of you. Winthrop over Villanova. Oral Roberts. And then Colgate over Arkansas. Those are exciting games and exciting teams.
Always fun to talk pucks here with Jeff Ulrich, our resident Canadian, who, of course, knows hockey oh so well. I am Adam Kaufman. And Moose, we got some games already underway on tonight's slate in the NHL, but still a few that will drop the puck a little bit later on. There's a turbo slate available with 2 games on DraftKings. Of course, you can get in the lobby, build your lineups there. And among the teams that are featured, you have the Edmonton Oilers, who I know near and dear to your heart. Naturally, people are going to want to roster Connor McDavid. It makes sense, but he's expensive, $9,200. So is there someone other than him that you're not, necessarily someone maybe else that you'd like to pay up for?
Yeah, I mean, obviously looking at this slate, I mean, Connor McDavid obviously has kind of owned the Calgary Flames over his career. But I think when you look at starting to pay down and guys you might want to target just kind of on the next level, I mean, Tyler Toffoli has to stick out here. The Canadians their offense has been having real trouble getting going. But realistically, last time they played Winnipeg, they scored 10 goals over their last 2 games playing this team. Winnipeg is a team that allows a ton of scoring chances. They have a very good goalie, so it gets covered up a lot of nights. But I do expect Montreal's offense to get on track here. They switch their lines up a little bit, but Toffoli's still a guy who he's just got multiple goal upside every time he steps on the ice, and it's 6,600 on this slate. I mean, I hate to keep going back to this offense that does kind of put up a lot of stinkers lately, but the Canadians forwards are in a good spot here. Winnipeg allows a lot of shots on goal, so Tyler Toffoli at 6,600 would be the guy I'd want to pay up for.
Oilers, Flames, Canadians, Jets, the teams available to you on the 2-game turbo slate here for DraftKings. Where's the value coming from?
I mean, you can definitely look to like the Flames forwards here for some value, but I kind of like going down to Jesse Puljujarvi at 3,500. I mean, still playing in the top 6 for the Oilers. still getting a consistent amount of offensive looks. And realistically, I mean, Flames and Oilers have tended to play more towards shootouts over the long term of those two teams. So especially just in the last couple of years. I also like Jesperi Kotkaniemi of the Montreal Canadiens. I mean, moved into a top 6 role, playing alongside Tyler Toffoli here. So 3,400, I think he's good value too.
It's not just the turbo slate. You've got the Sharks and the Knights available to you a little bit later on tonight in a showdown contest. So who would you captain here?
Yeah, I mean, look, the obvious answer, and I think the right answer, is still Max Pacioretty at 10,600 in the flex. Anyways, if you look up for the captain, he's 15.9. But the San Jose Sharks are such a juicy target for opposing forwards here that I think paying up for Pacioretty in the spot versus like the Vegas goalie here is the right move. Pacioretty averaging well over 4 shots on goal per game. Again, the San Jose Sharks allow the 3rd most shots on goal per game in the league here. They allow a ton of scoring opportunities. So I like targeting the Vegas offense over going with like a Marc-Andre Fleury or whoever starts in net for Vegas. The Golden Knights are huge favorites here, but I still expect them to get on the board here with multiple goals. San Jose just is not a good offensive team.
Where will you find value then in this showdown?
Yeah, there's lots of value to go around too. So that's another reason, why you can just pay up for a guy like Pacioretty, eat the proverbial expensive chalk, so to speak, and then go down to guys like Chandler Stevenson, who's, obviously, in the top 6 center role with the Golden Knights. Again, another forward in a good position. He's been scoring more as he's been elevated into more of an offensive role, which is nice. He's only 6,400 in the flex. And then going over to the other side with San Jose, Thomas Hertl started to play better. He's only 5,800. I like that. You compare him with Matt Nieto, who's also in a top 6 role now, playing alongside him on the wing. Those two guys are a real cost-effective stack to kind of get some value. Go to San Jose. Maybe you only want to play one San Jose guy, but both those guys definitely on my radar in terms of pure value plays.
So looking at the 3 games that we still have ahead of us here on the DK Sportsbook, what about puck line? Which game jumps out at you?
I mean, look, Vegas has to be the target here. I mean, they're plus 104 as we're talking on the DraftKings Sportsbook, but they're the home team going up against San Jose. I mean, Vegas is first in expected goal rate. They played well all year. Like I said, I mean, it just doesn't make sense to me that they're even plus money on the puck line tonight. So it does look like they're being discounted a little bit. San Jose coming off a few wins, but those are against the Anaheim Ducks. I think that they're just they're getting propped up a little bit too much in the betting market here for me. So I actually really like this price on Vegas. If you can get them at plus money on the puck line going up against a weaker team like the Sharks right now, I think you got to take that. So for me, it's the Vegas Golden Knights or bust on the puck line tonight.
People love goals, Jeff. They want scoring. So which of these games later on is going to be high scoring and hit the over?
Yeah, give me the Oilers and Flames here for an over. It's at 6 right now. And realistically, like I said, Calgary's played better since they made the move to Daryl Sutter at head coach and better defensively anyways. But again, they shut down the Canadiens offense for a couple games. We know Montreal is struggling on the offensive side. I'm not sure how much stock I'd put into that. You look at the Calgary Flames and Oilers over the last couple of years when Connor McDavid's been involved, these two teams have trended way more towards shootouts than just, strictly defensive games. And, Oilers coming in off a loss. This is a big game for both teams. I think you're going to see some goals here tonight. I expect the Oilers offense to bounce back. And I think the Flames offense, could catch a little bit of fire here too. They played well. Oilers still allowed a ton of scoring chances. So I think the over here in the Oilers Flames is where I'd lean.
Do you have a favorite bet on the DK Sportsbook for the 3 games later on?
Yeah, I'm gonna buy in here to Montreal. I mean, again, I just can't look at the advanced stats and not like Montreal on the money line tonight. They've definitely let us down in this spot a few times. They're minus 115 on the money line, but the Winnipeg Jets, I mean, they're bottom 10 in terms of expected goal rate. They allow a ton of scoring chances. They allow a ton of shots on goal. They are riding the best goalie in Connor Hellebuck in the league right now, and I'm just not sure how much longer that's going to last. Montreal, like I said, scored 10 goals against the Jets in their last 2 games that these two teams have played. I think their offense gets on track here, and I do like the Canadiens from money line. Carey Price also playing well of late for Montreal as well. So give me them on the money line tonight.
Moose, always a great pleasure, buddy.
All right, thanks a lot.
Let's talk about the DraftKings Dream Stream play of the day. DraftKings is pleased to announce an exciting new contest, the DraftKings Championship Series Millionaire Bracket Contest, exclusively for DraftKings players. This contest has an entry fee of $100, and contestants can make up to 20 entries. Make picks for each game of the tournament and earn points for each correct pick to earn your share of $2 million in total prizes. And while you're at it, if you enter the College Basketball Championship Series Millionaire Bracket, you can also opt in and earn 164% profit boost for every entry into the contest as an added bonus. So get your brackets in and take your shot at millions in total prizes. And speaking of the tournament, join us right here on YouTube and Twitch tomorrow for a special NCAA tournament preview show. We're going to break down which team is coming out of each region, who could be on upset alert, and which spreads, totals, and props the public is putting their money on. The Sweat March to the Tournament airs tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern Time right here on the Dream Stream. Now, you know the tournament is a big deal when Pat Mayo and company stop talking golf on a Monday to get some bracket talk in. Here's Pat and friends with some of their early round picks.
Let's start in the West with the 1 seed, Gonzaga, 26-0 against the winner of the play-in game against Norfolk State and Appalachian State. Do we have Ben, do you have a lean on the play-in winner here?
I would assume it would be Appalachian State, but not too concerned about either of them. It's a pretty bad game.
Okay. Tim, are you going to tail Ben on that one?
Sure. I don't know anything about those two teams. All I know about Appalachian State is football. So
that time that they beat Michigan in the first game of the year?
Yes.
That's as a D2 team, that's basically the only thing that I can. That's all I know.
They have.
Yeah, that's all I know.
That's all they have. You're not missing anything. That's literally their claim to fame.
So, Tim, are you taking Appalachian State to beat Gonzaga in round one?
I have been on Gonzaga since the start of the season. I love this team. I laid down a New Year's Day marker that they would go undefeated and win the championship. I'm staying with it. I'm sort of at sea here because I like to pick Duke and Gonzaga every year, and I don't have Duke to lean on this year. So I'm all in on Gonzaga. I mean, this team is legitimately great. I bet you your statistics you have there have them as the top team, the number one in RPI. I love this team. Absolutely love Gonzaga. I think they're going to crush.
Well, that is not
the case. They got a great draw. A great draw.
Well, that is not the case, but the two teams that are vying for this play-in spot are the two lowest-ranked teams in the rankings coming in. Gonzaga is actually 5th in these rankings, Ben. Does that jibe with you?
I don't know. It's a really interesting situation. They, we always talk about when they come into this tournament, they've been beating up on lesser competition for a long time now. It does kind of feel that this team is a little unique, though, when they are that good. We're going to find out. I do tend to think that they're better than the 5th team, though. I would say that for sure.
And they beat the 2, 3, and 4 seed in this bracket already this season, which is weird.
Yeah, I mean, early in the year, they ran through I wish we got to see them in Baylor. They were supposed to play, and it got canceled several times, and that would have given us even more insight. But you know what? Maybe that gives us more value on a team because we didn't get to see that game.
All right, well, let's find out who they're going to be playing in the second round. We have the 8-9 matchup of Oklahoma and Missouri. Missouri comes in number 58 in these power rankings. This was done before the bracket was released of all of the eligible teams that could come in. And that leaves Oklahoma at, where are you at, Oklahoma? I just had a note about you. There's Oklahoma State. It's probably not what I want to be looking at. Oklahoma. There we are, 41st. 3 straight January wins over top 10 teams is nice, but losing 5 of 6 to the end of the season is not. There are defensive metrics to buy into, but the lack of offensive consistency is going to be a problem over 40 minutes. And the mustache of Brady Manick will have to produce in a major way to make this run possible. Who do you have here, Ben? Do you have Oklahoma or Missouri?
I'm going to go with Oklahoma. Maybe I'll start leaning on the Big 12 right off the bat. You mentioned Brady Manick. They've got experience, just a pretty solid team. They had some losses down the stretch, but they were to predominantly good teams. Missouri is interesting. They're a solid team. I don't really like the SEC in general, though. So tough game. Don't think it's ultimately going to matter as we go out. I'll lean to Oklahoma.
And Tim, I assume you're going to tail that as well?
No, I like Missouri. Oh. Missouri is the strongest 8-9 pick I have. I think they're 25 in RPI. They beat Florida, who's higher seeded than them by 2 seeds. I don't know a whole lot about them, but I actually think the Tigers are half decent, so I'm going to play them here.
All right, so let's go with the first fade cust here and have Oklahoma moving on in the 8-9 pick of the Pat Mayo experience. West Region bracket going on to Creighton as a 5 seed against UCSB as a 12 seed. Creighton actually ranks out 7th in these rankings, Ben. Do they still have Dougie McBuckets?
They've got his father, but barely at this point, but that's neither here nor there. Creighton is whoever's doing these secret rankings for you, they jive with me. Creighton is a team that they're incredibly frustrating, but I really think they're dangerous. They're a terrible free throw shooting team, and that scares me. 329th in the country in free throws. That's dangerous, but all the talent in the world, great shooting team. I like Creighton in this game.
Tim, is UCSB UC Santa Barbara?
It is. And my bias against them comes from I watched the Big East Championship game last night, and Georgetown blew them out. Now, that's one game and whatever. But I'm going to take UC Santa Barbara. I like 5-12 upsets anyway, so I'm going to take UC Santa Barbara.
Well, Ben, how do you rate this one out then? UCSB, 22-4 coming in as a 12 seed.
Gauchos, it's in the Big West. I'll be honest, I've seen only a couple games of this team. I'm sure they're solid enough, but Creighton is a serious team. I will say, when you're talking about erratic and range of outcomes, Creighton's that type of team, but they're just so explosive offensively. They've got good guards. They do stupid things, no doubt. Georgetown mopped the floor with them. They've lost games they shouldn't, but I don't think this will be one of them.
Yeah, this is one of the bigger discrepancies in these rankings that I got produced for me. That's usually what I lean on here, so I'm going to go with Creighton to be moving on. Taking all chalk so far, the higher end seeds. Do you? Tim just said he has the 12-5 upset preference. Do you read into this stuff at all, Ben?
No, I do think that in general, of course, those teams are live to get it done, but no, I don't take a 12 just to take a 12. Absolutely not.
All right, next game, Virginia. Coming through for us the last time we did this against Ohio, the 4-13 matchup. Tim, have you seen either of these teams?
I saw some of Virginia because I watched Virginia play Gonzaga earlier this year. It was during one of the golf tournaments. I got upset or something was going on. I got annoyed and I flipped over to CBS to watch that game. So I saw some Virginia this year. I like the ACC in general, even though they're having a really down year. And in a spot like this, in a weird tournament where everything's going to be played in weird spots, and I lean on coaches that I know and I trust, and that's what UVA has. So I'm going to take the Cavaliers here.
And that seems like a pretty sensible way to go about things. So I'm looking at the rankings right now. Virginia is 4th overall. So I was like, yeah, might as well just write in Virginia. They're a 4 seed, but I have them at 4th overall. But Ohio in these rankings actually comes in at 16th, Ben.
So certainly, listen, the prudent play is to just take Virginia to survive in advance. I like Ohio in this game. Now, this is a team that people probably haven't seen out of the MAC. They won the MAC. That's how they got there. They've won 9 of 10. Super offense. They want to play. It's going to be really interesting. They want to play fast. They want this game to be in the 70s or the 80s. Virginia probably wants it to be in the 50s. They play so methodical. They've got also, we'll see what's up with Virginia. They had to pull out of the ACC tournament because of COVID issues. Tim's right. Tony Bennett, great coach, great team. I think Ohio's pretty dangerous, though. If you want to get a little frisky, they're not the worst pick in the world.
right, guys, our next Madden Sim is coming up, but there are a pair of 2-game turbo slates available in the NBA, one that locks at 8 p.m. Eastern, one at 9 p.m. Eastern. For the 8 p.m. slate, try the NBA 30K.
Well, I think we may be here. Hello, welcome. So apparently our own Jessie Gofield, she was so eager to tell you about everything going on coming up here over the course of the evening and in the days and weeks and months and years ahead on the Dream Stream. But she froze. She froze, Tom Carroll. She is frozen in time. She sort of looks like the princess in Frozen, the way we're looking at her right now in Zoom, actually. But she's gone. She's left the Zoom. She's rebooted her machine probably, and will appear once again sometime between this coming sim that we've got starting momentarily and, of course, the next one. He's Tom Carroll. I'm Adam Kaufman, and let me pick it up from here. It's NFL free agency, not officially, but the legal tampering period is underway. And guys, they have been on the move fast and furious, including to our beloved New England Patriots. They have been very, very busy. And as I'm sure Jesse was going to tell you, as lineups have locked, obviously, you can jump into a whole bunch of contests related to this sim and the next one, and, turbo slates in the NBA and NHL. And remember, the NCAA tournament shows coming up 11 o'clock Eastern time tomorrow. There's other stuff. You'll hear about it later, and we're excited about it, but it's hard, TC, to not lock ourselves in on what has been going on in the NFL today. We're going to try and break away for just a half second to tell you about our lineups and what we have got in store for this upcoming simulation of, again, lineups have locked. We've got the Browns and the Jaguars. Oh my goodness, these two teams might actually be appealing in primetime someday, maybe even in 2021 free roll or something like that. How are you?
I am doing well. Browns Jags. I wouldn't mind watching that on a Thursday night next season. The rejuvenated Browns, they're one of the threats in the AFC. Get Trevor Lawrence and Urban Meyer teaming up down there in Jacksonville. So, yeah, I'm game for that, and I'm game for this one.
What's your lineup look like for this one?
I got Kareem Hunt in the captain spot. I feel like he provides me with good value there. $9,900 in the captain spot. And then the rest of the way, I feel very good about every spot. OBJ, DJ Chark, Tyler Eifert, Rashard Higgins, Baker Mayfield. Feel really good.
Okay. So I like that build. Here's what I decided to do. Rashard Higgins in the captain spot. I do that a lot when the Browns are involved. He's a great point per dollar guy, a nice value, money saver. Baker Mayfield, Chris Thompson, Odell Beckham Jr., and then rounded it out with Tyler Eifert and Jarvis Landry. A couple of, Eifert not cheap so much, I guess. Landry's more of a value guy, but I like the lineup construction here. I don't mind telling you, Tommy, I won one of these yesterday.
Whoa.
And so I know.
Whoa.
I gave quite the speech to the people. I made a victory speech. I thought the music was going to have to play me off on Grammy night. But I like to think that I delivered to the public.
Wow,
and
congratulations, dude. I was in first place the other day for a little bit, and I was going nuts.
I was with you.
Yeah, but unfortunately, it did not last.
Yeah, unfortunately, as expected, after my magic of that sim, I finished like 271st in the next free roll out of 150 or something along those lines. It was not pretty, but we'll see about this one and how things are working, obviously.
Well, Koff, we actually got some Jaguars related news just coming down on Twitter here. A bunch of people reporting it. Former Panthers wide receiver Curtis Samuel has reached an agreement on a 4-year, $48.5 million deal that includes $29 million in guarantees with the Jacksonville Jaguars. So using some of that big cap space, all that cap room to give Trevor Lawrence a toy to play with.
Mm-hmm. What do you think of the move?
I love it. I mean, anyone picking up Curtis Samuel, I think, is a great move. I wanted him in New England. I think he is super, super flexible. You can do a lot of things with him in your offense. So to add him to your chest and give a young quarterback talent around him, it's just going to set him up to be in a better position when he's handed the keys to the castle right away.
In the interest of, and there's just so much to cover from over the course of the day today, and by all means, those of you in the DraftKings conference room and on YouTube, get your questions in, your thoughts, your concerns, whatever it may be, and just, your feelings on how the NFL landscape has been impacted here, not even on day one of free agency yet. Just before we came on, a move that has not been discussed yet, at least on the Dream Stream, and that is Corey Davis to the Jets. Corey Davis to the Jets for some big money, so that means Sam Darnold or QB to be determined has himself a weapon. I'll be honest with you, Corey Davis is one of those guys that I was really hoping would wind up in New England. Of course, this is, pre some of the more secondary additions, depth additions, although not poorly paid by any stretch, in Kendrick Bourne and Nelson Aguilar. I just happen to really like Corey Davis, as most would, and he got...
Yeah, Corey Davis is better than both of those guys.
Exactly.
Sure.
And that goes back to one concern or thought I do have about the Patriots that we can get to a little later on, which is that, they've been making all these moves, and I like them. I applaud the moves. I love the aggressiveness. There really hasn't been a bad move in the mix just yet. But they don't have that, clear-cut number one receiver right now going into next year, unless we're just assuming Julian Edelman is going to be healthy. And I think that's tough to assume. So in the case of Corey Davis, 3-year deal, $37.5 million, $27 million guaranteed again with the Jets. What do you suppose his motivation was? I mean, was it money? I mean, you would think if you're going to the Jets, especially with what that group looks like right now, and assuming Sam Darnold's the quarterback, even if you don't think that's fair to assume, it's just the reality we're living here on the day of the Ides of March 15th, then was this a completely financially driven decision?
Yeah, I think when you can get $27 million guaranteed as a receiver, and for a guy who had injury problems at the beginning of his career, you got to go get that. And maybe the appeal was New York City. Maybe the appeal is, Pete Carroll really likes Sam Darnold, and the Seattle Seahawks are going to try and flip Russell Wilson for Sam Darnold here. I know those rumors have been floating around today as things have been heating up. So I think Corey Davis must have been looking at that green, both Jets green and dollar green, and said, yeah, sign me up. I'll take 27 mil.
Well, hard to blame him, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, other than if they don't get Russell Wilson, which, highly possible that trade doesn't happen.
Likely, to me, anyway.
Yeah, I mean, right. I mean, it's going to be hard to move Russell Wilson, period.
Right.
I think him in Seattle will figure it out. I'm confident in that. Corey Davis probably sitting there. Yeah, Sam Darnold, not the best guy to have throwing you the ball, but at the same time, $27 million guaranteed in your pocket, you can live with that. And it's a 3-year deal. It's not like he signed a 6-year deal here, It's got some flexibility.
So this right here, once again, is the prime time, the Jaguars and Browns in prime time. That would actually be appealing in 2021. Free roll. 188 entries. Thank you all for being part of it. I am sitting 45th early on, as stats continue to evolve with our man Zach in game ops. Of course, Mike is producing. Drew, our technical director. Mavery 47 is in front early. Antisocial, I see you there, sitting top 3.
Nice. I'm 107th.
Hanging out 107.
Not good.
Not great. It's early, though. It's very early. What are, and if this ends up being Patriot-centric, so be it, because, again, they have really been the stars of the day so far in terms of aggressiveness and, a lot of headlines being driven toward them. And I expect we'll see some more news over the course of this sim, and we'll react accordingly. But so far with what you've seen in the last 8 hours as news has come out, what has stood out to you? Is there one particular signing or one team's activity like New England? What is it that has really gotten your attention?
Yeah, I mean, the last week or so, it's the Patriots dominating this period of time for the NFL. And here's a touchdown for Nick Chubb of the Browns. Look, it started with the Cam Newton and the Trent Brown stuff early on, and then you get everything that's happened over the last, 24 hours here. Matthew Judon, Devon Godchaux, Jonnu Smith, Jalen Mills, Kendrick Bourne, Nelson Aguilar. I mean, they are using all that cap space they have, the fourth most cap space in the league.
I hope
Belichick
they're not using all
wanted
of it
to
on
have. Well, right. There's more to spend.
Right.
But they're going out aggressive here early, and I love it. They had to do this, right? I mean, they have all this cap space. They couldn't just stand pat and roll into next season with, okay, well, these guys are coming off the COVID don't want to play because it's too dangerous list. Here we go. That's how we're going to be better. We got these veteran guys coming back. They said, no, we're going to bring those guys back in the fold, and we're going to add to some areas of need. Godchaux helps with run defense, as does Judon, and then Jonnu Smith. I mean, did the Patriots have a living, breathing tight end on the roster last year? I'm not sure.
Not one who could catch a ball.
Right.
They had some guys who could block, but no, if you're looking for your tight end to actually catch a ball, I'm not being facetious either. I mean, Devin Asiasi didn't have a catch until I think like week 15 or 16.
He didn't have a touchdown until the final game of the season.
And I think that was his first NFL catch. I'm not kidding.
Right. It's
unheard
of in New England.
Mike Reese of ESPN tweeted this out earlier, and we've talked about it a lot. This is not a new thing, but I mean, they have had anyway the worst production at the tight end position the last 2 years running in the NFL. They haven't had a tight end with an ability to catch the ball, all due respect, Ben Watson, since Rob Gronkowski. This was an area they had to address, and they bring in a young, talented wideout in Jonnu Smith, 25 years old, who obviously is, I just saw the video, the picture floating around on social media, Twitter, Instagram, like jacked like you read about. I mean, the dude is a brick wall. And but beyond that is a blocker, is a leader, is a character guy. He obviously is sure hands. He is reliable in terms of catching the football. And he's not, I'm not overstating his abilities. He's not a 1,000-yard guy or anything like that. He's not a slate breaker per se. But what he is he's someone, he's consistent. He will give you 500, 600, maybe 700 yards, depending on how much they feature him, and find his way into the end zone here and there. And it makes such a difference when, and I think you were probably getting to this before I cut you off, but it makes such a difference to actually know, as a defense, wait a minute, we got a guard against the tight end position. Last year that was not a concern, which is why the receivers were covered the way they were in New England.
Yep. 100%. It just opens up your offense in so many different ways. And they go from having no option that can be effective in the passing game at tight end to having, for my money, one of the 10 best tight ends in football, probably. So, I mean, he's not that Kittle or Kelsey level guy, or maybe even an Evan Ingram, but the tier right below that, he's right there. So I'm excited for that. I mean, that's a big one today, especially, you re-sign Cam Newton to this seemingly team-friendly deal.
There's no doubt
late
about it.
last
he's
week.
only guaranteed $3.5 million.
Right. So you give him a guy in Jonnu Smith where, look, Cam's not, throwing 40-yard bombs down the field. If you can get him a sure-handed tight end to help him in these underneath the defense throws, that's big time stuff. I mean, Cam had Greg Olsen for most of his prime, and it was one of his favorite targets. So let's give him Jonnu and see what happens.
Well, I want to get back to this, but we have more Patriots news.
More.
Because of course we do. Ian Rappaport, 3 minutes ago, Patriots snuck one more deal under the radar as they have agreed to terms with former Jets defensive lineman Henry Anderson on a 2-year deal.
There we go. Continuing
Henry Anderson,
to
if
help
I'm not
out.
mistaken, famous for. You remember the situation? I don't know exactly. Jets fans will remember. You remember there was a situation with him a couple of years ago with a, basically a shot to the privates. And I'm trying to remember who else was involved.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, it was a big deal because then his wife started tweeting about it, and it became this whole thing. And I feel like I'd have to Google around and find it.
Well, either way, from a football standpoint, you bring in another guy who is a veteran D lineman who can help shore up that defensive run game. So keep bringing in the talent, baby. Let's go. Let's do it. They re-signed Wise today too, I believe, who is great. He's an underrated defensive end. So love Dietrich Wise.
Yep.
It's
Did you find
all
it
good
all
things
in-
happening in New England.
At the end of one quarter here, 7-0 Cleveland. I want to talk more about, obviously, Jonnu Smith, who I believe, by the way, here's something I've not mentioned. I believe Jonnu Smith, wait till Madden 22 comes out. What do you want to bet Jonnu Smith is the new, Ben Watson, that we experienced in Madden 20? I bet Jonnu Smith in these Sims is going to just destroy. That is my very first Madden 22 prediction. Wait until that game was out in August. I bet when we start doing Sims, he is going to rake in terms of the production. Put Devin Asiasi to shame and challenge.
Oh, get out of here.
Yeah, challenge what we saw with Ben Watson in the Madden 20 days. And I want to hear from you people in the chat. What predictions you guys have for Madden 22 after some of these moves as well, by all means. But before we talk about Aguilar and Bourne and some of the other offensive centric moves, does it surprise you at all? All the talk surrounding New England, certainly that we've had, has been fixated on obviously the quarterback position, but beyond that, you need wide receivers, you need a tight end, you need a pass-catching running back. It's been offense, right? So much of their focus today has been on the defensive side of the ball. Some of the bigger signings, have been on the bigger side of the defensive side of the ball. Obviously, the guy coming in from the Ravens getting well paid, and Judon, as you mentioned, who's pass rusher, sack machine, guy who's going to come in and certainly impact the football. Wise coming back. Mills and the nose tackle they added, and so on and so forth. So many moves on the defensive side of the ball. Plus, you have the opt-out guys. You have Hightower coming back and Chung coming back, and who knows, whomever else is going to come back from last year as well. I do think that this is sort of setting up for Stephon Gilmore to be traded, and I also wonder if this is going to lead to Gilmore being traded draft night as part of a deal that gets the Patriots up in the draft in order to draft a quarterback.
I like this. I like what you're saying here.
Yeah, but we can go down that rabbit hole if we want to as well. But just first to the initial question, are you surprised that so much of their money has been spent today on defense?
Yeah, I am. But it's one of those things where I'm sort of blinded by the talent they're bringing in because I like it so much, where I'm not even focused on the fact that there's still real needs here. They definitely addressed what I think was one of probably the three biggest needs in getting Jonnu Smith. The receiver thing is still a problem unless they think Edelman can come back and be, 80% of what Edelman used to be. But Kendrick Bourne and Nelson Aguilar does not solve that issue, signed, sealed, delivered. I mean, unless they think that those two guys can be more than what you and I think they can be. And then obviously the quarterback position needs to be addressed in a real way. Cam Newton can't be the answer there. He can be a part of the plan, but he can't be the whole plan. So yeah, they need pass catching running backs, and they need someone that they either have now or that they just brought in to step up and be that real number one receiver. I don't know. I mean, Corey Davis, that one hurts a little bit because you see him going to the Jets, and you're like, man.
It looks like there's another report just relevant to what you're talking about. I apologize for cutting you off, but it looks like the Dolphins are at least aggressively after Kenny Golladay. So another of the premier free agent wide receivers could be on his way to the division and not New England. We'll see.
Yeah, that stinks because I was saying to my friends today that Golladay was the guy. If we can get Kenny Golladay, that'd be sick. But then, like we said at the beginning of this, Sim, Curtis Samuel signing with Jacksonville. That was another piece that I felt like if he came into the fold in New England could be, a huge help. I don't see him as like a number one sort of elite star type receiver, but he's going to help your offense, no doubt. He's a great piece to have in there. So they definitely still need to address that problem, but maybe they're confident N'Keal Harry can take that next step forward.
Are you?
I'm not, but maybe that's what they think. Who knows?
Yeah, I'm not convinced either.
Yeah, no, I'm not at all.
I don't see how you can be.
Not even a little bit. But they've been active, man.
Just trying to see if I can find that Henry Anderson thing. First blush, I don't see it. Anyway, plenty of time. 1st and 10 from the 38. About a minute and a half gone by second quarter after the Josh Lambo field goal. It is 7-3. Cleveland now. And, of course, the Browns with the ball. Tom Carroll, Tom Ace. Smells terrific. I'm Adam Kaufman. We got Mike and Drew. Zach. I see Jesse back in the Zoom window, at least. So we will hear from her again. She's not frozen in time, just frozen in the moment.
Love that. Bruce on YouTube. New England is all desperate, spending all these millions to finish last because they have Cam. Ha ha ha. Sunglasses emoji.
If we did a lot of Cam talk when the Pats re-signed him, and I'm happy to continue on with it because I get the skepticism. I am among them. I said this. This is not who I would have chosen to bring back. I will say, and I said this at the time, I think I said this to you. I had said, don't discount, not to say it's the reason, for sure. Like, you don't give a guy $3.5 million guaranteed for this purpose. But do not discount part of the Patriots' logic in bringing back Cam Newton, at the very least as a placeholder heading into free agency, the recruitment standpoint. Because guys around the NFL absolutely love him. Well, I think you're seeing a little bit today. Jonnu Smith coming in, Nelson Aguilar, and you can argue that Aguilar was maybe paid beyond what you would have thought. I can understand that. Kendrick Bourne, I think he received a very fair deal, maybe even a little bit lower than I would have anticipated.
Mm-hmm.
Guys have come in who certainly are eager to work, eager to play, eager to, team up with Cam Newton, potentially. What I will say on Cam, and this is not me just trying to convince myself of something. I said this at the time, and I do believe this. I don't think that Cam Newton got a fair shot last year.
No, you're right.
He didn't. He was behind from the jump, and I'm not even talking about COVID yet. I'm talking about when he signed. The Patriots didn't obviously sign him until July, at which point in time, because of obviously the pandemic, no mini camps, no offseason OTAs, no preseason games, no preseason training camp, no, anything of any sort of traditional offseason. Never mind the fact it's not like he could go and really work out all that much with other future teammates of his. I mean, there were a couple of clips that found their way around, whether he was with N'Keal Harry or Jacoby Myers or Julian Edelman. I don't really remember at the time. But, there were a couple things that showed up on Instagram. But it's not like these guys were working out the way they used to work out with Brady in the off seasons. Right. Again, during normal times. So it's not even a Brady Cam thing. It's just a normal times, pandemic versus normalcy. So all of that happens. He comes in, starts out really well to where everybody is just obsessed and fawning and speculating what kind of contract he was going to get.
So many of my friends bought Cam jerseys.
Oh, so many people just bought in general. Like, all right, well, turns out, let's have Cam for the next 3-4 years. And then COVID hits, as he talks about, and it's not an excuse, it's just reality. He falls way behind the playbook. He doesn't even really know all that well. They really, dumb it down. And I don't mean like he's an idiot. I mean, they dumb it down in the sense of we're only going to give him so much that he needs to know right now because he's new. He doesn't, have any experience with us, the coaches, with these players in our system. And as they work to expand and he comes back from a COVID absence, and who the hell knows what kind of effects he felt from that. We're not inside his body. We don't know.
He might still be feeling those effects.
He wasn't the same guy the rest of the way. He just wasn't. Now, does that mean he can't throw a football? I don't know. It's not like he was throwing the football all that well prior to that. He wasn't. But I definitely think, I just don't see how you can believe that Cam Newton, if he is the starter this year, won't be better than he was last year. I mean, I would be like shell-shocked if Cam Newton is not a better quarterback in 2021 if he's the guy than he was in 2020. Does that mean he's a top 15 quarterback in the NFL? That's not what I'm saying. But he's not this guy that is this fringe starter at best. He'll be better, and he'll actually have guys around him. So, I don't know. I do at least believe that. I still am not convinced that he is the guy come week 1, but if we're operating in the reality of where we stand today, in which case he is, I absolutely think that he will be better than he was.
Yeah, if he's not, then there's a problem. Like, he has no excuse at this point. I mean, unless you want to use the COVID is still affecting him thing, which, I mean, maybe that's plausible. We don't know enough about the virus yet. But, yeah, it's going to be hard to keep your Cam stock if, like, 3 weeks into the season, the guy still looks like he doesn't know what he's doing out there. I'm of the mind now, I've fully convinced myself that they brought him in to mentor Trey Lance, and we're trading up to get him. And you mentioned the Gilmore thing early in this broadcast, and I'm all the way in on it. Gilmore doesn't want to be here anyways. He's fantastic. I wish he did want to be here, but I also wish we were in a position where we had the answer at quarterback and could have the luxury of having one of the best corners in the league on our roster and paying him like that. Like, we need to adjust our resources here and, direct them towards getting the next guy to be the leader of this team on the offensive side of the ball. Stephon Gilmore, you've been fantastic, but it's time for you to go. And if it takes taking him and moving him somewhere else to get up to a spot in the first round where we can get a guy that Cam can mentor because he's shown to be this good soldier, that I feel good about that. I feel really good about that.
A buddy of mine texted me earlier because we were going back and forth as we have been for days talking about the Patriots, and I had mentioned what I said to you and what you were just reacting to, the idea of, like, what about using Gilmore to get up in the first round to draft a quarterback? And I love that idea. Trey Lance guy too. He threw out, though, and it's an interesting point that I hadn't really thought about, because, we just keep talking about how important it is for them to address the wide receiver position, which I don't feel like has been fully addressed. It just hasn't. Looking at the wide receiver group right now for New England, Julian Edelman, assuming health, Nelson Aguilar, Kendrick Bourne, Jacoby Myers, N'Keal Harry, and then you get to Gunnar Olszewski, Marquise Lee, if he even is on the roster. Who knows? He was an opt-out guy last year, and he was coming off injury even then. Then you have Devin Smith and Christian Wilkerson, Isaiah Zuber, whoever these guys are, right? So, obviously, Edelman, Aguilar, Bourne, Myers, Harry, Olszewski, if you want to include him.
Gunner.
Sure. They're not all going to even make the team. They don't have that clear number one. Not to say that a rookie would be your clear number one necessarily, but he threw out, what about drafting Joe Horn, Horn's kid? Is Joe Horn's kid also Joe? Am I mistaken on that?
Joe Horn's son.
Is it?
His name is Joe Horn Jr.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. So he said, what about drafting Joe Horn with your first round pick, Joe Horn Jr., and then using Gilmore to get back into the first round and drafting Mac Jones? Obviously later in the round.
Try and get some value, yeah.
Right. I think that's interesting. And I'd have to pull up mocks. I don't know where Horn is projected to go right now. Obviously the Patriots are at 15, but
smaller school guy, so seems attainable.
Yeah, that's another interesting thing. I mean, Horn was legit in college, good player.
Yeah, and Belichick has shown that he's not afraid to draft guys from, anywhere. He doesn't care as long as they fit the bill. I loved watching his dad play, by the way. A legendary touchdown celebration. I mean, come on. I think that sounds great. Any scenario that ends with the Patriots getting one of these 5 quarterbacks that people are looking at is a win for me, because when's the last time the Pats got one of those quote-unquote guys? I guess the Jimmy G draft, he was sort of in that discussion, but he was really even a tier down from those, you got to have those young quarterback guys. They haven't had to be in that discussion for years because of Brady. So I'm sort of excited to be in that mix this year. And I want to state for the record, I wasn't a Trey Lance guy until we re-signed Cam Newton. And now I want Trey Lance because everyone's calling Trey Lance Cam Newton. So, okay, well, we have Cam Newton. Let's bring in Trey Lance. He could become Cam Newton. Cam Newton in his prime was amazing.
But obviously, guys, I know we've spent a lot of time on the Patriots. I'm not apologizing for it. The Patriots have really been the story of free agency today, or the start of the legal tampering period. But if there are things in the chat that you guys would rather discuss, or if you have questions, we are open to them. Throw them out.
Yeah, I'm asking people.
The Browns, go right ahead.
I'm asking people for their teams. People are like, stop talking about the Pats, and I'm saying, hey, give us a team, we'll talk about it. And then they are not giving me a team. So
give the man his team.
Give us a team to talk about. We'll talk about it. Otherwise, we're going to talk about the team that's done the most in free agency so far.
So which shoes are you waiting to drop? I mean, Galladay certainly is among them, but
that's the guy that I have my eye on, because I think he's a real game changer who's been in Detroit now for his whole career, and he hasn't really been able to shine on the national stage. And I feel like if he's put in the correct position, you'll see that. Mm-hmm. He's legit. You and I both know how good Kenny Galladay is,
Sure.
both in real life and here in Simland. But no, Kenny Galladay is the guy that I have my eye on for sure, because he could be a number 1 guy anywhere he goes. I mean, there's obviously teams where there's guys that are better than Kenny Galladay, but top half of the league wide receiver, probably. Mm-hmm. Certainly top 20 receiver in the league.
Must be says, now when they don't draft a QB early, what will you say, Tom and Goff? Again, going back to the Patriots.
I'll be upset. I'll straight up be upset.
I will be disappointed.
That's who I want them to draft. A quarterback.
Not specific, just a QB.
How about the Chiefs? Joe Tooney, offensive lineman, getting paid today.
So I saw that, again, Patriots move halftime 7-3.
No, well, this is a Chiefs move.
Yeah, well, it's true. Patriots, not bringing back Joe Tooney, which, because they weren't going to pay him. No surprise there that he didn't come back. When I saw what he got, though,
huge, $80 million.
80 million from the Chiefs? Holy cow, have they spent on obviously protection for Patrick Mahomes. That was wild to me.
Yeah. I mean, look, they let go of I believe 2 offensive linemen in recent days. So they clearly needed to bring in versatile guys, and Tooney is one of them. But they need a tackle, That's still their biggest problem in Kansas City. I mean, you lose Eric Fisher, who we saw his absence in the Super Bowl, along with, their other tackle on the other side was missing too. They need to figure out a way to protect Mahomes. because he can't do everything. You know, you need help sometimes.
Got it. Jimmy B says, talk about the team that has the number 1 pick in the upcoming draft, Tom Carroll. How many years out of the Jags from making the playoffs? Well, obviously there's no mystery about where they're going with number 1. It's Trevor Lawrence. So to the second part of that question, how quickly are the Jags going to be in the postseason with Trevor Lawrence and obviously Urban Meyer as head coach? So how quickly does this figure itself out?
I think Glash and I have had an extended discussion on this before, and we came to the determination that the AFC South is probably a little bit more wide open than people realize. And if Trevor Lawrence is who we think he is, and if the Jaguars spend wisely with all of that salary cap that they have opened up, we saw Curtis Samuel coming into the fold today. They could be in the playoffs sooner than we probably realize. Because, look, Tennessee, they regressed this year from an AFC championship runner-up to losing in the playoffs, and that defense looking just bad this season, just straight up bad. And in Indianapolis, you got Wentz at quarterback now. Who the heck knows how that's going to go? I think he improves. I sort of like Wentz as a comeback guy to look good this upcoming year. And I know the Colts have a lot of talent, but if Wentz is a disaster, the Colts could be in some trouble here in the next coming years. And then obviously Houston, they have something to figure out with Deshaun Watson here. If they're able to somehow smooth that relationship out and then say, okay, reset, we're building around this guy, it's a different story. But as we sit right now, it looks like Deshaun Watson is not going to be on the Texans come,
but
opening weekend. I know we haven't seen like, trade rumors or whatever, or tangible things pop up, but it looks like the guy isn't going to play for them. Like he doesn't.
I just mean the Texans are dug in, man. David Culley, the new head coach, speaking obviously not for himself only, but on behalf of the organization, said just a couple of days ago in a press conference, we are committed to Deshaun Watson. There are no other guys. He's our guy.
Sure, he can say that, but Deshaun Watson has to show up, and it looks like he doesn't want to do that. Yeah. So they're going to have to figure that out. So if they don't figure that out, and Wentz is bad, and Tennessee continues to regress or sort of stays in this sort of middle tier, Trevor Lawrence can come in and be really good, and Jacksonville could be in the playoff discussion, no question.
We do have some news from the Titans. As was rumored, it's now happening. They are signing former Steelers pass rusher Bud Dupree. So another top edge off the market. That is courtesy of Tom Pelissero and Ian Rappaport.
There you go. Helps out that Titans defense that I was just talking about that didn't look good this past season after looking really good the season before. So that's a great signing there. I love Bud Dupree. And our producer Michael passing along, he's a big Chargers fan. LA bringing in Corey Linsley, the Pro Bowl center from the Packers. So that gives Austin Eckler someone to open up holes for him in the middle of that defense. Gives Justin Herbert a little bit more protection. So that's a good pickup there. It's always good to have a Pro Bowl caliber center in your offense. It's like the quarterback of your offensive line.
3rd and 3, a few minutes gone by, third quarter. Real lack of offense here in this one. A Nick Chubb touchdown, and that's about it. Obviously, a Josh Lambo field goal as well at a 7-3. Ball to 36. Jags looking to take a lead here. TC, AK, Mike, Drew, Zach, all here with you. This is what it's all about, though, people. These are the days. These news-breaking days here in the off-season. A lot of it today. Mike says,
awesome.
Goff, how about your Bucks? They made a lot of moves today. My Bucks
re-signed Gronk today.
Bucks, yeah. Gronk's back as expected. little surprised that Shaq Barrett came back on the reduced deal, but these are, this is Tom Brady land at this point. Guys are going to come back on less expensive deals than they can command on the open market for an opportunity to continue to win rings. Everyone wants to retire and say I'm a multiple-time champion, or even just a champion in general. So I'm not at all surprised by the devoted nature in keeping the band together, and clearly they are doing it.
I mean, you got to look at your situation if you're there in Tampa and say, things looking good with this guy at the helm and all this talent on the offensive side of the ball. And that defense looked awesome this postseason. So good. One of the main reasons why they got to the Super Bowl was how good that defense was. So, yeah, Shaq Barrett looking at that situation saying, you know what, I'll take a few less shekels here to decide to try and win some championships. I love the move. Anytime a guy takes less money to try and win a title, all in on that.
I support that for sure.
Although I'll never begrudge a guy for going out and getting paid.
No, I mean, it really, honestly, it works both ways, right? Like, you're not going to blame a guy for going out and trying to maximize his market and take care of himself, his family, or, I don't know, respect, or however you want to label it, obviously, for what you earn. But at the same time, guy wants to take less to win somewhere or just to be somewhere. Like, that's his business. I'm certainly not going to criticize him for it. I mean, winning should be the most important thing. And, we chastise guys who don't prioritize winning. You think I'm going to go after a guy for hurting the market for others to make himself happy? Never.
No, can't. You know what I'm doing right now, Goff? Liking the stream. I just gave it a thumbs up.
That is what I like to hear. And if any others of you have not, do us that solid. Smash that like button. Get close to 300 with north of 400 watching along here on the Dream Stream, just on YouTube. 4th and goal, which means another field goal on the way here for Lambeau. Fire up the Lambeau. Hit that like button, hit the subscribe button as well. We appreciate you.
Man, it has been an exciting day for NFL free agency, which is great with the tournament only a few days away. Instead of just sitting around waiting for that thing to get underway, got NFL free agency to distract us.
Speaking of distractions, I was just taking a quick little peek at NBA contest tonight. I had emphasis on Rodney McGruber, or Magruder, not to be confused with MacGruber, the SNL character. I had Rodney Magruder in my lineup at one point earlier today and took him out, and he's off to a hot start.
Awesome, because I kept him in my lineup, and that's good news.
Yeah, doing well.
There's always time for me to fail, Goff. If there's one thing I've learned about NBA head-to-heads, there's always time for me to fall from the top.
Well, let's see. You and I specifically, you are well ahead of me, but the minutes.
You got lots of minutes. Yep. You got lots of minutes left.
Long way to go. Speaking of you, smash the like button, because TC here, Tom Carroll, will be in the host chair for Madden After Dark tonight, coming up in an hour and change for the very first time.
First time ever. Gotta say, little nervous, Goff. But you know what? I'm just going to go with the flow. I'll open up the tabs I need to have open, make sure I plug what I need to plug, get from point A to point B. And, I'm with a fellow Rhode Islander for the first time ever on the late broadcast. So
they're Patriots fan. I can't imagine what you'll discuss.
So look, a lot of firsts happening in Madden After Dark tonight, but I'm excited.
I'll pop in, maybe pop in the chat, see what's going on.
There you go. Yeah, throw in some discussion topics.
See what's happening.
Get on in.
Must be says, Tom, glad to see you're feeling better since your surgery. Also, Kaufman, can you teach Tom to ride a bike? What's the surgery inside gag here?
So I had a procedure on
this
Friday.
was a real thing.
Well, it wasn't surgery. It was a procedure. I had a pilar cyst removed from my head.
Oh.
Yeah, it was pretty gnarly.
You're obviously okay.
Yeah. It was a quick procedure. Whole thing took 20 minutes. Andrew loved it. I showed the video to Emerson during the sim on Saturday.
Why is there a video?
Well, so Morgan came with me, and she's super into like Dr. Pimple Popper and that whole business.
Okay.
So she really wanted to see it get taken out of my head. So she took a video of it.
Where on your head was this thing?
Side of my head, right here.
So not visible under the hair.
Correct. If I had a buzz cut, you would have been able to see it. But
gotcha.
I've had longer hair for a few years now. It's funny, when they pushed all the hair aside, I didn't know that would have been the case. If I had a buzz cut, you would have been able to see it. But they took a picture of it, with all the hair pushed back, and it was protruding from my head a decent amount. So they got in there, numbed me up, cut it out. It's kind of gross. Thing was about the size of a small grape. And they cut it open. It was all gooey and disgusting. And they assessed the goo and said, "This is normal goo. You are free to go." They stitched me back up, and I lived to tell the tale. Now my head's still a little tender from the stitches, but the pilar cyst is no longer in my head. Feels good. Feels good to not have it there. I could feel it pulsating from time to time. It was kind of weird.
So because this protruded the skin,
yes,
and expanded, you might say, your head.
Yes, yeah, 100%.
Seem to want to know if your head is now smaller than it was before.
It is. It is smaller by probably about a quarter of an inch.
Wow, significant. I mean, you go down a whole hat size.
Yeah, it wasn't really a part of like this part of your head that really determines the hat size. It's sort of that.
It's above
sort of on that side part. Yeah.
I got it.
But it's a noticeable difference for me not being there. I mean, the thing was big, dude. It was growing. It was year after year. It would grow a little bit more, and I'm like, I really got to get this thing removed. And then finally, I was just
get
like,
rid of it. Didn't it be? I mean, I'm no medical expert by any stretch. I don't even pretend to play one on internet TV. But what delayed the process? It seems,
so the
it
growth
seemed like that would
of
be something you'd want to take care of.
So two reasons. One, the growth of the cyst coincided with me trying to have an adult haircut, so I didn't want to immediately shave my head after going through the process of growing out my hair.
Sure.
So, a vanity reason, yes, but that was part of it. And two, these things called wens, it's sort of a thing that runs in my family. The males in my family get these little sort of white cyst type things, but they're like hard pebbles, and they grow in your head. And they're harmless, they're benign, and you just get them removed and you go on with your day. My dad's probably had, I don't know, a dozen of them removed in his life. My brother had one removed.
A dozen?
His dad had a bunch of them removed over the years. So I was always under the impression that it was just one of those things.
Yeah.
And I was like, I'll just get it removed at some point down the line. And come to find out, it wasn't, because it kept growing. And I was like, okay, this is just freaking me out. I just need to get this thing off my head. And especially being home in the pandemic, you overanalyze these things, and you're constantly touching it, and you're just, all right, needs to go. So it happened, and I'm happy it's over with.
I'm happy it's over with. People in the chat, I think, are happy the description's over with.
Yeah, it was definitely a little more gnarly the other day. I was getting into the nitty-gritty details. And they weren't on the Zoom to witness it, but Emerson did not handle the video well. It's gross.
I'm not so sure I want to see it.
I normally don't handle that type of stuff well. but because it was my own head, it was very fascinating.
Someone says in the chat, whims nowadays. Why didn't you cut it out yourself, Tom?
Right. Ridiculous. Well, it's funny he or she says that in the chat because Morgan was telling me that on that show, Dr. Pimple Popper, some of the reasons why these people have huge growths on their body is because they attempt to cut these things out on their own, and then they grow back because they didn't cut the thing out correctly. Like people are crazy and are at home cutting these things out of their own body. No, I'm going to the experts. I went to a dermatologist. They got it done.
Yeah, that's what you need to do. That's the move.
Yeah, go get a professional. Come on.
Death Pause says, lovely story by Freeze Pops as I sit eating my granola snack.
Yeah, oh, God. I definitely wouldn't want to be eating while I think about the cyst.
But meanwhile, Alana says, buy stream trash. Cyst, boil, wart.
Ooh. I would...
I think you got to buy the cyst, don't you? Well, actually, no, you buy the wart.
I think you buy the boil, because boils you can get away. You can get rid of a boil easier than those other two.
Really?
Like a boil,
I
you
don't
can
know
treat
much about boils.
a boil. Unless I'm mistaken, I believe a boil is sort of just like a huge pimple, right? So you can kind of get rid of a boil the same way you get rid of a pimple. Whereas a wart and a cyst, you have to do special stuff to get rid of them. So I would go buy boil, stream wart, and trash cyst.
I don't want any part of any of those things. No, actually, I've had a number of warts in my day. When I was a kid, I had a ton of them. Like for some reason, I had to have.
I had a weird
frozen
phase
off.
where I had warts in high school.
Very painful.
They went away. They just went away. It was weird.
Yeah, some of them do that. Some of them just they grow and they're
afraid they're going to come back.
They're not gross. They don't look gross. They're just like.
Yeah, they should look like freckles.
Then, well, I mean, sometimes bigger than that, but then they just go away. Or you have to freeze them off.
It's kind of strange.
Boils and ugh.
I will say I've watched the video many times since it happening, because it's fascinating to see that coming out of your own body. I mean, the thing was way bigger than I thought it was going to be.
Do you find yourself drawn to that area much now that it's gone? Like, was it something that when it was there that like you'd touch all the time?
Yes, 100%. Especially as it got bigger, I 100% would touch it all the time. And because of that, within an hour of it not being there, it was very noticeable that it wasn't there. Noticeable in a good way, though. Like, I'm pumped that it's not there. And I find myself just kind of caressing the sensitive area in the last few days to just be like, oh, I'm so happy that the boil's not there
We're still
anymore.
talking about
the
cyst, right?
The cyst isn't there anymore.
Alana says, 1 year ago, did you think you'd be talking about warts to internet strangers on YouTube? I think you're all family.
We're all here, baby.
Dean says, please go back to talking about the Patriots.
We're either talking about my cyst or we're talking about the Pats. You guys pick.
Yeah. I remember this was years ago. It was just like the strangest, most random thing. So my wife had this cyst in like this small little, like, I don't know, probably like the size, like the circumference of a dime, if even that big, size cyst in her hand. Like just in, toward the palm of her hand or inside of her hand, like just beneath one of her fingers. And couldn't, sometimes you can pop a cyst, obviously, and that's like the easiest way for it to go away versus having to have it removed. And we got a touchdown right here. Jaguars take the lead. It's Conley. Great. LT says, why cough? Please, Lordy, stop asking questions. LOL. I can't help myself. I'm a thinker. I ask a lot of follow-ups. It gets me in trouble from time to time. But so she had this cyst in the inside of her hand, and there was one day. This was like back when we were dating, and there, still some level of romance in the relationship, and I'd open up, open up the occasional car door, do the gentlemanly thing. And
Nice.
there was one time, and she wanted to get rid of this cyst so badly, and it wouldn't go away. It wouldn't go away. Like she couldn't get rid of this thing, and was all set to kind of like you make an appointment to just go get rid of it. And I opened the door for her one time. We're like going out to dinner or something like that. And I don't know, she wasn't paying attention or I wasn't paying attention or whatever. And the door hit her hand in just the right spot that it was immensely painful. Like she let out a yell, man.
Ugh.
But it popped the cyst.
Oh.
It was
gross?
Because like nothing came through the skin or anything. Like there was nothing to see. It was just like the pain within her hand. But it was like the greatest thing because boom, cyst's gone.
There you go. An accident solved the problem. To be honest, that was one of my biggest fears with the cyst in my head. Well, for the longest time, I didn't know that it was a cyst. I just thought there was this lump. I knew it wasn't a wen because all of the wens in my family have been very small. This thing was growing, so I was worried about it. But when I go to the dermatologist, they tell me we think it's a pilar cyst. They get it removed. They look at it. Yep, it is. You're free to go. I was afraid the thing was going to pop if I accidentally bumped my head the wrong way. And I don't know, internal bleeding or something in my head or whatever's in a cyst or whatever the lump was going to get all over my brain or something. I was worried.
Drew says, get yourself a nice mid-sized sedan, safe for the family, and can even perform minor surgery.
Dual
Yeah,
purpose.
for anyone saying, you should go back to talking about the Patriots or whatever. No, this is what you get. This is your punishment.
Everybody wants Pat's talk now.
You want to condemn good, logical NFL, even if Patriots-centered talk on a day that it's all incredibly relevant on the first day of the legal tampering period? Whine and moan about more Pats, stop with the Pats, and no one cares about the... Well, you're getting cyst talk.
All right.
Cysts and
All
warts
cyst talk,
and
baby.
boils. All cyst talk.
Kaufman, do you want to see the cyst?
No, but I
you
feel like I
kind of
have
do,
to.
though.
I feel like I have to now.
Okay, I'm going to pull it up. So, like I mentioned, Morgan was there with me. So what she did was she put her engagement ring next to the cyst to give it a good size comparison for you. Here you go.
Oh, gross.
Yeah, it's
Yuck.
disgusting.
It does, and it's like the color of a grape.
It's like a skinless grape.
Ugh.
I can show you the video if you want, but I don't know. I don't think you want to go there.
I don't think I do.
The video is gnarly. Andrew, one of our
Wait, bad
producers,
voice
is
of Pop.
super into it.
Cough, chat. Can you please stop talking about the Patriots, Tom Carroll? Okay, if you insist. You. Go ahead. You were saying.
I was going to say, Andrew was super into the video about the cyst. Michael's saying you don't want to see it.
Yeah, I really don't
it's
think I
gnarly.
do. Not only am I pretty confident in saying I don't want to see it, I don't think I'm even gonna have any second thoughts. I think I'm just good not seeing it.
Fair. And I don't blame you.
Jordan says, politely, since it is the legal tampering, why not talk about it? I don't know. Free agents, what teams they will go to. Well, I can tell you, for Adam Schefter, seconds ago, the Broncos are giving running back Philip Lindsay the low restricted free agent tender.
All right. Philip Lindsay. I like Philip Lindsay. I know he hasn't really popped like he did his rookie year. And injuries have been a big factor in that. But I think that guy has talent. And Denver's probably looking at it saying, okay, let's kick the tires here one more time and see if this dude has it. I like Philip Lindsay a lot.
Bad voice Pop. Sorry, it's just what I do. Please don't show it. Don't worry. Post game, we will not show the cyst. I feel like we would need certain permissions to even.
Yeah, no,
go
yeah,
down
that
road.
a lot of legal issues there probably. I don't want to scar anybody. No pun intended, because there will be a small scar on the head.
Choker says this bit of commentary absolutely needs to be on both your resumes.
Extensive
remember the last
cyst
time I had a
talk on
resume
YouTube.
reel. That's probably why I'm talking about cysts on the Dream Stream. Have you? Freak of Nature wants to know: did you name the cyst? Like, are you keeping it?
I will say there was a point in time where I wanted to keep the cyst. I was like, can you just, when you take it out of my head, pop it into one of those little clear, cups that you send to a lab?
Yeah.
And she said no, because make sure everything's okay. So unfortunately, I was unable to keep the cyst, but I wanted to.
What would one do with it?
I can't stress to you how gross it is.
Sean says, now go order some grapes, Kaufman. My kids just had grapes for dinner. I now will look at them in a different way, at least for
It was big, man. The thing was big.
Muhammad
Open
says
the
the
thing
sim
up.
is broken.
Just
13-10,
brown-
not a great offensive output, no question about it.
Brown goo just spewed everywhere.
All right. Description of the goo now. Get out of here.
It was gnarly, dude.
In completely unrelated news, going to NBA head-to-heads, I have a couple things to say. Real quick, one, where were all of you today? Normally I'm getting challenged to like 5 to 10 head-to-heads by the chat in NBA per day. And by the way, I accept them all. Yeah, I mean, as long as they're like a reasonable dollar figure, we're not out here to go crazy on one another. We're just, we're playing for funsies. And you guys send them over and I accept. Nobody, not one person sent me a head-to-head today. Other than obviously the ones that I sent out to friends of mine. So that was, that was sad. That was a
Is
little
it
sad.
because you've been whooping people and they were like, okay, you know what? I am done losing. Like that could certainly be the case.
Look, I've run into that with a couple of people. I have, including my pal Samir, part of our crew. He messaged me today and said, he's like, I think I'm on hiatus for a little bit.
There you go. He's retiring.
He's like, I think I need to get my head right. I need to meditate on this for a little bit and become a better DFS player. Wow, that ball so close to a touchdown, tipped into the hands of Hayden for a pick. It is going to decide this game. Talk about having victory stolen away.
What a pick.
What a
That
tip.
thing just hung
Should
in
have
the
been
air.
my Captain Higgins with that. Look at that. Off the hands.
Wow.
No. Oh, good for you, Jaguars. So that was one thing. The other, just to mention, on these head-to-heads. Yeah, Fievel says, sorry, Kaufman, but yeah, 2-8 against you, I don't feel great.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like the answer is obvious here. They were sick of losing to you.
Not a one though. But I'm just, if people are sick of losing, I understand that. But there are a lot of people that talk a big game, and if you're going to do that, you better come
back
in.
it up.
You better, or at least come in and try. Edward says, sorry, Kaufman, had to buy my own lunch today. Meager says, I would have challenged you, but I got into the last minute NBA. Good to see. Really, I bring that up not to call out, members of the fam. I bring it up to bring up our own Emerson Latzia, who, after taking the weekend off, he's off to an 0-2 start against me. And the only reason these head-to-head started is because I wasn't including him in these contests, and he found out about it, and he called me a coward. So I started sending him head-to-heads, and he dropped the first two, took the weekend off, and he has come back today. So we're going to see how this one plays out. See how this one goes, see if we can make him 0-3.
Emerson very confident in his lineup creation abilities.
Yeah, the bark is louder than the bite. Is really what it is.
Hey, the bad boys of Pop saying, Cough, tell Tom to keep his wooden nickel today. No one deserves it, and Tom can plug it into his new head hole to keep from losing any knowledge.
Someone asking if I'm in third place in the free roll. Definitely not. Let's see my lineup stinks. Let's see who's in third. That's Brooklyn Bees. That's definitely not me. You know who's in second though? New York 1. That's producer Mike. Producer Mike is in second place, 2 points off the lead, and obviously about 30 seconds to go. He's not going to get there. But, man, second is a solid spot to be out of 188. You know where I am out of 188? 173.
Wow, I'm in 122nd. We both did awful.
You got me.
Yes.
Oh, all right. How about this? Maybe mildly surprising, although the reports in recent days indicated we were heading in this direction. As we get toward the end of regulation and the game, Shams Charania, this is why I was thrown. This is from Shams Charania.
Breaking NFL news?
Yep, breaking NFL news. It's not Schefter, it's not Rappaport, and neither one is tweeted. Shams Charania, breaking NFL free agency news. Free agent quarterback Jameis Winston has agreed to a deal to re-sign with the New Orleans Saints, per sources.
There you go. Sean Payton's been calling for it all off season.
He's been calling evidently.
Did so on my podcast with Morton Anderson, Great Dane Nation. Check it out, Apple, Spotify, and wherever you get your podcasts. They think that he's going to be the dude. I also think that they realize that having Jameis Winston in the fold helps them with all their big cap problems that they have. They can get him in there cheap. He knows their offense.
Well,
Maybe
they
it's
just
a
gave Taysom
stopgap
Hill
thing.
about $700 million, right?
Right, but that contract is all sorts of weird with voided
Oh, yeah. No, he's
stuff.
going to see very little of that money.
Yeah, it's such a team-friendly deal, even though the fake number looks huge.
Right.
It's super flexible for them. So no surprise on the Jameis thing. They didn't even – I mean, the body was still warm with Drew Brees, and they're like, all right, let's get this Jameis thing done.
Yeah, no, pretty crazy. CEH says, well, the Sims sucked and we got to hear about Tommy's pimple again. Awesome. Deathpaw says, can't wait for Freeze Pops to have a colonoscopy. Would love to hear about that pregame. Well, I'm so glad you asked. Let me tell you a little. All right. So coming up, Madden After Dark. Freeze Pops here is going to be back. He's going to be in this chair, not literally my chair, but the host chair.
That would be crazy.
Andrea. Yeah, you can come over. Love to see you. He'll be along with Christian here in a little under an hour. Broncos and Patriots. So I wonder what you'll discuss.
I know, seriously. Broncos made some moves today, though. You know, maybe we'll talk some Broncos.
Yeah, you know what? Just do the whole sim fixated
Broncos.
on the Broncos and what they've been doing today. You can, you know, BK, if he's available, he can hop in the Zoom with you, and you guys can dissect all things Denver and just leave the Patriots out of it. Who is the Krusty Koff player of the game, though, in this one?
I have no idea. No one really popped off here.
Let me help you out. Our leading lineup, by the way, JC Mart 2, with still sub 70 points, to give you an idea of what kind of sim we just had.
You're right.
If you're looking for a recommendation, I would suggest Kareem Hunt. About 13 points, 25% ownership.
Yeah.
You could also, if you'd prefer, make a case for Nick Chubb, who was about 29% owned, had 15 points. He was the captain in the leading lineup. Had, of course, one of the game's only touchdowns in this contest.
You know what? Let's go with Nick Chubb for all the reasons you just mentioned. Chubb, congratulations. The wooden nickel is yours. If you're ever in St. Louis, free ice cream cone.
And, boy, Babysitter Billy Not My Kid Award would probably, it's either OBJ or Chris Thompson. They were both terrible.
I was going to go with OBJ.
OBJ only had 5 points in the flex, and he was 19% owned in the captain spot.
Awful.
North of 60% overall.
Bad. So he gets it.
Yeah.
Congratulations, OBJ.
Really pretty terrible. We want to remind you that coming up, YouTube and Twitch, the Dream Stream as you know it, tomorrow. Tomorrow is Tuesday. What are we? 13 hours away, 11 a.m., right? 14 hours away, 14 hours away, 11 a.m. Eastern time. You'll have an NCAA tournament preview show, give you the sportsbook perspective on which team is coming out of each region, who could be upset or on upset alert anyway, which spreads, totals, props the public is putting its money on. All this stuff you want to be aware of. It's the Sweat March to the Tournament, airs tomorrow again, 11 a.m. Eastern time, YouTube, Twitch, and then that will be followed by, of course, the rest of your typical Dream Stream programming with these 6 Madden simulations over the course of the day. Tom, like I said, is coming back after this one with Christian DeAndrea in an hour, a little less than that, for Madden After Dark. Smash the like for Tom being in the one chair in just a little while. And then he'll be back for Madden After Dark tomorrow as well with Glash. I will be with you for The Sims at 4 and 6 tomorrow. Both those with Jason Rossi. Can't imagine we'll do any Patriots talk there.
None.
So
you should talk about my cyst with Rossi.
We should. Send me the video. We'll send it to everybody, and we'll. I think we'll upload it to Dropbox. We'll put the link in the Twitch chat. Everybody can see it. It'll be great. Yep. You should see the look on Jesse's face. Not interested in seeing this cyst. Okay, well, thanks for the assist from Mike and Drew and Zach and everybody. He is Tom. I'm Koff. Let's go to. Yeah, it was Jesse who froze.
Oh, wow. That was a really
nice.
good impression of me, Kaufman. Thank you. Having some internet troubles over here, but look at this. We are back. Also, if you're like, I don't know, you guys are talking about cysts. That's pretty gross, but Dr. Pimple Popper on Instagram is a good follow if you're into that kind of thing. All right. Madden fun, though. Not over yet. We still have Madden After Dark on the way. Going to be Broncos, Patriots, like Kaufman just said. Christian D'Andrea joining Tom Carroll for the call. It's featured in our Madden Stream 3K Flea Flicker contest. You know the drill. $5 entry for a shot at a $1,000 top prize. Also, the free contest for that sim features the $250 prize pool. $25 goes to the winner. So we got big news over the weekend with Drew Brees retiring from the NFL, a la his children. And the new league year starts on Wednesday afternoon, meaning free agency officially begins Wednesday afternoon, although we've seen a lot happening already, even though it only officially begins on Wednesday. So with plenty to talk about in the world of football, here's a clip from the latest episode of the Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
They start the legal tampering period. You already this morning had a great tweet where you said, if it's tampering, it can't be legal, and if it's legal, it can't be tampering, which I thought was amazing. I made sure everyone was aware of the third annual Frank Gore Anthony Barr rule, which is like every year it seems like every year there's one guy that's like it's reported he's done. And then a couple days later, he changes his mind, and the people are a little upset about it. So we'll see if that happens to anybody this year. It does feel like with everything that's happened and the cap being, I don't know, $30 million less than what some of these teams thought it would be, this unprecedented year of our lives, like it's not done yet. This is, I feel like this free agency period is the aftershocks of the strangest year of our lives.
I think you're right on a couple of reasons. I can point to two examples, right? First of all, the Chiefs just got decimated in the Super Bowl for one reason only. They didn't have an offensive line. Like, we can talk about two deep safety and all that kind of stuff. You give Patrick Mahomes time, he's going to carve you up. I mean, that's just what's going to happen. They had averaged over at least 31 points in every playoff game that he started and finished. And he scored 9 points. They didn't score a touchdown. And the Chiefs just released their two starting tackles from week one in Eric Fisher and Mitchell Schwartz. Now, granted, neither one played in the Super Bowl because Schwartz was injured halfway through the year and Fisher tore his Achilles in the AFC Championship game against Buffalo. But that tells you what a crazy time it's going to be. What is the number one priority for Kansas City? Offensive line. Yeah, we're going to have to let our two starting tackles for the year basically walk out the door. So that tells you how crazy it is. The other thing is, at this time last year, we were just realizing, okay, things are going to change and it's going to be very different. And the draft went virtual last year, and it was an amazing confluence of events and people pulling together that were able to pull that off between the folks at NFL Network and ESPN and how all that worked out. But we still had the normal run-up, right? We had a full season. We had a combine that I was at in Indianapolis, and we had a bunch of pro days before it finally got shut down. Well, think about the talent evaluators now going into this year's draft. You didn't have a full season. Some teams played 6 games. Some played 11 or 12. Some of the top players that are going to draft opted out. So now you're looking at tape from a year ago, thinking, okay, they didn't play for a year, and how will that affect how they play and how they're ready to go in the fall or in the summer of 2021? Then you add in the fact that we didn't have a combine, and I'm telling you, it's going to be the biggest time for GMs, scouts, talent evaluators in the history of the draft, as far as I'm concerned. There's a kid out of Miami that may go in the first round, an edge rusher. He's played 1 year of college football. Before that, he was a high school quarterback and tight end, and he could be a top 15, 17 pick. How willing are you as a GM or a scout or a VP of player personnel to risk your first round pick on what he might be based on that limited information. It's going to be crazy.
Yeah, it's a really good point. There's a lot of guys that fall into that category. I mean, the Trey Lance story at his Pro Day Friday, that's amazing. I mean, if you would have told me when I was playing at Princeton that there'd be a guy that played 1 year of FCS football as a redshirt freshman and that was going to be a top 10 pick, I'd be like, who's it, Randy Moss at Marshall?
Yeah.
Like, what are we talking about here? Last question, Trey. Oh, go ahead.
No, I just say it's nuts. I mean, like we could have 6 quarterbacks go in the first round, which would match the record of 1983. And everybody talks about that 83 draft. 3 of them were great. 3 of them, not so much. So like we do this every year with quarterbacks. So just be careful, right? Just be careful.
Last question, Trey, because I know you always have a really good appreciation for the player side of things, which is something I've always really respected. It doesn't seem like everybody in your role always is able to look at it from a player's perspective. I think it is because you're so close with so many of the analysts that you had on NFL Live. The player empowerment stuff, the Deshaun Watson, Russell Wilson, what's your reaction, thoughts on what's kind of going on in the NFL right now?
Well, first of all, I always wanted to play, and I sucked. So that's a big reason why I have a lot of respect for players like yourself and everybody else that made it out there. By the way, I got to say real quickly before we do this, I'm wearing this Georgetown hat. My son played at Georgetown, and Ross called one of his games. Might have been his best game up at Colby. And so I just always appreciate that. Thank you very much.
That was awesome. That was an awesome day. Awesome day.
Yeah, it was fun. I was really proud of him that day. He got after it. But the player empowerment thing, good for them, right? Good for them. Like the system, until we don't have a cap and until we have like real free agents like we have in other sports, it's always going to be rigged against the players because the contracts are disappearing ink, right? Like look at all the I always hate when people say, oh, players should honor their contract. Teams should honor their contract, right? Kyle Van Noy saw $25 million disappear. People say, well, he knew what he signed up for. Yeah, because that was the only way they could get it done. I mean, the salary cap is such fun money, right? Like Tom Brady signed a 3-year contract. He didn't. He signed a 1-year deal that can defer a lot of the money from this year onto previous years, and they'll push the avalanche down the line when they have to deal with the financial ramifications of that deal. And the only deals that matter are guaranteed money in these NFL contracts. So you get as much as you can, whether you're Dak Prescott or Russell Wilson or anybody of these people. And if Deshaun Watson can find a way to wiggle his way out of Houston, God bless him. Because what's Houston done for him? In a year, they got rid of his best weapon, DeAndre Hopkins, and traded it for a running back. And then they found a way to disenfranchise the best player in franchise history in J.J. Watt. I mean, like, if we're really thinking about this in terms of the way other sports operate and other sports leagues operate, if the Texans in a calendar year get rid of DeAndre Hopkins, J.J. Watt, and Deshaun Watson, they should be relegated like an English Premier League team. I mean, that is malpractice at the highest level, and they may do it. I know Nick Caserio came over from New England, and he's trying to salvage that deal. But right now we have old-fashioned standoff where the Texans feel one way very specifically, and Deshaun Watson feels a very different way.
next game on the back end of the bracket, USC is a 6 seed, and they are taking on the winners of Wichita State and Drake. Ben, you got to lean on the play-in game?
Not really. I mean, Drake is a solid enough team. They just ran into Loyola a couple times, and that was their problem. Good record, had some health issues. Seemed to be, I didn't think they were going to get in, so they should just be happy they're here. I think they beat Wichita if I had to pick.
You love the Drake, in other words.
Yeah, love the Drake. Everyone loves the Drake.
The Drake is a 2-point dog to Wichita State in this game, by the way.
That seems about right. Fair.
So
Either way you cut it, I really like the Trojans.
Oh, God. Why?
That's a team that has been performing lately. I don't have a ton of expertise, but I think that USC is a quality team. And so the Pac-12 is up this year from previous years where they got like 1 or 2 teams in. They sort of had a bit of a renaissance, and I think USC is part of that reason. So I think the Trojans could be dangerous.
So, Ben, the note that I have on the Trojans is that Mobley can take over a game at any point, good defense, but they're horrendous from the stripe.
Yeah, that's true. They got 2 Mobleys, too. One is really, really good, though, so no doubt about that. I'm probably a sucker for this, but I do think that the Pac-12 is much better than years past. I like USC in this game, too, no matter who they get.
All right, so we're going with USC over Drake is how we're taking this game? All right.
Sure.
Next one up is, what do we got here? Oh, Kansas against Eastern Washington. Any chance for Eastern Washington, Ben?
Probably not. I've only seen them play once. I saw them beat Montana State yesterday to win the Big Sky. Don't know much about them. I don't think Kansas is that good either. They had another team that had to cancel with COVID, but I'm sure they're good enough to get through here.
So just looking at it right on the sheet, Tim, Eastern Washington ranks 39th. They're 13-1 after a 3-6 start, but apparently can't play defense or can't rebound. That seems problematic.
Does in an NCAA tournament game against a team like Kansas, which is so well coached and so experienced, hard to pass up the Jayhawks.
So here's the interesting part. So I might go upset here, just looking at these rankings. So Eastern Washington ranks 39th, and this is all just done, like I said, just based on a series of 7 or 8 stats that have normalized over the past 5 years and back tested that way, but all containing this season. Eastern Washington number 39 in the rankings. Ben, Kansas number 40 in the rankings.
Good. I don't like Kansas in general. Again, I think they're probably better than this team, but Kansas getting bounced would be probably a net positive for me, regardless of who I take in this game.
Just the notes are they defend at a high level, but struggle to get easy buckets, and they have a lack of star power that they usually have in years past. Plus, they were 8-1 before COVID ended that run. You want to take an upset? You feeling an upset?
I mean, this year's going to be, it's always out of control, but this year, even more dangerous. So if you're feeling it, you're feeling frisky, like I said, go for it.
Tim, can I talk you into Eastern Washington?
No, I like Kansas, but there are plus 550 on DK Sportsbook, and they're a pretty sizable dog.
Eastern Washington, yeah, an 11.5-point favorite right now on DraftKings Sportsbook. Plus 550. I'm going with it. Let's go. Eastern Washington moving on in the bracket, bringing us to Oregon and VCU. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but Shaka Smart hasn't been with VCU in like 10 years, right?
He's with Texas now, yes.
Okay, so that's not going to work out for me. So they don't play like high-end, high-energy press defense the entire time anymore?
No, they still do that. It's not exactly the same. They're a good team. Just watch them play before the show. They played today, lost to St. Bonaventure.
Oh, God.
St. Bonaventure's really good.
They really are. I'm with you there. I think Oregon's pretty good, too. So this is a tough game for them. Really shoot the 3. Again, Pac-12.
Yeah.
I'm going with the Ducks.
Quack, quack. Me too.
So Oregon in the rankings is number 22nd. VCU is number 67. So that's a huge discrepancy, one of the biggest so far. The notes on Oregon are they lay an egg once a month, but 3 win streaks of 5+ games. I mean, if that's kind of the case where they're a team that just like completely shit the bed every now and then, but reel off these long winning streaks, is there a chance that like they can go deep into this tournament?
Until they meet Gonzaga, yeah.
Yeah, that's how I kind of view Creighton, too. Like, Creighton does that, and then they lose games where you're just like, how is this team even in the tournament? So, Oregon's got an element of that, no doubt about it.
Okay. Iowa versus Grand Canyon, which is apparently a school that I have never heard of. Where do you suppose Grand Canyon is? Do you think it's one of these things like Oakland College, which is like outside of Detroit?
Or Northwestern State, which is in Louisiana.
Is that true?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Look it up on deck.
Iowa, I guess we're going with.
I will
Best player in
say-
the country, right?
Yeah, they do have the best player in the country. Grand Canyon, yeah, this is a terrible spot, and I wish they weren't a 15. They're a good team. The Antelopes, don't hate on Grand Canyon. They're not. I don't think they can hang with Iowa by any stretch. I was really hoping they would be a 14 and get a little easier matchup because I've seen them play quite a bit. They're a pretty talented team.
Iowa in the rankings is number 3. They're an elite passing team built around the player of the year, but the injury to Nunge hurts. Apparently that's a person, Ben.
It is. They're a little thin. They got Wieskamp back, though, with the ankle. They're going to be fine in this game, as much as it pains me to say that because I do like Grand Canyon in life, but we'll see how good Iowa is when they get, into tougher games.
Tim, did you research where Grand Canyon College is?
My God, if it isn't in Arizona, I'm going to blow a gasket.
It is. So
okay.
You're safe. Yeah, their coach is the brother of the Baylor coach.
Really?
Bryce Drew. Yeah, Bryce Drew is their coach.
Well, Drew is a terrible head coach.
Yes, he's better than
Which
his
is-
brother, so don't worry.
Well, I mean, that's why Baylor is a 1 seed. I can't, in good conscience, counsel us taking Baylor to the Final Four when we get there because I don't trust him.
So that we'll just work our way back up. So that leaves Oregon and Iowa. Do we want to keep rolling the dice on Oregon in this spot as the 7 seed over the 2, or is Iowa just too good, Ben?
I mean, I do think that you could roll the dice. That's going to be a pretty crazy game. Iowa's just so dangerous because they have so many 3-point shooters outside of Garza, and when you play that type of style, you can beat anyone. But if you're cold, you can lose to anyone, and certainly Oregon's top 20 in the country in 3-point percentage as well. I think that'll be a very competitive game. So if you're feeling the Ducks, you want to go little Gordon Bombay, I'm down for it.
What do you think, Tim? Quack, quack, quack.
No, I like the Hawkeyes. I think I was got the best player in the country from the best conference, which is the Big Ten. Even though I think I love the Pac-12 too, but I'm going to lean with Iowa here. I think Iowa's the only team that has a chance at knocking out Gonzaga, and I don't want them out here yet.
I mean, you don't think
I'd be happy if they were. I'd be delighted if they were because it would mean a free pass for the Bulldogs, but I don't see it happening.
Free pass for the Bulldogs. You're really all in on this, huh?
Yes, they gave Gonzaga the Duke region. They gave them the easiest possible path to the Final Four. They want them in there. It's nothing but eyeballs for an undefeated team to get to the Final Four.
time once again for the DraftKings Dream Stream play of the day. So DraftKings is pleased to announce an exciting new contest, the DraftKings Championship Series Millionaire Bracket Contest, exclusively for DraftKings players. This contest has an entry fee of $100, and contestants can make up to 20 entries, make picks for each game of the tournament, and earn points for each correct pick to earn your share of $2 million in total prizes. And while you're at it, if you enter the CBB Championship Series Millionaire Bracket, you can also opt in and earn 164% profit boost for every entry into the contest as an added bonus. So get your brackets in and take your shot at millions in total prizes. And speaking of the tournament, join us right here on YouTube and Twitch tomorrow for a special NCAA tournament preview show. We're going to break down which team is coming out of each region, who could be on upset alert, and which spreads, totals, and props the public is putting their money on. The Sweat March to the Tournament airs tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern right here on the Dream Stream. Our own Julian Edlow is a big college basketball fan, so you know he'd be ready to talk brackets as soon as they were available. Here's a clip from the latest episode of the Unreasonable Odds podcast.
So now I'm looking at USC against the winner of Wichita and Drake. Let's just do it this way. I don't really have any strong takes on the play-in games. I think that Michigan State UCLA is a cool game. I think it's fun that we get a game like that in the play-in round. These two teams are tough, Wichita State and Drake. Do you have any takes on any of the play-in games, I guess, before we get to the USC matchup?
I would say Wichita State takes Drake. I think Drake's lucky to get in the tournament. They had a really good start of the year, and then just injuries is unfortunate. They're lucky to get in. Wichita takes them. Wichita gets knocked out by USC, I believe. Michigan State, UCLA is an interesting one. I like Michigan State. I just like their team. Aaron Henry's notably my favorite player ever. I've said this many times. I just really like the kid. I don't think they win. I think UCLA wins, but I really hope Michigan State wins. I think winner plays BYU. That'd be a really good game. I think UCLA and Michigan State have a really good matchup versus BYU and a potential for an upset, 6-11 upset. But other than that, not really. I think that Wichita takes care of business, and it's not a very fun game to watch.
Well, we'll get there, but I would say that the winner of this Michigan State UCLA game has the potential to make a run.
Mm-hmm.
They would win 2 games by beating BYU. I would say like a real run, but they're going to be meeting most likely Texas in that next round, which in my mind probably ends that run. But we can talk about that. I agree with you. I think Wichita State does win that game. Drake was all year like a team that people were like, come on, they got to let Drake in. They've been so good. And they just kind of like limped to the finish line, like you said. And they're in there. They're getting the respect. But injuries, they're running out of steam. It doesn't feel like they can sustain that success that they had all year, especially going against a really good team. I found it very interesting that Virginia and Kansas are in the same bracket as these two, most notable COVID dropouts of their conference tournaments. I'll say right away, Eastern Washington's like +10, +10.5. I like Eastern Washington with the points in this game. I've been fading Kansas a lot this year.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it works. Sometimes Kansas shows up. I'll take Eastern Washington with the points in this matchup.
It's not a bad team to back. I think Kansas has really cleaned it up. I don't have stats in front of me, but I think they've cleaned it up towards the end of the season a lot more than the season would show. McCormick's a really good player. Again, like you were saying, there's so many teams this year that are quality teams when they show up, and when they don't, they can get beat by Eastern Washington by 10. So if Kansas shows up, if it is Kansas, Bill Self's Kansas, they'll beat Eastern Washington by 15. If it's the team that we've seen 60% of the year, they'll lose by 5. So I think it's a good spot for an upset, but I don't know how Eastern Washington stops McCormick. It'll be an interesting game.
One way that Eastern Washington can stop McCormick is by McCormick not playing. Now he's probably going to play. But that's not. I don't know if that's confirmed. Is it? I think that it was that.
I assumed he was playing. He might not, but it's March Madness and he will be gone next year. So I assumed that he's playing.
Yeah, I'm certainly not betting Eastern Washington with McCormick not playing as part of the cap there, but you never know what's going to happen this year. All right, we're on to Oregon and VCU. I like Oregon here. I think that you can lay the now 6 points with them. I think that you can use them on the money line if you're going to do a 2-team money line parlay in the first round. VCU is a solid team. I'm a Rhode Island Ram. I watch a lot of A-10 basketball. They're okay. They kind of got mopped by the Bonnies in that championship game. They made that initial A-10 tournament run playing at home, and then the championship game moved to Dayton. So they kind of had a little bit of an advantage to even get as far as they did in that A-10 tournament. And Oregon just kind of ramps it up in March outside of that weird blowout loss to Oregon State, who is red hot right now and a team that I like a lot in this tournament. But yeah, give me the Ducks here, money line, points, whatever.
Yeah, so I am officially on Oregon at 5.5, I believe. I agree. VCU is a team that we faded last game too, but same Bonaventure. I think they just rely way too much on a single person, and any team that does that is in trouble. Also, I believe, I don't have the exact number in front of me, but I believe Oregon is 9-2 since they've gotten their team back, Richardson back. They just are a really good team putting it together at the right time. They did lose last game, and so I think this is just a really good spot to back the team that is much more talented. Oregon's going to have the first, I would say Bones is probably second, so they'll have the first, third, fourth, and fifth best player on the court, and it's hard not to back Oregon.
I'm with you there. Good March team. The last time we had a March Madness, they went on a ridiculous Pac-12 and NCAA tournament run, particularly against the spread.
Madden After Dark is on the way, but first, here's what else is happening on DraftKings right now. So a 2-game late slate in the NBA highlights things over in the DraftKings lobby. That slate is featured in the NBA 200K fadeaway contest. It's a classic contest with an entry fee of $15 and a top prize of $50K. Not a bad way to end your night. And you still have a chance to play some hockey DFS2 with the NHL 10K Sticks contest featuring a 2-game late slate. This is an $11 entry for a classic contest with a top prize of $2K. Locks for both the NBA and NHL contest is 10 p.m. Eastern time, so get those lineups in. You got 2 minutes, and don't forget to check out all the action for those leagues, plus the PGA, NASCAR, UFC, and of course, the college basketball tournament over on the DK Sportsbook. It is time for me to call it a night on this Monday, but our Madden crew is sticking around to bring you Madden After Dark. Let's send it out to Christian DeAndrea and Tom Carroll, who are standing by for the Broncos and Patriots. Good night, and see you all tomorrow, and guys, have fun.
Jesse, thank you. Here we are. Here I am in the big boy chair. First time ever. Christian DeAndrea, first time ever. Rhode Islander connection.
Yeah.
Wow. Here we are.
State Dirtbag Hive, stand up. We are here. It's for the 401 Warwick and Lincoln. Let's go.
Craziness. I can't believe they're allowing this to happen on every level. A bunch of 401 dudes out here in the Midwest holding it down on the DraftKings Dream Stream. Christian DeAndrea, how are you doing, my Rhode Island brother?
I'm having a great grimy day, and you know what? You guys are going to love it because not only are we a couple of Rhode Islanders, we're going to talk about what is and isn't a sandwich, and possibly about success, but there's still like the Patriot news just keeps trickling in. So of course we're going to hit on that, not just because Bill Belichick went absolutely bonkers, like maybe he had a stroke before the game or something, because none of this makes sense from a Bill Belichick standpoint. But also we have a Patriot sim and Tom Carroll, Tommy Freeze Pops. Lead me through your lineup as we are about to get the lock going here. We're 7 seconds away, so take us through who you have lined up for this Broncos at Patriots sim.
So the Patriots have been on fire since the Super Bowl here, 16-9. Broncos not so hot, 5-18. So I'm looking at my lineup here, and I haven't had luck with the Pats. I don't know what it is. So I went with Sony Michel in my captain spot. $11,100, 9.5 a sim. Let's roll with it, see what happens. And because the Broncos haven't been so hot, I went with the Pats DST in my lineup here. So I gave myself a good amount of flexibility the rest of the way. Julian Edelman, Noah Fant, Cam Newton, Courtland Sutton. I don't know. Throw it up against the wall and see what happens.
Dude, I agree. It's two sim teams I hate trying to build a roster for because there's no guaranteed production and no real bargains in this one too. You weren't really getting anyone cheap. The closest thing to a bargain play was Noah Fant, so I think a lot of people are going to have him in there. Only 5,400 in the flex for a guy who does have that top level speed, who can make things happen for you. But I went heavy on the Patriots as well. You know, both teams have good defenses, a lot of star power. But New England's got the home field advantage. Cam Newton a little better here in Simland than he was in the real world. And I don't know why. I just felt like tonight's the night I need to captain N'Keal Harry. He needed this love. He needed me to reach out to him and say, buddy, it's not your fault. It's not your fault, N'Keal. And who knows? I mean, he might right now. This situation with him, who knows where he's going to land on the depth chart next year? If he's still going to be traded, if he's going to come back, if he's going to be elevated to that wide receiver one position, because Lord knows that's still vacant. Nelson Aguilar is not a wide receiver one. Corey Davis might have been, but they didn't get him. Anyway, I threw him in the captain spot. I got Cam Newton, Devin Asiasi, because he does tend to show up in these games I call, Julian Edelman, Jerry Jeudy, and Noah Fant, my cheap play of the night. So ideally we'll get a few points scored, but man, I can see this one being a slog. It's just a lot of nice defensive players lined up in this one, whether it's Stephon Gilmore, Von Miller, or Justin Simmons. A lot of ways this one can go.
Yeah, and look, you got the folk hero in there as well, Pat's kicker, now a legend in my eyes. But I do not have him in my lineup, so we'll see how that happens. Drew Lock in the free showdown, captained in only 4.2% lineups, 38.7 in the flex. Lindsey captained in 4.2 of lineups and 31.1 in the flex. We got the Madden Stream 6K Monday Night Special going on. We got the Madden Stream $250 free contest going on. Got all sorts of good stuff that we're monitoring here tonight. And, man, I am just excited to be with someone who understands what it's like to grow up in the smallest state in the union.
Yeah, smallest state, biggest hearts, baby.
That's all that matters.
No, you see this, yeah, and like you went from one state with very polarizing local cuisine to possibly the city, the general area that has the most polarizing cuisine possibly in the world. I can't think of a city whose local food is more derided and embattled than St. Louis's. But dude, I'm gonna go out and say it, man. Emo's Pizza is my jam. I can get a little Provel thin crust pepperoni and sausage, like the cracker thin, like wafer pizza. Dude, I love it. I'm in for it. Like do you? I mean, you're a transplant, so you didn't grow up with Provel. You grew up knowing better foods. You had Ronzio's, you had Party Trays.
Yes, Ronzio's.
Yeah. Are you in on Emo's Pizza, or do you think that Provel is garbage like the majority of the country?
So for a while here in St. Louis, I thought it was garbage.
Okay.
And I'm still kind of the mind that it's garbage-esque, we'll say. But I've now grown to accept it and appreciate it for what it is and for its importance to the area. And look, I was out on St. Louis style pizza. It doesn't even look like pizza. It doesn't resemble pizza, really.
Oh,
it's like appetizer pizza is what my mom called it when she visited.
Oh, it's grim.
But you know what? I've come to accept it for what it is. And Morgan, my fiance, her family, they get into the St. Louis style pizza. So you know what? I rock with it. I make it work. So
yeah, it's not just
respect Emos.
Yeah, it's a respect for the St. Louis community. It's a respect
100%
for the fiance's family. I get it, man.
Yeah, and the barbecue scene here is unbelievable. So it sort of makes up for the horrible pizza. So that's what I hang my hat on from a food perspective. But looking at some of these ownerships here, Melvin Gordon only 1% owned in the captain spot, 13% in the flex. Cortland Sutton 9.7 in the captain, just over 51% in the flex. The Hamler 2.2 in the captain spot, 22.4 in the flex, and Noah Fant 4.2 captain, 38.7 in the flex.
Yeah, Hamler is a guy. I loved him coming out of college. I thought he was great at Penn State. I thought he had a lot to prove, that he could be a sideline guy and a slot guy, kind of really diversify his route tree. And just didn't really happen with the Broncos. He had a few decent games, but he's going to have a lot to prove this upcoming season. The good news is he's going to have a quarterback with a lot to prove. Barring a major turnaround, Drew Lock is pretty much going to be playing for his job, for his NFL career in 2021. And he's going to have a lot of talented young guys around him to do so, including the man who just made that catch there, Cortland Sutton, who theoretically will be back and healthy in 2021. They've done a good job. John Elway has basically given Drew Lock every young, inexpensive weapon he needs to thrive. And if it doesn't happen this year, it's not going to happen. A big strike there. So Lock hears the criticism and he delivers a strike downfield. No,
it's a drop. Oh.
Yeah, it looks like Gilmore got in there. Maybe that was McCourty. It was
McCourty.
Evan McCourty, the man who maybe the Patriots got a little bit of insurance for today when they went out and brought Jalen Mills over from the Eagles. Mills, a guy who didn't really work out as a cover corner, but when he was moved to safety, a position he had played at LSU, he worked out pretty well. Had a career year, stayed healthy, which was huge, but also posted career best in yards per target, passer rating allowed. So you kind of wonder if, he's kind of insurance policy for both McCourty brothers. Obviously, Jason is a free agent. He had an off year last year. If he doesn't bounce back to form, no obligation for the Patriots to bring him back. But Devin, not a young man either, well into his 30s at this point, as Sony Michel, stopped there on first down, unable to get his team out of safety range just yet. But good news about Cam Newton in this kind of situation. He does have the high enough awareness that you figure he'll be able to escape traffic and not run out the back of the end zone like Dan Orlovsky, but we'll see.
One of the most iconic plays in NFL history. And Cam Newton, a lot of ownership here, 22.4% in the captain spot, 80.5 in the flex. N'Keal Harry, 4.4, 37.2. And Julian Edelman, 10.4 in the captain. About half of you guys have him in the flex. Sony Michel, 3% captained, me being one of those, 26.2 in the flex.
Ooh, we see you over there on Twitch. Buggy Boo, Wester Reamer, Bandit Caterpie, Smash Lanta. No, I am not a Florida man. I thought you could probably tell by the lack of facial tattoos and strap beards. No, I am a Wisconsin man at the moment, and originally a Rhode Island man.
Yes.
God's country.
Ocean State. Yeah. People don't realize Rhode Island has one of the best nicknames. Like, of all the 50 states, you would think maybe California is called the Ocean State. They got this huge coastline. Maybe Florida. You know, one of these quote-unquote warm weather states would be the Ocean State. But no, Rhode Island is the Ocean State.
It's tiny, janky Rhode Island.
We wear it with pride. So you're out in Wisconsin. We're talking about pizza that isn't, we'll say, universally accepted. Where do you stand on what's called bakery pizza by some, party pizza by some? Rhode Islanders generally call them pizza strips, Zaccanini's, Kruganelli's. You got to miss Rhode Island pizza.
Oh, dude, I miss it so much. It's another thing you kind of need to be born into. Like,
yes,
people into the pizza strip. If you take them to Calvito's and you get the 3 strips for $1, that's what it used to be when I was working at the lovely Roger Williams Park.
Yes, Roger Williams Park, great zoo.
Oh, good, tremendous zoo game. For like $2, I can go get 3 strips at Calvito's, walk across the street, get a Del's. That would be my lunch. $2.
Oh.
Lovely. But yeah, like no one else appreciates the cold pizza strip. No cheese, just like focaccia bread and greasy sauce. Like it comes in the wax paper. You peel off like a layer of grease. You hold that wax paper up to the light and it's completely transparent.
And you better be wearing goggles because that grease might get in your eye.
Oh, if it gets on like one part of your clothing too, like it's like it dropping it into a paper towel. It just spreads out. But it's so damn good. Like,
it's so tasty.
Yeah,
I can eat a whole box.
Exactly. And it's like no one really makes a bad pizza strip too. Like,
no.
You have 8 places in Rhode Island make bad pizzas, but like you don't get a bad strip. Some strips are great and some strips are just pretty good.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And when I usually come back like from Rhode Island, I will buy like a dozen to bring back on the plane with me, and like normally like 6 of them are still around by the time I
That's awesome. No score here in the first quarter. Drew Lock going deep.
Ooh, does he get
finds his man?
Goodness.
That's a touchdown.
Bang. And it's the
Hamler.
Hamburglar himself, the man we were talking about, how he needs to come alive as a sophomore. He came alive right there and torched that stellar Patriots defense. Broncos on the board first here in Foxborough. He's 67-yard pass. Lock to Hamler. The 2 young guns getting it done there. And, not great coverage there.
67 yards to the house. We talked about Drew Lock as being a guy that's sort of playing for his job in Denver this season. And Hamler, 2.2 owned in the flex. Sorry, in the captain spot. 22.4 in the flex. So the small number of you that have Hamler in the captain spot have to be feeling pretty good.
Ooh, CJ asking how much snow we got over here in Madison. Yeah, it was 60 degrees out 2 days ago. I know, I don't know about St. Louis. I know in Boston they're dealing with a similar fake spring whiplash. We went from 60 degrees to getting about 2-3 inches here tonight. I thought I was going to have to go out and shovel before I even came on, but fortunately or unfortunately for me, it's still coming down. So before tomorrow's eye-opener sim, I'll be out in the driveway clearing snow and hopefully enjoying what will be the last snowfall of the year. What's the weather like where you're at? I mean, you guys.
We've been pretty good here in the mid to high 50s, and this week it's a little colder, a little rainy, but we're getting an early dose of spring here. Down in St. Louis, so not too bad. That's the 14th touchdown for Hamler, 69th touchdown for Drew Lock. Very nice. And we're taking a look at the contests here. Rams 009 leading the Madden Stream 6K Monday Night Special, 2K to first place, and Korvac 2015 leading the Madden Stream 250 free contest here in this Broncos Patriots Madden After Dark special.
Producer Drew behind the scenes, just trashing the party pizza idea.
Oh, he needs to get out of here with that. I wasn't even going to acknowledge him. How dare he?
We have to. The disrespect.
It's so disrespectful.
It's just, yeah. I thought we were
It's a great party pizza is a great appetizer item at like a family party or a dinner party. You know, you buy a box, you throw them out on a tray because they come cold. You can just leave them out there. Those things could sit out for like 6 hours, and you could go grab one, and it's still good. Now, I prefer them cold, but if you're eating it at super room temp, it's not that bad.
Yeah. Oh no, agreed. Well, I agreed 1,000%. Especially like if you get a good like I'm just gonna sound weird to say it. Like if you leave them out too long, they get a little dried up. If you get a good I can't believe I'm gonna say it. If you get a good moist pizza strip, it's perfection. And yeah, I hear it too, guys. Don't worry. It's not good. It doesn't sound good.
No, dude, I love a moist pizza strip, man.
Good moist strip.
Josh Love, by the way, leading the free roll we had, the Freeze Pops and DeAndrea Denver at New England Madden After Dark. Got 40.31 right now, so he's about 6 points ahead of second place. Still very early, but congratulations to Joshua Love, 40.31 in first place.
That member right there. He is on hashtag Team Always Here.
Oh, big time.
Yeah, he always around. Joined us for some of the trickle down Simonomics back when I had a few sim dollars to burn. I did one of those contests where, you entered this and spin the wheel and see how many DK bucks you got and land on 100. So I was like, all right, well, clearly, if I got to play this and put it into motion, I got to put it in motion with the sim fam. So doing a whole bunch of 50-50s and lost a good chunk of it because I forget that, like, if you guys are here in DK Sim Fam, you guys know these sims like the back of your hand. So y'all did a good job of taking those promo bucks from me, and I salute you. As another Patriots drive goes absolutely nowhere. Not an encouraging start to this game for Bill Belichick. Probably why he went out and loaded up on Jonnu Smith and Nelson Aguilar.
I love the Jonnu Smith signing. We needed help, and I say we because I am a proud member of Patriot Nation. We needed help at tight end, man. I mean, it's been chronicled on this sim and everywhere else they talk about football in the media world. Just nothing from that position from an offensive production standpoint last season. So you bring in a guy like Jonnu Smith, young, talented, jacked, good guy in the locker room.
A guy who they
Love
can
it.
run out of the backfield, they can motion him out to the slot, like a good movement tight end in a way Hunter Henry wasn't. So like Hunter Henry was always the guy, right? That like the past 2 years, like Patriots needed tight end. Now that Gronk's gone, they're gonna get Hunter Henry. Oh, jeez, Drew Lock. I'm amazed he got rid of that one. It's not a great look for him. But yeah, Hunter Henry was always kind of the guy associated with the Patriots. I didn't like the Hunter Henry idea. Like I wasn't in on it. If you're gonna spend that much money on a tight end, I'm glad it's a guy like Smith who has a high ceiling, a lot of potential, and can fill a lot of roles. The one thing I would really be souped about, and assuming the Patriots don't draft a quarterback, but if somehow, some way, Kyle Pitts falls all the way to 15, imagine like that would be.
I'm all in on Kyle Pitts, dude. That guy is a specimen.
Yes, exactly. And like Kenny Ducey hates me because I suggested that the Jets could use a guy like Kyle Pitts. Like, why are they been that big on the tight end? Like, I was like, if they try to trade down, I was like, you know, Kenny, you know how.
There's history there. The Kyle Brady over Warren Sapp.
Yeah.
They like their high draft pick tight ends.
Yeah, so very possible I unleashed some repressed Kenny Ducey memories with that one. But like Kenny's like, this guy's just a tight. No, he's more than a tight end. You can motion him out. He can play in the slot. He can play on the sideline if he needs to. He's just a giant, massive wide receiver. He's that fast. He's that athletic. It's 3 plays, 3 blitzes from the Patriots. 2 of them work. 4th and 22 coming up for the Broncos. They don't have to punt this ball away before the quarterback break. Let's see if they do. But yeah, if the Patriots can find a way to get Kyle Pitts, yes, it would come at the expense of not getting a first-round quarterback, which would ultimately be bad. But man, I think that would be like Gronk and tight end redacted 2 from 2010 and 2011 all over again. Dude, I would love it so much. Like it would be
100%. You're hitting the nail on the head. If one of these like 5 or 6 quarterbacks are off the board by 15 and Pitts is sitting there still, which I don't think he makes it that far because people in the NFL now love to have that big athletic dude that you can do a lot of stuff with. Like I don't know. I feel like we'd have to move up to get him. It'd be one of those situations where the Patriots are moving up to try and get the QB they want. They don't end up getting that guy for whatever reason, and then they're like, well, at least we'll take Kyle Pitts here at, name your number.
There have
9,
been some times where the Patriots have just gotten lucky, like Malcolm Brown falling to them in the 30s when he was supposed to be a top 15 guy. And Brown, he wasn't a star, but he was still a pretty good D lineman in the middle there. So we take a look at our stats. Cam Newton, he of the newly re-signed Patriots, the revamped New England offense, has 2 completions for 25 yards. Drew Lock outplaying him, 79 and a touchdown, but doesn't exactly look that encouraging. All but 12 of those yards came on a single pass to KJ Hamler for a touchdown. On the ground, everyone is awful. 4 for 6 for Sony Michel, 2 for 12. Melvin Gordon, James White, 2 carries, 1 yard. The Patriots are averaging just about 1.1 yard per carry.
19 combined rushing yards through the first quarter here for both teams. Not great. KJ Hamler with the big score, 67 yards to the house and a touchdown. That's his only catch. A lot of ones on the board here. Sutton, Harry, Asiasi, and Fant all with 1 catch, no tuds. So, like we mentioned pregame, 2 teams that we don't feel all that confident about in Simland playing each other, giving us a first quarter that looks like one that is pretty in line with how they play sim to sim here. Like, okay, I guess whatever is going to happen here. I can't really predict anything.
I mean, the good news is if you got KJ Hamler, it looks like he's going to be in the winning lineups when this thing comes to a grinding halt. But the rest of the lineups, who knows? Is my captain right there, N'Keal Harry, who, man, I really liked what he brought to the table at Arizona State. He's big, he's fast. He's got good hands. He can go up and get the ball. I thought he was going to be this big-time red zone target. And, I mean, credit where it's due. He's tough as hell. That man takes some shots, but just no separation downfield. You can just leave him locked on an island, and, like, an average cornerback can give him headaches. And hopefully, there's still some untapped potential there. But, Tom, what do you think about him? What is your opinion on N'Keal Harry? Does he have a future in New England?
I think that if you look at what the Patriots did today, bringing in Kendrick Bourne and Nelson Aguilar, that can't be the end of what they do at that position this offseason, because I don't think N'Keal Harry is the guy. And those 2 guys aren't number 1 receivers. I love Kendrick Bourne. Aguilar, he's had his issues catching the ball in the past, but he's a decent down-the-field receiver. But N'Keal Harry can't be your plan at number 1. And if he is, man, they know something we don't. And maybe they think he takes a big step forward year 3. Maybe this weird off season from the pandemic just was odd for him. And I know he's dealt with injuries since getting to the pro level. So maybe they're trying to kick the tires one last time here. But I personally don't think he is going to be the guy. I think we've seen enough to know that he's going to be another swing and a miss from Bill Belichick. Unfortunately, he just can't draft receivers. It's fascinating.
Terrible. His best wide receiver was a quarterback at a Kent State.
He can trade for receivers. He can pick up receivers who are sort of scrap heap guys and turn them into dudes. But then again, that's when Tom Brady was playing quarterback.
Yeah.
So, he could draft tight ends, but he can't figure it out for whatever reason at the wide receiver spot. It's fascinating.
Nice completion there on 2nd and 7, but it's come back to OPI maybe, a pick play there. Don't see that too often here. No, defensive pass interference, so it doesn't make
What? I didn't even really see it.
Yeah,
Here we go. Patriots 1st and 10 here from about the 11. As we were talking, Christian, got some pretty significant news coming down from Ian Rappaport for the Bengals and pass rusher Trey Hendrickson. It's a 4-year deal worth $60 million. $32 million in the first 2 years. That's a big time signing for Cincinnati. Trey Hendrickson was maybe the most underrated defensive player in the NFL this past season. That dude was a monster for New Orleans. And Cincinnati putting together a nice little squad there for when Burrow's healthy. I like the Bengals in the next few years here to have a nice little playoff, maybe not run, but they'll be in the mix at the top of the AFC, which I think is a conference that's wide open.
Yeah, I honestly, at that number, it makes me appreciate the Matt Judon deal a little bit more. But Hendrickson, like you said, just absolutely blew up last year. And like sometimes you look at the numbers, you're like, okay, it's 6.5 career sacks his first 3 seasons. He blows up with 13.5 last year. As we get a touchdown strike there to Jimmy Jam White. Oh, sweet feet into the end zone. That's a free agent the Patriots need to deal with. But right here, doing James White things, catching passes, making life easier for his offense, and about to tie this game up at 7-all. But Hendrickson, 13.5 sacks, which looks like an outlier, but you look at the QB hits, 25 QB hits, a great pressure rate, 11 quarterback knockdowns. He got into the backfield consistently. I do worry about him being able to have that kind of impact again, but he does seem like a guy who can clock in at somewhere between 8 to 10 sacks, or around 20 QB hits. He can be a very useful defensive end in a 4-3 situation. And I think at $15 million per, I would rather have Matt Judon at $14 million per. Just because I think Judon gives you a little bit more flexibility and a little bit more linebacker help. So that's one of the ones, like the kind of the trend today has been, as more and more Patriots news rolls in, it's been a little bit more and more depressing as it goes on. So this is one thing that has nothing to do with the Patriots, but it does make that early big money deal to Matt Judon seem a little bit more palatable, as the Patriots got a pretty good pass rusher there, a guy whose numbers can be a little bit glitchy, but he does tend to bring consistent pressure and should be able to do a good job. The Bengals, man, I have no idea what to make of the Bengals. Because
so many close losses last year, Christian.
Yeah,
they were in so many games.
And Joe Burrow looked good at times. Like, the weird thing was the touch on his deep ball wasn't quite there. He really struggled to build a rapport with A.J. Green, which was very surprising. But, even if Green isn't there, he's got tons of other guys you can rely on. T. Higgins, Tyler Boyd, like, he'll be just fine. C.J. Uzomah, who hopefully will be healthy. I thought Uzomah was on his way to a potential breakout before suffering a season-ending injury in week 2. Now, granted, small sample size, but tight ends are going to be at a premium next as Drew Lock going for very nearly had it again. So Drew Lock going all or nothing. I like the fact that they're throwing downfield here, testing out that big cannon arm of his. John Elway must be proud. But back to the Bengals, I would feel better if they were investing a little bit more on their offensive line, but maybe that's what they're going to do in this draft. They'll have their opportunities. And like you said, they were in a lot of games, partially because Joe Burrow just threw them into a lot of games, kept them going, kept them churning, put up some big numbers, but he had to throw the ball a ton. Honestly, it kind of reminded me of like early Drew Bledsoe, where the numbers were there, but they were because he just had to come from behind all the time. Or like, I don't want to say this is a comparison because I think Joe Burrow is a million times better, but also a little bit like early Blake Bortles, where he's throwing the ball a ton because his team is bad, so the numbers look good, but maybe the tape isn't quite as promising. But I think Burrow can obviously get there. I think the deep ball is going to come back to him. Just someone please protect him. Give him time. Allow him to develop into the precious baby Joey Burrow that we were promised as a 5-star recruit in Columbus at Ohio State, and then eventually when realizing his all-American potential as Drew Lock had Noah Fant wide open up the seam for 30 yards there and checked down to his running back instead. A very Drew Lock play right there as these Broncos about to punt it away. 4 minutes remaining in the first half here. We got a tie ball game. 7-7 Patriots and Broncos.
I'm sitting at 122nd in the free roll, so not good. I hope you didn't listen to my advice. I know I didn't give my lineup until it locked, but still, never listen to me, guys. Never, ever listen to me. And I'm looking here at the 6K Monday Night Special. Beats by Ray 15 in first place by about 4 points, 168.5 164.44, ahead of Rams 0009 at 164.64. Looking at the Madden stream, 250 free contest. Manny 510 in first place, 174.54, just under a point ahead of Korvac 2015, sitting in second place.
You're doing better than me because I have now fallen down to 140th. With my dueling zeros from Julian Edelman and Jerry Jeudy.
That'll happen when you have the Patriots and Broncos. You're going to get zeros in your lineup. You should almost just account for it, you know? We got Tay Bay 233 in first place in the free roll at 43.10. That's the type of free roll we're having here. Just no one's putting up points. It's a slog right now.
I mean, we'll get there. We'll maybe get there.
Maybe. Cam Newton stepping back, finding his man up the middle. That's going to help a lot of people with Cam Newton in their lineup. Finding Bird. The bird is the word.
Bird, a guy probably not coming back now that the Patriots have Nelson Aguilar. They have very similar skill sets. Aguilar broke out this season because the Raiders really dialed up his depth of target. They just let him fly free and allowed Derek Carr to launch it to him, and he got open. His catch rate, actually, he dropped more passes in 2020 than he did in 2019, but also had a lot more difficult passes to catch because his average depth of target went from like 9 yards downfield to 15. Very much what the team was looking for when they brought Damiere Byrd into the lineup, a guy who can stretch the field vertically for Cam Newton, and it didn't really work out with Byrd. Byrd had some drops. He had that one amazing, it was a gadget play where Newton handed off to Sony Michel. Michel threw it back to Newton. He launched it downfield to a wide open Damiere Byrd, and the ball hit him right in the face mask and crumbled to the ground. Just absolutely hilariously awful.
Awful play.
Probably not coming back, but another frustrating speedster with a much better track record coming to town. Just I don't know if I can get over the Aguilar contract value. I mean, up to $13 million a year in a season where Corey Davis, who's bigger but fast and can be a possession receiver, can be a red zone guy, he got 12.5 per year, and yeah, he got more guaranteed money. And if it doesn't work out, if he does regress, because let's face it, Corey Davis is no one's idea of consistent, but if he does regress, it's going to be a little bit tougher for the Jets to move on from the Patriots with Aguilar. Man, I saw that deal, and I was immediately bummed out because Corey Davis, loved watching him at Western Michigan, just the sigil of Maction that he was up there, and seeing him kind of
row the boat, baby.
Oh.
Absolutely loved him in college. Love Maction. You know, I'm looking at the Nelson Aguilar signing, and I'm thinking, is it one of those situations where they look at him and they say he's a better fit for what we do? You know, more of a speedster. Yes, he has issues catching the ball, but at the same time, Davis is a guy who struggled to stay on the field in his career. And it's not like Aguilar is Cal Ripken Jr. here, but they're looking at the two guys and they say, okay, we can give him less guaranteed money, so it hurts us less on that front. And yeah, it's more AAV, but for what we have right now, this guy makes sense as a number 2 or number 3 receiver, and they're still going to try and figure it out at the number 1 spot, where Corey Davis is probably going to be the number 1 for New York, right? Or at least in the discussion.
Yeah, it'll either be him or Mims, depending on how Mims comes along. And
right.
Either one of those guys case for, but you don't want to necessarily rely on him 1,000%. So I think it's a good balance they have there.
Yeah. And maybe New England is looking at Corey Davis saying, like, yeah, he had a great year, but do we want to give him wide receiver 1 money after 1 season of big work? I'd rather give it a shot. I liked Corey Davis this year. I think he's got everything that you want in a wide receiver 1 if he can stay on the field and if he's targeted enough, but it didn't work out. Yeah, that happens.
Yeah, and a bummer, but yeah, at the same time, you look back at, the Titans didn't pick up Davis's fifth-year option for a reason, and he had been disappointing until then. And maybe he needs a certain kind of quarterback to thrive. Maybe he needs a guy like Ryan Tannehill. Maybe he needs a certain specific offense. Maybe there's something that Belichick just didn't like in his tape. He saw something he liked in Nelson Aguilar's tape, which weird, okay, but okay. Like at this point, like we're not. I know, like we're very spoiled, and B, like why would you ever question the move Belichick makes? But when it comes to wideouts, I think we're back in the stage of really, Bill?
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
You're allowed to question Bill's wideout takes, and that was a great grab there, by the way, by Courtland Sutton, getting the Broncos here in the red zone. Got up and got the ball.
Dude,
I'm excited for him to be healthy this year.
Yes, exactly. He used to be just a Simland all-star. The Madden 20 days, he had his superstar traits, and he would go out and put up like 40-point games. And like he was probably the reason I drafted Courtland Sutton way too early in my Rhode Island scumbag family league, and then I just watched him 3 catches, 66 yards, done for the season. Like come on. So hopefully he comes back healthy and hearty, because he's one of those SMU guys. And like for the last couple of years, SMU has put out some really interesting, intriguing receivers. Courtland Sutton, James Prochet, guys like that who can just put up big numbers in kind of a way like, oh, who cares? It's in the AAC. They did that against Tulsa, and they thrashed Navy, who as long as not known for their secondary, whatever.
No, known for the triple option, and that's about it.
Known for their 250-pound offensive lineman, as Melvin Gordon into the end zone, retaking the lead for this Broncos team, but leaving about 40 ticks on the clock for Cam Newton and his 3 timeouts to make a comeback. As we see, apparently the Madden Patriots coach, who's not Bill Belichick, Tom, has a name, and I don't remember what it is, but I do remember what the incorrect name that Adam Kaufman came up with, and that is Gord Murphy. Quite possibly the most Canadian name Goff could have come up with. So, in Simland canon, that is Gord Murphy, Canadian fur trapper turned American football head coach. And anytime his Patriots just completely crap the bed on 3rd down, it's because he thought he should have punted.
Shout out to Gord there. Michael letting us know that that's the 24th touchdown in Simland for Melvin Gordon, as the Patriots have 40 seconds here to try and get some points on the board before halftime. Manny, 5'10", still in first place here in the $250 free contest. Still have Beats by Ray, 15, in first place here for the 6K Monday night special, 2K to first, as scores continue to be updated manually here by the crew. We got Andrew, we got Michael, we got Zach. Really, really good squad this evening. First time I've ever been with Christian DeAndrea on a broadcast. The Rhode Island brothers suiting up, getting it done for a Pat Sim. What's better than that?
It's perfect.
We have a flag here on first down for the Pats.
Sean Preston letting us know Judy's going to come second half or not at all. Yeah, it seems that way. It's trending towards not at all. Maybe the adjustments will be made, but the way Courtland Sutton was getting looks in that late drive there seemed encouraging. Speaking of encouraging, this Patriots drive already to the Broncos 40 with all 3 timeouts intact. So it seems like we're going to at least get a Nick Folk field goal attempt. And Nick Folk, not nearly as respected here in Simland as he was in the real world. And I get it, man. Like, Nick Folk coming onto the field at the beginning of the season for the Patriots, you were like, really?
And he missed a few bunnies, too. I was tweeting at Adam Vinatieri, hey, you up, bro?
Yeah. Dude finished strong. And I mean, if anyone knows kickers, it's the man who hosts a podcast with one of the all-time greatest. Check out Great Day Nation wherever great podcasts are found.
That's right, baby. Great Day Nation. This past Wednesday, we had our episode with Sean Payton come out. Had a lot of good stuff to say about Drew Brees, retrospective stuff. Obviously, we taped before the retirement news became official, but really, really interesting Saints offseason talk, Saints retrospective. Go check that out. Apple, Spotify, and wherever you get your podcasts. And then this Wednesday, Charles Barkley joining us on the podcast. Gave us a little tournament preview, but we went everywhere with Chuck. I mean, he is fantastic. He's a huge football fan. Had some hot takes about Auburn football, firing Gus Malzahn. Wasn't surprised. I'll give that a big market tease, and you can go check that out. But Chuck was awesome. You got to check that out. Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. Great Dane Nation.
That guy's just going to be tough to keep up with. Like, the energy he brings to everything he does.
It was amazing, dude. And I wish I could air, like, everything that was said, like, before we started recording, because it's just, the dude off camera is, like, 100 times crazier than he is on camera. It's great stuff. The dude, there's a reason why that guy is good at his job and has been in that seat for 20 years over on TNT.
Ooh, so Patriots not going to settle for the field goal just yet. Any play that gets stopped inbounds is the end of the half. Oh, no. Oh, thank goodness.
Incomplete.
Yeah, that was the best case scenario there as Adam Butler. Can't believe what he saw. That's going to be a guy maybe not coming back to the Patriots this year, as they did invest heavily on some D linemen, including Henry Anderson, the former Jet. They brought back Dietrich Wise, so Butler's time with the team may be short. Okay. Patriots not going to settle just yet. I like the aggression.
End zone shot.
Oh, no.
Nope.
Oh, no. They are going to lose 3 points because of that terrible, terrible decision. Oh, my God.
Brutal. But hey, you know what? Scoring is at a premium here in this sim. They were probably thinking, we're not getting close to the end zone again here. Brutal decision by Cam to hit Julian Edelman, not even close to the sideline. Just get rid of the ball.
Why?
And then settle for the field goal. That, if anything, that's on Cam. I'm not putting that one on Gord. Okay.
Yeah, that's definitely a Cam Newton problem. That is, he put on his Brian Hoyer cosplay and made sure the Patriots didn't score.
Very Hoyer-esque there. Speaking of Cam, 17 for 22, 172 through the air. So trending in the right direction if you have Cam Newton in your lineup, which a lot of people do. Drew Lock, 8 for 16, 156, also looking good as we head towards the B word for both of those players. Sony Michel, Melvin Ingram, and James White all doing really nothing on the ground. Nothing to see here, although we did have a Gordon and a White score. Devin Asiasi, 4 catches, 32 yards. He's the leader in receptions. Got a touchdown for James White, like I mentioned. And the Hamler with 1 catch for 67 yards.
A stunner.
But,
so, if he can get back on the board, definitely got some bonus potential. But N'Keal Harry, Cortland Sutton, 3 catches each, all for just about 20 yards per. So decent usage and big yards per catch numbers for those guys. Might see a little bit of an explosion here in the second half. I mean, Patriots really need to get on their horse and figure something out. They were moving well towards the end of the half before just kind of forgetting how the game of football is played. And disappointing to see if you were hoping, if you had Nick Folk in your lineup, if you had Cam Newton in your lineup, if you had any Patriots in your lineup, you were probably
stung.
That. But hey,
it stung. There's no question.
You got the Broncos D. That's just
cash right there. Young Glass, 45 in first place in the free roll, 63.69. A little bit of a point ahead of Smokey McBee at 60.43. Going to go ahead and check out how we're doing in the 6K Monday night special. Beats by Ray, still sitting in first place, 170 points. Manny, 5'10", at 171.54, just a hair above Korvac 2015. Still in the Madden Stream 250 free contest.
Yeah, apparently, Ashley Edwards 1 is in first place somewhere. I'm not sure where.
And maybe that's her username. I don't know. Maybe there's other contests too.
Yeah, so I'm going through I'm only in the free roll right now, and Young Glace 45. That is her. So pretty solid lineup right there. The Hamburglar in the captain spot, the difference maker right now.
That'll help.
Everyone at least 7 points, so not bad at all.
Good stuff. So Denver making some noise today. They signed Philip Lindsay. He's a guy that looked good his rookie year, but has struggled since to stay healthy and have a consistent impact on that offense. What do you think about Philip Lindsay as a player in the league moving forward? Do you think that Denver made the right move bringing him back?
I do, because I think he definitely has a place as a cheap platoon back kind of guy. Like he's definitely he's a solid runner. He's a guy that can give you 4+ per carry. He's still young. He's only going to be 27 next season, so he's not going to fall off a cliff. He's not going to give you anything in the passing game. We know that. In last year, he had 7 catches in 11 games. Like if you are looking for a PPR running back, then he's not going to help you out at all. But he's going to have some games where he springs for 100 yards on the ground. If he gets the carries, he'll get there. He'll help you out. And I like having him in a platoon with Melvin Gordon. The crazy thing was about that platoon last year, it absolutely drove me bonkers because I had Philip Lindsay on my season long and I didn't have Melvin Gordon. Whenever Lindsay was hurt, Melvin Gordon played just absolute dog crap games. He fumbled, he missed holes, he failed to pick up blocks, he dropped passes. Like without Lindsay there to press him for snaps, Melvin Gordon was terrible. And then when Lindsay was in the lineup, or even just when he was active, like Melvin Gordon played like San Diego Charger Melvin Gordon, like former Wisconsin Badger Melvin Gordon, like the guy who once set the NCAA record for rushing yards in a game, Melvin.
What a crazy game that was, by the way.
And that record stood for 1 week, and then Joe Mixon took it.
Amazing.
Yeah, what a great season that was. And then, like, Melvin Gordon wasn't even the best running back on that Wisconsin. No, it was like 2 years later that Jonathan Taylor rolled up. Jonathan Taylor, by the way, extremely excited to see what he can do.
Love that guy.
Dude, so good.
I love that platoon. If we're talking running back platoons, what they got in Indy, love what they have there.
It's going to be so helpful for Carson Wentz. He can lean back on those guys. He's going to have a better offensive line if everyone stays healthy. And not that his offensive line in Philadelphia was bad. It was just the guys in front got hurt. You had to move Jason Peters back out to tackle. Lane Johnson wasn't there. Things got dicey. He didn't have time to throw. He was scrambling a lot more. He wasn't making passes that really had an effect on his game. So not only will he be able to reduce the amount of coverage downfield just by handing off to guys like Taylor and Nyheim Hines behind that great offensive line, even without Anthony Costanzo, who retired after a pretty good career.
Shout out Boston College.
You see? Chestnut Hill. But he will have more time to throw in the pocket. He'll have less crowded spaces downfield because opponents are going to have to crowd the box a little bit when Taylor gets going. It's a good situation. It's the best situation Carson Wentz could hope for. And if he doesn't recover with the Colts, he is broken forever. Speaking of broken, John Simon folds Drew Lock in half to set up 4th and long.
G Fouls 21 on YouTube asking, he says, hey, just got here. Who got the touchdowns? We had a 67-yard bomb to the Hamler for the Broncos early in this one. And then James White caught a touchdown pass. He's been known to do that in his day. And then Melvin Gordon getting in with a score. So not a lot of touchdowns here. Still relatively early in the third quarter, but I don't expect fireworks at any point with these two offenses going head-to-head. Two teams that made splashes during this unofficial free agent period, legal tampering, whatever you want to call it. The whole legal tampering, whatever, why don't we just open free agency sooner? It's such a dumb formality here. Like, what's going on with that?
Yeah, it's just truly pointless, but
Come on.
whatever you need to tell yourself, NFL.
But the Patriots, man, when you list it out, it's impressive what they've done over the last week. They trade back for Trent Brown. They signed Cam Newton to a very team-friendly deal. Then they go out, they get Devon Godchaux from the Dolphins. They get Matthew Judon from the Ravens. They have Jalen Mills in the fold, the corner from Philly. They go out and they get Jonnu Smith, the tight end from Tennessee. And they sign Kendrick Bourne and Nelson Aguilar, those receivers, to probably be those 2 and 3 slots. in the receiving depth chart for New England. And they bring in the defensive tackle from New York, who you mentioned earlier. So big 24 hours for the Patriots, big week for them. Yeah. And I don't think that they're done yet. They have the 4th most cap space in the NFL. There's still moves to be made here. I'd love if they could get a true number 1 receiver. I will say this. You mentioned A.J. Green earlier. I don't want A.J. Green. I feel like he's on the wrong side of the hill here. I'm sort of out on A.J. Green. I'm curious what you think on this. He wasn't able to find his rhythm with Joe Burrow. And look, that happens sometimes. But the guy hasn't been able to stay healthy. When he is healthy, when he was in his prime, excellent receiver. But I don't really want the Patriots, unless they can get him on an extremely team-friendly deal. If everyone in the league decides we're out on A.J. Green and they can sort of steal him in a Randy Moss type way like they did back in the day when they traded a 4th for Randy. Obviously, this is a free agent signing, so it'd be different, but same type of thing where the league decided, okay, like this guy's done, we'll try A.J. Unless we're getting A.J. at that type of value, I don't want to overpay for him.
No, I agree with you there. I mean, I don't think the last year's situation with Joe Burrow is going to be the be-all, end-all for him. But man, it was by far the worst season of his career. His catch rate was the lowest it's ever been. First time it's ever been below 50%. His yards per target, lowest in his career by like 2 full yards. Yards per catch, lowest of his career by 3 full yards. Just he wasn't able to shake guys downfield. He wasn't tracking balls well that weren't super well thrown. And like, you know, I like Cam Newton, and I think he's still got a little bit more zip in that arm. But I think if you have Cam Newton as your primary quarterback, you need a guy who can kind of track and catch those wobblers, hit the balls that are not going to be completely perfectly thrown. That doesn't look like A.J. Green now that he's 33 years old.
When you say that, it makes me more afraid of the Nelson Aguilar thing. There's no way that guy's catching wobblers, so yikes.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, yeah, Cam Newton did complete more than 50% of his passes that were thrown more than 20 yards downfield last year. Problem is,
that's what Nelson does, though.
Yeah, well, Cam Newton played 15 games. He only made 27 of those throws. He was hardly ever throwing deep. And so maybe, like, it's not a good sign. As Ozzy way out of bounds on that one. So the Patriots going to have to punt away. The good news about this drive is if you have N'Keal Harry, he did hit the bonus for that big catch earlier, I believe. Pretty sure he got there. 106 on 5 catches. Yes, he did. But other than that, Patriots drive stalling out. They are going to continue to trail here, barring a real, possibly ill-advised big punt. And once this one goes out at the 26, we'll have.
Oh, here we go. Nice punt here. Oh, it goes in the back of the end zone. Oh, did he nail that?
He did. Inside the 3, man. They got the real.
Oh, I tracked it wrong here. Wow.
Yeah, I did too. I just saw the arc kind of going out of the. No,
yeah.
What's been the weird shadows of Gillette, man?
Okay, Pats D. They are in a position here to get a safety, which would be great for my line. You mentioned Cam Newton and his lack of throwing down the field last season. How much of that do you think was by design, and how much of that do you think was his hesitance to look downfield because of his regression with arm strength?
Oh man, that's a good question. I think part of it was because he didn't have a ton of open shots downfield. His guy, he didn't really have a good deep threat. He had Damiere Byrd, who was fast, but Damiere Byrd, he's not really shaking guy.
Can't run routes.
Yeah, exactly. He's not a crisp route runner, and when he does get open, he's not exactly rock solid when it comes to hands and concentration. Like, Byrd is a good guy to have on your roster as like a wide receiver 4 or 5 type. Just, you don't want him in the position he was thrust into with the Patriots late in the season. Edelman was hurt, and it was Jacoby Myers, and whatever you got from N'Keal Harry and Damiere Byrd, bad situation, unpleasant. Big strike there. Is this going to be the Ham Man again? Is that a
Hamler, baby? The Hamburglar.
Indeed. Wow. Is that going to be 100+ for him? I think it is. As this drive that started off deep in their own territory, now at midfield, Hamler 100+. Ashley Edwards got him in the captain spot, but got to be happy with that big catch. Back there.
3 for 112 from the Hamler. That's good stuff. And yes, like you mentioned, that's got to secure her place towards the top of this contest as we continue to tick down here in the second half. We have a new leader in the Madden Stream 250 free contest, Cool Hand Neil, 173.74. He is the leader there. And in the 6K Monday Night Special, Beats by Ray, still in the lead, just over a point ahead of Ray's 34. And wow, we got some more jumping here in the 250 free contest. All sorts of movement here. Slop in first place at 180.14. That's just ahead of MG Blaze at 179.24 and Sounds Like Cruise at 178.74. So all sorts of movement in these paid contests here, Christian.
Yeah.
We love to see it. Love the action. Love the sweat.
And if you guys are hitting, tell us. Drop it in the chat. Let us know where you are. Let us know who you need. If you need more Ham, man, he has been absolutely on fire this drive. That's 3 catches on this single drive after having only 1 catch in the first half. Oh, it was a doozy. Big third down for the Broncos here. Way too much time for Drew Lock. And oh my goodness,
wow.
It worked out. It's Hamler again? Did he get in? No, he didn't break the plane, but oh my goodness, was it close.
Wow.
We are going into the fourth quarter. Broncos 1 yard away from making this a 14-point game. Absolutely wild. Patriots in danger of losing to Denver on their home turf, and I did not.
It doesn't happen much lately, man. Patriots record really good of late. As I lost it here on my sheet, 16-9. Denver is only 5-18. This is a legit upset here. Legit. What are we looking at here?
Oh, have you not seen the very professional handmade sign by the Kilgores? Yeah,
Yes.
For a while, I just had the website written down on the back of an envelope, and everyone clowned me.
I love it.
Deservedly so. So now I got this high gloss, very proper sign made by members of the DK Sim fam. And if you are interested in learning more about what's next for the Saints, we took a look at not only that weird Taysom Hill extension, but what today's signing of Jameis Winston means and how it's going to be a very bizarre quarterback competition between the two. You got one guy who throws short. You got one guy who throws nothing but deep balls. How are they going to coexist? How are they going to transition away from Drew Brees? That's in today's Post Route. Subscribe for free. Postroute.substack.com. And while I was busy doing the plug, I would be remiss not to point out that KJ Hamler right now, 5 catches, 170 yards, and a touchdown.
I pointed the wrong way when trying to point towards your sign.
That's fine.
I'm used to pointing the other way.
Yeah.
So
I get it. Man.
Off camera, I'm going to point the correct way. There you go.
Nice.
Practicing. I'm going to subscribe. That's awesome, man. Postroute.substack.com.
We have a tight end 3 rushing touchdown.
Oh,
Anthony Beck into the end zone. The vulture among vultures.
Wow.
So not Philip Lindsay, not Melvin Gordon. You got to go down the depth chart. Andrew Beck, not Anthony. Andrew Beck, 1K, giving you 1.7 points per game. His first touchdown ever.
Gonna need to see some ownership on Beck.
Since Sim 55, so more than 55 Sims ago. That's the last time Andrew Beck scored a touchdown.
Incredible. You love a nice late vulture here. Fourth quarter vulture. Just to mess with everybody.
He's going to ruin some people.
Is he owned in less than 1% of lineups, you think?
It's got to be. I can't imagine that, yeah. Like maybe
it might be 0 in the free roll.
I mean, maybe there are some bots out there that threw him into the free roll. I don't know.
Always got to look out for those bots.
Look at that. Silly Sally wants to play. Robbie Noble. You're all calling it out. Let's throw it back to Rossi. There it is.
Andrew Beck, 0.01 owned in the flex. 0.01.
Yo,
as good a vulture as you're going to see here in
That's
Simland.
like one person had him, and they were listening to Odelay earlier. They're like, "Devil's Haircut is a good song. You know what? This is for you." Click. Anthony Beck 1K. Come on, let's go, and just like that.
Incredible reference there. Shout out to Beck. Here we go. Patriots got a lot of work to do here in the fourth quarter. Cam Newton finding his man here. Set up second and short. Finding Julian Edelman, 2nd and 3.
Tater Hater having a great sim, asking everyone to take knees from here on out. The good news is that vulture touchdown probably didn't cost you any spot in the standing unless that one Devil's Haircut fan cost you some.
No, slop, still in first place in the 250 free contest. That is Tater Hater, still in first place, but not by much. Less than a point ahead of MG Blaze. Sounds like Cruz hot on their tails, just under 2 points away. So
I want to see Tater Hater and Ashley Edwards go 1-2 in some way in this one. I want to see some SimFam representation atop the free roll.
Hell yeah. And then we got the 6K Monday night special. Raise 34, still in first place by about 2 points. 177.04.
Patriots pick up a big first down there. Edelman getting back on the scoreboard. Not really having the day you'd hope for when you paid up to get him. I think it's 3 catches for 20-something yards. So for a guy who cost you $8K, currently has fewer points than Andrew Beck, which, not great.
I am in 156th, so I guess we just shouldn't even really talk about my lineup anymore. The ship has sailed there.
You know what? The N'Keal Harry bonus has got me up in the top half, but I'm still not even top 70. So, again, this is why I lost all those DK sim bucks during the trickle down sim knowledge phase. We get a strike there, and that one is Ozzy.
Oi.
Yeah.
With the first.
The thing I like about the Smith signing is that it's going to give Ozzy and Keen a little bit of time to develop. Like, neither one of them ready for prime time last year, obviously.
Clearly not.
They had like 9 catches between them.
God, it was awful.
Off, they can kind of, one of them can settle into a tight end 2 situation. Keen can work as an H-back and get some reps in the former James Devlin role, which any New England
first ballot Hall of Famer, Brown University.
Any New England Patriot that comes out of Brown, because my dad and I, we spent the $40. We got the Brown University season tickets. We saw him play RI every year. So we got guys like Sean Morey, Chaz Gessner, Jason Perry, who is the current head coach of Brown right now.
I love it.
Maybe URI. At any rate, great Ivy League football. That was just terrible football anywhere else, but you watch these Brown Penn games that finished 58-51, they're outstanding.
Yeah.
So anytime you can get a guy out of the Ivy League that makes it to the pros, already, they have my heart. Almost as much as a D3 or D2 guy.
Oh, absolutely. And Brown University, too. It's not like a nice football stadium per se, but I love the setting. East side of Providence on a fall day. Beautiful. That's a beautiful time there. Yeah. Underutilized by Rhode Islanders. Those Brown football games are gems.
It's a really, it's in the middle of a nice neighborhood. Once you get
East side, baby.
Yeah. We used to have the Rhode Island State Outdoor Track Championships there. And not that I ever made it there. I only
shout out to Pilgrim.
Yeah, Pilgrim High School, baby. We are the eternal victors over Warwick Veterans Memorial High School.
Yeah,
we absorbed them. We absorbed you, vets.
So is vets now just a middle school? Right? They're using it for something. Okay. Yeah, Warwick never really deserved 3 high schools. I think we went over this privately.
Yeah, and it didn't and on top of that too, we also have Hendricken, which is where all the good athletes come out of. So even if you are a good athlete in Warwick,
you go to Hendricken.
You're going to Hendricken. Quiddy Pay can be a first-round pick. Went to Michigan, top tier pass rusher. Came out of Rhode Island high schools. Where'd he go? Hendricken. Will Blackman, Hendricken. Jamie Silver,
legend.
Rocco Baldwin, Hendricken.
Legend.
I used to play football against Will Blackman. I tackled him once by accident.
Yeah.
Because he tripped me, and then he tripped on my face mask. What got
So
stuck.
that's incredible. I grew up a BC fan, still am one. My dad went there, so I was born with that curse. And obviously Will Blackman, because of the Rhode Island connection and then the BC connection, man, there is not a player I think I wanted the Patriots to draft more in the history of football than Will Blackman. Jamie Silva probably was a close second. But, man, love that guy. So jealous. So jealous that you got to play against him.
Yeah, I wouldn't be. It was very painful. It was not fun. It was not fun being like a 130-pound cornerback trying to tackle clearly grown man Will Blackman.
Why was Pilgrim playing Hendricken?
It was freshman ball, so
got it. Okay,
yeah, we just did it so we didn't have to travel as much.
That makes sense. Yeah, I was gonna say that's a matchup that shouldn't be happening outside of like an exhibition or a scrimmage of some type.
But the crazy thing was, like, Hendricken indoor track that next year had Will Blackman, who obviously had 4.40 speed, and Rocco Baldelli, who was an American League Rookie of the Year candidate, current
ridiculous
head coach of the Minnesota Twins. They were on the same 4x1 team, and they would just smoke everyone. Like not like the competition in Rhode Island is stellar. As we get a touchdown strike to Devin Asiasi, who brings his Patriots back within one score, setting this up for maybe a furious finish as Gord Murphy delivers a very polite Canadian hello to his defensive lineman.
You have a flag. Oh, nope. Looks like they maybe picked it up.
Review confirmed. It's a touchdown. Ozzy owners rejoice. You got it there.
Gonna see some movement, baby. Gonna see some movement in the contest with that one. As we have.
Let's go, Edelman. Sorry, bud. Sorry.
We have movement. But we still have slop in first place here. 250 free contest. And Adams, 48, now the leader in the 6K Monday Night Special, 2K to first. Congratulations as they continue to hold on to that spot. But it's not over yet, folks. Let me check out our free roll here. I am still, I went down, so I'm now in 157th for those of you keeping score at home.
Not great.
And Young Glaze, 45, still in first. Oh, not for long. Smokey McBee launched into first place, 111.10. As lineups continue to be updated here now, 117.8 in first place. Smokey McBee surpassing Young Glaze, 45. Ross, 635 in third at 111.45.
I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but we may have a double bonus from the quarterbacks in this game. Now, obviously, the Broncos not going to be throwing a ton as they try to wind it down, but Drew Lock, 278, so he's only a couple first downs away from hitting Drew Lock, 259. And so Lock probably not going to get there unless we get a breakthrough pass here. Cam Newton's at 278. He will probably get there if the Patriots get the ball back. So if you got Cam in the lineup, barring disaster and knock on wood, he will be able to get you some bonus points. As we get a brief strike over the middle there. Jerry Jeudy gets his second reception of the game. Not quite having the impact I anticipated when I put him in my flex.
Well, that's the challenge with these teams, right? We keep coming back to it. Like, we could have both of these teams in the following sim if we decided to do a midnight sim here, and it could be a completely different outcome.
Yeah. This is one where I started to look down, like, the game logs. So, like, what happened the last time the Patriots played the Broncos? And I was like, no, these guys are all random event generators.
Totally.
Like, who would have thought that KJ Hamler would have the greatest game of his sim career against the reigning #1 defense in the league?
Not me. Not this guy. So, Christian, when is the last time you had a Rhode Island, New York style hot wiener?
Oh man, last time every time I'm in Rhode Island, I go back. I gotta get some wieners. I go back to Spikes because I worked at Spikes.
Ah, Spikes, yes.
Yeah, like I got my own like secret Spikes menu of dogs I used to make, and like now like I can't get anyone to make them because
You worked at Spikes?
Oh yeah, dude, I worked at Spikes for like 3 years, like 2 years in high school.
I was always jealous of the Spikes T-shirt. I always wanted the Junkyard Dog T-shirt.
All you had to do was eat 6 dogs to get the T-shirt.
But those things are huge,
They're
man.
big,
You had to eat the bread too.
The dogs were big, and then it was like the fresh baked bread.
Yeah, the bread. That's what kills you.
Yeah. Well, like every
Man.
time I go back, like I don't even bother with the fries. I don't get sides or anything. I'll get like anywhere between
couple dogs,
depending on how hungry I am. Like I'll throw down like a buffalo dog and an all American to start, and then I'll like keep going from there. But man, great dog game there. But that New York systems, like the problem is like the Harry's near me is no longer a Harry's. Like so, it's always someone even dropped it into the chat earlier on YouTube. Some blessed Rhode Islander talking about cosmic wieners and pizza in Warwick, like the spot.
And there, it's fantastic.
Yeah. And it's like too, like if you order, like they don't even tell you this when you're ordering stuff from them if you're getting delivery. But if you hit a certain threshold, they just throw free food in there with the order. Like you order like $40 a takeout, they just throw a large cheese pizza in there for the hell of it. They don't even tell you. It's amazing.
That's how we do it in Rhode Island, man.
It's like
my local wiener place up in Lincoln, Rhode Island, right on the Lincoln Central Falls border. Wiener Genie.
Wiener Genie. I've never even
Great spot. It's like plucked right out of the 1970s. Place hasn't changed a lick.
Yeah.
If you're ever in Rhode Island, check out Wiener Genie. Fantastic spot. Get 3 all the way. You'll be a happy man.
Yeah, I mean, don't even mess with it. Don't get plain dogs. Get them all the way.
No,
Celery
gotta get them all the
salt,
way.
meat sauce, the onions, and the yellow mustard. Don't bother with ketchup. Put the ketchup.
Get outta here with
You're gonna
that.
know you're an imposter. As Melvin Gordon seals this one here. Broncos are going to kneel out a win. A very surprising win, given this,
Getting the upset.
Patriots here. A big upset. A big-time upset is Drew Lock getting it done. And neither quarterback can hit the bonus. That's
And as the kneel down comes for Denver, looks like we have a new leader in the $250 free contest. MG Blaze surpassing Slop, who is Tater Hater on YouTube. Unfortunately for our friend Tater Hater, and fortunately for MG Blaze, taking the 250 free contest, although scores are still being updated manually, so we'll see how that all shakes out. And Adams 48 in first place here in the 6K Monday night special.
You know what? It was you, person Alan T, dropping in the Dells references. You were the one that brought up Cosmic, and it warmed my cold, dead heart to see. Dude, I miss Cosmic so much. So, yeah. Just throw down like 4 all the way. Wonderful.
I wasn't going to say 4, but I always go 4.
Yeah, exactly. Like, they're not that big. Like,
No, you could
compare it to like a Spike's hot dog. Like,
Exactly.
They're snack size. Not snack size, but like 4 is a good amount. Like 4, you're not going to be hungry afterwards. You're not going to be stuffed. 4 is a good number of New York system hot wieners. Get them in Olneyville if you can, but everyone's got their own spot. For me, it's Cosmic. For you, it's
Wiener Genie, baby.
Yeah, how can I forget Wiener Genie? Cam Newton, 285, 2 touchdowns for him. Drew Lock, 263 and a touchdown, but he got the only stat that matters, the dub, baby. I'm sorry.
Eating them dubs. Shout out Jameis Winston getting that signing done. Cam Newton missing out on the bonus, though. That's something that we are a little disappointed by. I always like to see quarterbacks hitting the B word. Rushing yards here for both teams. No one really popping off all that much. Melvin Gordon with a score. Beck with a score. 0.01% of you guys owning him. N'Keal Harry hitting the bonus, 122. No tuds. Hamler, 170 yards and a touchdown. Fantastic game from the Hamburglar. Rex Burke had nothing in the way of catching the ball here.
Makes sense.
1 catch, no yards.
Clear Krusty Koff player in this game. Player of the game tonight. It's the Hamburglar all the way. Give it to KJ. man, got work done. He showed up. He showed out. He absolutely destroyed it out there. And, Babysitter Billy, Not My Kid award. Well, Jerry Jeudy, you came in averaging about 11 points per game, and you scored 3 tonight. You are the reason why I'm barely a top 50 squad in the Freeze Pops and DeAndrea free roll. So you got to be the LVP in this one. Sorry, Jerry.
Yeah, not a good showing from Jerry Jeudy, someone who everyone that has watched him is high on from an athletic standpoint and from a skills standpoint. But let's see if he can really put it together and have a nice, full, consistent, healthy season in his second year in Denver. As we take a look at the contests here, Game Center loading. Here we go. 250 free contest. MG Blaze currently sitting with a 6-point lead. He's going to probably take this one over Slop. So congratulations to MG Blaze. Adams 48 leading 6K Monday night free contest at 178.34. So as scores continue to trickle in here and get squared away, those are your leaders. And Young Glaze wins the free roll as of now at 119.32.
That's Ashley Edwards. So congrats, Sim fan. We're glad to see you guys showing up, not only in the chat, but in the top of the standings for our DK Sim Fam contest. That is awesome to see. And, we'll be back tomorrow, you and I both. But before we even get to Simland, you can join us right here on YouTube and Twitch for special NCAA tournament preview show tomorrow, Tuesday, 11 a.m. Eastern. We're going to give you the sportsbook perspective on what teams coming out of each region, who could be on upset alert, and which spreads, totals, and props the public is putting its money on. The Sweat March to the Tournament airs tomorrow, 11 a.m. Eastern, right here on the Dream Stream. Join us. I know Emerson Lotzi is going to be there, and if we busted out Emerson, the highest paid member of the DK Sim family, you know it's going to be good. But then right after that goes into a Kenny Ducey, Christian DeAndrea doubleheader. So if you want to hear two grown adults yell at each other, or more accurately, one grown adult yell at me for 2 hours, tune in. We got Washington at the Vikings and the Colts at the Eagles. 4 o'clock, Kaufman and Rossi come in for a double hitter. Chiefs at Jets, Lions at Panthers. 8 p.m. primetime slot. Bills, Titans with Glash and Buchanan. And then, Tom, you are back after dark once again with Glash for Cowboys Packers, the 10 p.m. Eastern slot.
Postroute.substack.com. Check him out there. Christian DeAndrea, one of the smartest dudes in the football world. Go subscribe. Go help this man out. Go give support to our buddy here. I'm going to go do it right after this sim. Thanks for joining us here, guys. Had a ton of fun.
I'm glad you
got here with Christian DeAndrea, my Rhode Island brother. We got to do this again.
Absolutely, dude. History was made tonight, and I think the most remarkable thing is that we had 2 Rhode Island dirtbags on the stream, and we got through it somehow without swearing once.
We still have our jobs, I think. We'll see what happens after we end this sim here. But Christian, it was a pleasure, man. Hope we get to connect again soon.
Absolutely. I'll see you guys later. And I'll see all the rest of you tomorrow. Have a great night.